Chapter 1946, The Tournament Began, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Miss Yoon wants to support Qi Ling. He told about Yun Luofeng's purpose simply. Mu Zushin nodded in understanding. I've heard of the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom. He is really someone. Miss Yoon has a sharp eye. He will surely become a good helping hand for her in the future. Chi Su touched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Mu'er, I will be with the Tianqi kingdom team these days. If you have any problem, come to me at any time and I'll be glad to help you. Chi Su was still worried that she would be bullied here. Don't worry, I'll be fine. That being said, Mu Zushin's eyes dimmed as she thought of Qiao Yifeng's words. Her father had no son but only a daughter, so she became an object of ridicule of the princesses and princes of other countries. Seeing Chi Su's worried eyes, Mu Zushin added, if I need your help, I will go to you. Hearing it, Chi Su smiled, then I will go back first. Miss Yoon may need me to do things for her. Take a good rest. Mu Zushin thought for a moment and nodded, okay, then I'll visit Miss Yoon tomorrow. For some reason, Mu Zushin liked Yun Luofeng a lot. Perhaps, that was because she saved her and her father. At this time, Qiao Yifeng angrily walked into the room prepared for the Ziyu kingdom and cursed ferociously, that man must be blind. I'm 100 times more beautiful than Mu Zushin, but he only paid attention to Mu Zushin. Your Highness, Xiao Kui said. With red finger marks still on her face, she didn't dare speak as thoughtlessly as before. She said carefully, I just heard Mu Zushin call that man Chisu, but there isn't a prince named Chisu in the Four Kingdoms. Qiao Yifeng paused and said, yes, the man didn't look like a prince. Is he a guard of some prince? No wonder he ignored me. That's because he knows I'm not as gullible as Mu Zushin. The more Qiao Yifeng thought of it, the more she felt she was right. A guard became the princess's fiancé. How could the Lufeng Kingdom's emperor allow this to happen? That guard didn't fall for her, because he knew that the Lufeng Kingdom had no prince. As the emperor's son-in-law, if he married his favorite daughter, maybe he would pass the throne to him. Fortunately, I didn't pursue such a man, a person willing to sell himself to Mu Zushin for the sake of power. Such a person is truly disgusting. A touch of disgust flickered across Qiao Yifeng's eyes and she felt lucky that she was not mesmerized by that young man's handsome face. She looked up at the finger marks on Xiao Kui's face and asked, I didn't mean to hit you just now. I was just too angry. Does it still hurt? Xiao Kui's eyes were filled with grateful tears and she hurriedly shook her head. Thank you, princess, I don't feel any pain. That's good, Qiao Yifeng smiled, spread a rumor for me, saying that Mu Zushin's fiancé is just a small guard. Quote. After all, Qiao Yifeng was not from the Lufeng Kingdom and didn't know much about the other countries, so she didn't know Chi Su's status in the Lufeng Kingdom, nor did she know what happened in the Lufeng Kingdom not long ago. Though she didn't know, it didn't mean the other princesses and princes didn't know it either, so she was just asking to be insulted by asking her maid to spread this rumor. Chapter 1947, The Tournament Began, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The much-anticipated four-nation tournament finally began. In the center square of Fangyun City, people from all the countries had gradually come. Mu Zushin caught sight of Yun Luofeng and Chi Su and smiled at them. Meanwhile, she also glimpsed Qiao Yifeng who was standing in the Ziyu Kingdom's team and staring at Yun Luofeng. At this moment, Qiao Yifeng's eyes were filled with surprise, gloating, and jealousy. She was surprised because Mu Zushin's fiancé stood with another woman. She gloated, of course, because she thought she would be able to see a good show. She was jealous, because the woman in white was so gorgeous and looked like a beautiful painting. Always proud of her beautiful appearance, Qiao Yifeng was green with envy. She really wanted to rip that face off. However, thinking of the good show she was going to enjoy, she still smiled. Isn't that the fiancé of the princess of the Lufeng Kingdom? He abandoned Mu Zushin and found a new lover so soon. Tut, men are so unreliable. Qiao Yifeng didn't care about the stares thrown at her, and said with a sneer, you are just a little guard. You hooked up with the silly woman, Mu Zushin for the power of the imperial family, but now you're standing with another woman in public. I think only a brainless woman like Mu Zushin would choose such a fiancé. Yes, Qiao Yifeng deliberately said this in front of everyone. Her purpose was to tell people what poor judgment Mu Zushin had and embarrass the Lufeng Kingdom. Besides, she really wanted to see the two women she hated fighting in public. Unfortunately, she would never be able to see such a scene. Mu Zushin walked slowly towards Yun Luofeng, with a smile on her pretty face, as if she hadn't heard the provocative words of Qiao Yifeng. Miss Yoon, I wanted to visit you the other day, but I failed to do it due to some unexpected circumstances. Please don't mind it. Qiao Yifeng's face turned black. From what she knew of Mu Zushin, this woman would surely be infuriated if anyone dared covet her man. But why was she so friendly to the women beside Chi Su? At the thought of this, Qiao Yifeng clenched her teeth, her face angry and filled with discontent, and her eyes grim. Yun Luofeng raised her chin towards Qiao Yifeng. Do you know her? She's just a crazy woman. Mu'er and I won't associate with such a person. Chi Su said expressionlessly and coldly. Qiao Yifeng was so angry that she almost jumped up. Chi Su, who do you think you are? You're just a guard. You are not qualified to speak in front of me. Qiao Yifeng trembled all over, her face turned purple in anger and she glared at Chi Su. At this moment, she didn't notice the astonishment in other people's eyes. Guard. The Shi family was the most powerful family next to the imperial family in the Lufeng Kingdom, and Chi Su also had a powerful master. Though they were from other countries, they'd heard about Yun Yuqing. Unlike the Chi family people, they didn't think Yun Yuqing would never show up. Maybe she was just trapped somewhere and would come out sooner or later. So no one wanted to mess up with the disciples of Yun Yuqing. Feng, shut up. A well-dressed man heard Qiao Yifeng's words and his face immediately changed. Chapter 1948. The tournament began. 3. Translator. Iris8197 Editor. Rock. Brother, did I say anything wrong? Qiao Yifeng clenched her fists. I know you didn't want to affect the Four Kingdom tournament, but I really can't bear it. I can't believe there is such a stupid woman and such a shameless man in the world. Fortunately, I'm smart enough not to be fooled by this man. Didn't you hear me? Shut up. The well-dressed man raised his hand and slapped Qiao Yifeng. To be honest, he had long wanted to beat this woman. She always thought she was the smartest person in the world, but in fact, no one was more stupid than her. His father hated quarreling princes and princesses, so no matter how he wanted to beat her, he couldn't do it. However, they were at Fangyun City now. How could he miss this chance? Even if the woman went back to complain to father, he wasn't in the wrong. Qiao Zixuan. Qiao Yifeng was stunned by the slap. It took a long time for her to realize what happened. She covered her swollen cheek and stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. How dare you beat me? Maybe she was too angry. She called him by his name instead of brother. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. How could you say those things before figuring out his identity? Qiao Zixuan snorted. Qi Su is the young master of the Qi family, and the Qi family is the most powerful family in the Lufeng kingdom. How could you claim he was a guard? Qiao Yifeng was stunned. Why did such a person come to attend the Four Kingdom tournament? Wasn't the Four Kingdom tournament a competition between princes and princesses of the Four Kingdoms? And they would only bring guards and maids here with them. Most importantly, why did the heir to the most powerful family of the Lufeng kingdom stand with the Tianqi kingdom team? Although Qiao Yifeng knew she made a mistake, she didn't apologize but shouted angrily, brother, he isn't even a member of the imperial family. You beat me just for such a lowly person. What was so important about this most powerful family? Could it be stronger than the imperial family? Besides, she didn't say anything wrong. Qi Su wanted to marry Mu Zushan for the status of the imperial family. Otherwise, given Mu Zushan's identity, she should marry someone from another imperial family. Qiao Zixuan didn't bother to explain to her and just said coldly, if you still want to stay here, you must listen to me. Otherwise, I will send you back to the Ziyu kingdom. Hearing that Qiao Zixuan was going to send her back, Qiao Yifeng immediately shut her mouth in fright and dared not say another word. Hearing Qiao Yifeng slandering Qi Su like this, Mu Zushan angrily came forward and was going to argue with her, but Yun Luofeng stopped her. She said the grapes were sour because she couldn't get them. Do you want to argue with her whether the grapes are really sour or not? Not to mention Mu Zushan, even the onlookers were stunned. After a while, they figured out what she meant and burst into laughter. Nonsense. Qiao Yifeng, pushing away the imperial maid who tried to stop her, glared at Yun Luofeng. When did I say anything about sour grapes? And you said I couldn't get grapes. What a joke. As a princess of the Ziyu kingdom, of course I can get grapes. Those imperial maids and guards of the Ziyu kingdom were so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Qiao Zixuan turned blue in embarrassment. Only Qiao Yifeng wondered why people laughed more loudly after hearing her words. Chapter 1949. The tournament began. 4. Translator. Iris8197 Editor. Rock. Your Highness, the imperial maid finally couldn't bear it. She carefully tugged on the sleeve of Qiao Yifeng. She meant Princess fell for Qi Su, but Qi Su is the fiancé of the princess of the Lufeng kingdom, so you spoke ill of Qi Su. The imperial maid had put it euphemistically. What she tried to say was that Qiao Yifeng humiliated Qi Su in public because she couldn't win his love. It was true, wasn't it? Qiao Yifeng finally understood what Yun Luofeng meant, and her beautiful face was all red. She bit her lips tightly and clenched her fists. Mu Zushan sneered, you'd better go back and gain more knowledge so that you won't be confused about the meaning of sour grapes. In front of so many people, Qiao Yifeng was disgraced. Her face was full of resentment and shame. She glared at Yun Luofeng, her eyes no longer filled with jealousy but malice. She couldn't touch Mu Zushan, but she could punish Yun Luofeng. As the crowd was laughing out loud, the imperial family of the Jinyang kingdom finally arrived. However, no one dared to blame them for being late. They all stood quietly on the spot and stopped laughing. Sorry, I'm late. The emperor of the Jinyang kingdom, Cheng Feiyang, strode over, flicked his sleeves and sat on the dragon throne. By his side there stood a beautiful young woman. The woman had long black hair that was like a waterfall, thick and smooth. She was elegant and beautiful. If describing her beauty with a poem, that should be, out of clear water lotus engraved by nature. Without any makeup, she looked unworldly beautiful. In a purple skirt, she looked elegant and dignified. A light yellow ribbon was tied around her waist, which made her look very graceful. Qi Su looked at the woman standing next to Cheng Feiyang and whispered to Yun Luofeng, she is the first talent of the Jinyang kingdom, Princess Jinyang. As Cheng Feiyang's favorite daughter, she is the second most powerful person in the Jinyang kingdom, even more powerful than the empress. Yun Luofeng's eyes also fell on Princess Jinyang. Feeling her inquisitive gaze, Princess Jinyang also looked at her. Though she was a woman, she was still stunned by the beauty of the gorgeous woman in the crowd. She thought she was peerlessly beautiful, but now she met a woman much more beautiful than her. In fact, if only by appearance, she didn't think she was inferior to her. But the woman had a special temperament that no one else possessed. She was like a queen descending to the world. Everyone was looking at Cheng Feiyang and Princess Jinyang. At this moment, even the haughty Qiao Yifeng didn't feel jealous of Princess Jinyang. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament will be held by our Jinyang kingdom. Whoever wins the tournament will unify the Four Kingdoms and become the real hegemon of the Four Kingdoms. Cheng Feiyang smiled faintly, his eyes shining with sophistication. Although the Jinyang kingdom was the strongest among the Four Kingdoms, the other countries also endorsed this tournament. That was because they needed someone to be in charge of the whole Fangyun continent. Of course, everyone hoped that the person could be themselves. Next, team leaders, please report the number of your team members. Other than the Tianqi kingdom that had 2 teams, all the other countries only had 1 team. Chapter 1950. The tournament began. 5. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. However, one team of the Tianqi Kingdom only had 3 members. So when Qiling reported the number, everyone stared at them with surprise. 3. Did I hear him correctly? The second team of the Tianqi Kingdom has only 3 members. Tut, does the second prince of the Tianqi Kingdom think they can fight us with only the 3 of them? What a joke. They were all laughing out loud, and their faces were filled with ridicule. Mu Zuxin looked worried. She wanted to say something, but after she saw Yun Luofeng's calm face, she was no longer worried. Of the 2, one was her trusted benefactor and the other was her fiancé. So, she believed in their strength. Just then, the third Prince Qiyu stood out and said arrogantly, "You don't know how arrogant my second elder brother is. Before he came here, he claimed he could crush all other princes and princesses merely with only 3 persons." Because of the relationship between Mu Zuxin and Qi Su, the Lufeng Kingdom people didn't respond to his words. However, the Ziyu Kingdom and the Jinyang Kingdom teams weren't so calm. As soon as they heard this, they immediately glared at Qiling and his teammates with anger in their eyes. Qiao Zixuan didn't say anything, but he looked quite dissatisfied. Yes, he was afraid of Yun Yuqing, but it didn't mean he would be afraid of Qi Su and Qiling. Besides, Qiling said such provocative words. Only Princess Jinyang looked quite calm as if she didn't hear Qi Yu's words. She just gazed at Yun Luofeng with her clear eyes. If there was someone she felt was dangerous, that must be the woman in white. Even she didn't know why she had a feeling that maybe this woman would be a strong opponent. Qiling frowned, stood up and tried to say something. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the side and stopped him. The woman slightly raised her chin, her eyes looked wicked, and there was a faint smile on her gorgeous face. "You were right. We can defeat all of you with the 3 of us." She was so arrogant and domineering. Under the sneering and contemptuous stares, she said this. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could she say this in the presence of these princes and princesses? This was outrageous. She just didn't take them seriously. Qiao Yifeng sneered. "We know what Qiling is capable of, but as for you too, I'm afraid you're even weaker than Qiling. You said you would crush us with the 3 of you. I've never seen a man as presumptuous as you." Yun Luofeng cast an unconcerned glance at Qiao Yifeng. "We'll see." "You." Qiao Yifeng pointed at Yun Luofeng in anger, and her chest kept heaving. "Okay, then I'll see what you are capable of in the coming tournament." Did this woman think she was Princess Jinyang? Princess Jinyang was peerlessly talented. If she said these words, it made sense. But who did Yun Luofeng think she was? How ridiculous that she dreamed of crushing all the other competitors with just the 3 of them. It was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. At the thought of this, Qiao Yifeng glared at Yun Luofeng. She would witness whether the woman could really do what she said or she was just crazy. Chapter 1951. The tournament began. 6. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Outside the gate. A black-clad man stopped in midair. He looked down at the imposing gate and gave a faint smile. However, just as he was about to enter the gate, 2 soldiers of the Jinyang Kingdom stopped him. "Stop, show us your identity seal." "Go away." Boom. As soon as he snapped, the guards felt a powerful aura hit their chest and send them into the city gate. By the time they realized what happened, the man was gone. "Come on, report to His Majesty that some unidentified man has intruded." A soldier stood up with difficulty, covering his wounded chest and gasping for breath. Then despite his injury, he tried to reach the field where the 4-Kingdom tournament was being held. Fangyun City was small, so the black-clad man soon reached the crowded field. From a distance, he glimpsed a white-clad woman standing among the crowd. Just then, the white-clad woman seemed to perceive something and suddenly looked up only to see his affectionate eyes, and she felt her heart skip a beat. When she met his gaze, she forgot all the noises around and her eyes could only see the man in the sky. "Miss Yun." Qi Su noticed Yun Luofeng's abnormal behavior and followed her gaze only to see the godlike man in the sky. His first impression of this man was that he was powerful. Although wearing a mask, he still looked so powerful and domineering. Qiao Yifeng also saw the man in the sky. She frowned and complained, "This man is really shameless. He must have chased me here after finding out I came to Fangyun City." Curious about Yun Xiao's identity, a prince of the Jinyang Kingdom turned to Qiao Yifeng when he heard her words. "Princess Feng, do you know the man?" "Yes." Qiao Yifeng sneered disdainfully. "This man covets me, dreams to get me, and asked my father to marry me to him. But why doesn't he take a look at himself? He is so ugly. Of course I won't marry him." She didn't tell the prince that her father intended to give her to the man as a concubine. If this news was spread, everyone on the continent would laugh at her. As they spoke, the man in the sky had walked down slowly. His cold eyes were full of affection and his black eyes were fixed on the woman in white through the crowd. Feng Er. He finally found her. He would never stay away from her in the rest of his life. Hearing Yun Xiao calling, Feng Er, Qiao Yifeng thought he was calling her, her face filled with disgust. Qiao Yifeng haughtily raised her chin and said defiantly, "Ghost Emperor, I finally escaped from the Ziyu Kingdom and came here. Why did you come here? Who allowed you to call me that? You shouldn't covet someone who will never belong to you just because my father respects you." The man looked at her with such tender eyes, so he surely wouldn't be offended by her words. Otherwise, her father would punish her. Hearing Qiao Yifeng's words, the crowd thought they knew what happened between them and looked at Yun Xiao with sympathy. Chapter 1952. The tournament began. 7. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. It turned out that the man had come here to pursue Qiao Yifeng. He seemed to have great strength, and his aura was terrifying. Unfortunately, he was so ugly that Qiao Yifeng didn't want to accept his love. Indeed, everyone heard when he called Feng, not to mention Qiao Yifeng, everyone else thought Yun Xiao was calling the princess of the Ziyu kingdom. However, after seeing Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao's eyes could only see her. The noise around him was automatically blocked by him, and he directly walked to the beautiful woman in white. Ghost Emperor, are you deaf? I said I don't like you. How can you? Quote. Before Qiao Yifeng had finished speaking, the man walked past her and headed forward. Qiao Yifeng's face stiffened and her eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this DM man ignore her? Qiao Yifeng was furious. She turned her head and shouted angrily, Ghost Emperor, stop. Are you trying to get my attention by playing hard to get? I tell you, it's impossible. However, to her anger, Yun Xiao didn't seem to hear her voice but just walked slowly to Yun Luofeng. His voice was tender, and he was like a different person from the one she met in the Ziyu Kingdom's imperial palace. Feng, I'm here. Yes, he was here. Yun Luofeng suddenly rushed into Yun Xiao's arms, put her arms tightly around his neck, and kissed his thin lips. They were lost in this kiss and everyone around was dumbfounded. Didn't Qiao Yifeng say this man came for her? So it was not her. More shocked than anyone else, Qiao Yifeng nearly fainted in anger. She clenched her fists and her nails sank into the flesh. Your Highness, the imperial maid Xiao Kui looked at her worriedly and called her carefully. Qiao Yifeng didn't seem to hear her. She just glared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, with hatred in her eyes. Of course, she didn't like Yun Xiao, so she wasn't angry about his intimate relationship with Yun Luofeng. What she was angry at was that this man made her lose face in public. She claimed that the Ghost Emperor came to find her, but he didn't even look at her and did such an indecent thing with another woman. How could she not feel angry? Yun Xiao, do you know this woman? Yun Luofeng asked with a faint smile as she withdrew her arms and pointed at Qiao Yifeng with her chin. Yun Xiao didn't notice Qiao Yifeng until then. He followed Yun Luofeng's gaze only to see her face contorted with anger. Looking carefully at Qiao Yifeng, he seemed to think as hard as he could, and finally he shook his head, I've never seen her. Qiao Yifeng's face turned purple. It was more aggravating to her than just ignoring her. She was just saying that he had a crush on her, but the next minute, the man said he had never seen her. How could he not know her? If he had never seen her, how could her father force her to be his concubine? In fact, Yun Xiao truly didn't know Qiao Yifeng. He did enter the Ziyu kingdom and fought two strong masters, but he only remembered the emperor of the Ziyu kingdom besides the two strong masters. Even if Qiao Yifeng was present at the time, he wouldn't have noticed her. So, Yun Xiao didn't know the woman. Chapter 1953, I'll only have one wife in my life. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Ironically, Qiao Yifeng had no idea that her father decided to give her to Yun Xiao as a concubine without asking for Yun Xiao's opinion. Yun Xiao never knew she existed. Haha, Qiao Yifeng sneered, you don't dare to say what you've done because this woman is around, right? If you didn't have a crush on me, why did you let my father force me to be your woman? Her father told her that the Ghost Emperor had been looking for a woman who was probably his wife. However, she always thought that the woman who took a fancy to the Ghost Emperor must be extremely ugly too. But she didn't expect the woman was Yun Luofeng. At the thought of it, Qiao Yifeng felt like she was being slapped in the face. Yun Xiao's face was frighteningly cold, and his aura suddenly changed. Qiao Yifeng, seeing his sister uttering stupid words, Qiao Zixuan tried to stop her, fearing that the fool would bring trouble to the Ziyu kingdom because of her stupidity. Apologize to the Ghost Emperor. Apologize. Those who didn't know Yun Xiao's identity were shocked by Qiao Zixuan's words. He actually asked the Ziyu kingdom's princess to apologize to this unidentified man. No way. Qiao Yifeng was very angry. She stared at Yun Luofeng coldly. I tell you, what you have got is a man I don't want. Do you think your man is really crazy about you? All I have to do is to crook my finger and he will come to me. Even Qiao Zixuan was ashamed of Qiao Yifeng's words. Since the Ghost Emperor showed up, he hadn't looked at her and even claimed that he didn't know her. How could she say such shameless words? In fact, Qiao Zixuan didn't know about Yun Xiao's real strength, because he wasn't in the Ziyu kingdom the day when Yun Xiao fought those two strong masters. And the emperor of the Ziyu kingdom kept what happened that day a secret to save his face. Therefore, he only knew that his father respected the Ghost Emperor a lot, but didn't know the real reason. If he had known that even the two strong masters of the Ziyu kingdom can resist the Ghost Emperor, he would never give Qiao Yifeng a chance to say a word. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile and her black eyes were filled with a wicked light. Yun Xiao, it seems that you had a good time when I was not around. She forgot that Yun Xiao had a one-track mind in front of her, but Yun Xiao had taken her joke seriously. At that moment, he felt so nervous, and killing intent appeared in his cold black eyes. Of course, this killing intent was not directed at Yun Luofeng. Are you from the Ziyu kingdom? Yun Xiao's voice was so cold that the temperature around him dropped a bit. Qiao Yifeng sneered, you know the answer. It seems, the Ziyu kingdom should disappear. Yun Xiao's tone was murderous. I didn't expect that the emperor of the Ziyu kingdom would give me women as a gift. Qiao Yifeng was stunned. Her father gave him women as a gift. What did he mean? Didn't he force her father to do it? I have only one wife in my life, said Yun Xiao, turning his eyes to Qiao Yifeng. It was the first time he looked at Qiao Yifeng, but Qiao Yifeng immediately learned what fear was from that look. Anyone who tries to undermine our affection shall die. His words were as concise as ever and he released a murderous aura that made Qiao Yifeng's body shiver. At that moment, she remembered the grand spectacle when Yun Xiao fought with the two strong masters that day. Chapter 1954, Trust. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. What do you want to do? She backed up 2 steps, trembling all over. Yun Xiao was expressionless, his eyes chilly, and he looked like a god of death who could easily harvest people's lives in the blink of an eye. Ghost Emperor, Qiao Zixuan turned pale and hurried forward. My sister is young and ignorant. Please forgive her. Besides, she is the princess of the Ziyu kingdom. You'll be in trouble if you kill her. Even though Qiao Zixuan didn't like this sister, he would not watch her being killed in front of him. Yun Xiao didn't speak but approached Qiao Zixuan and Qiao Yifeng with a cold face. On the stage, Cheng Feiyang didn't want to meddle in the affairs of other countries, but after all, Qiao Yifeng was the princess of the Ziyu kingdom and came to attend the Four Kingdom tournament. How could he let her be killed here? So, he cleared his throat and said, no matter what grudge you bear against each other, please settle it after the Four Kingdom tournament. Then our Jinyang kingdom won't interfere. Yun Xiao looked at Cheng Feiyang coldly and didn't stop. A fierce wind hit Qiao Yifeng and made her shoot out like an arrow from a string. Blood was pouring out of her mouth. Cheng Feiyang's face changed. To his surprise, this man dared to defy his words. Yun Xiao. Just then, Yun Luofeng's voice came from behind him, just teach her a lesson. Don't beat her to death for now. She falsely accused me, said Yun Xiao with some grievances. Just teach her a lesson. I want to handle her myself. Yun Luofeng squinted. She coveted her man and slandered her. How could she let her get away with it? Seeing Yun Xiao's aggrieved face, Yun Luofeng whispered to comfort him, do you think I believe her words? We've been together for over 10 years and have been through countless trials and hardships. How could my trust in you be broken by a few words from someone? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiao was finally relieved. Under the mask, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Okay, I'm all yours. Hearing his words, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This man was as horrible as a ghost, but even he could be so docile. Yes, looking at Yun Xiao, the word that came to their minds was, docile. Qiao Yifeng's body trembled harder, and she couldn't help remembering the first time she saw him when he was as ruthless as a ghost. At that time, he, like the king of the world, was so domineering and powerful, as if he could take away someone's life in the blink of an eye. No one of the Ziyu kingdom would have imagined that the ruthless killer could be so gentle. This is Fangyun City. Cheng Feiyang pounded on the table and jumped to his feet, his face harsh and cold. Young master, you can solve your personal affairs after the tournament. As if not hearing Cheng Feiyang's words, Yun Xiao had walked up to Qiao Yifeng. His eyes were cold and commanding. He, like a king, coldly stared at Qiao Yifeng. He looked at her as if looking at a dead person. Boom. Yun Xiao stepped on Qiao Yifeng's chest without any mercy. Ghost Emperor. Qiao Zixuan felt Yun Xiao's awesome power. Fear welled up within him. He clenched his teeth. Please spare her life. Chapter 1955. Death of Qiao Yifeng 1. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Yun Luofeng only said not to kill her. But she didn't say he couldn't disable her. Still cold-faced, Yun Xiao showed no mercy. He moved his leg and kicked Qiao Yifeng who was lying on the ground to the air. With a thud, she fell to the ground and left a big pit on the ground. Qiao Zixuan turned pale but didn't dare say a word. The Lufeng kingdom people were on Yun Luofeng's side, so they were very angry at Qiao Yifeng's stupid words and wished she could be beaten to death. As for the third prince of the Tianqi kingdom and the others, maybe they were so frightened by Yun Xiao's presumptuous behavior that they didn't dare to mess with them. Only Cheng Feiyang of the Jinyang kingdom winked at a strong master standing behind him. That man immediately jumped out and attacked Yun Xiao head-on from the sky. Yun Xiao looked up at the old man falling from the sky, and a cold gleam flashed through his cold black eyes. Boom. The old man's attack, with a strong wind, immediately blew off Yun Xiao's mask. His pitch-black hair was fluttering in the gale and slowly passed over his handsome face. At this time, Qiao Yifeng had been taken out of the pit by Qiao Zixuan. Her body was broken, and blood was pouring from her mouth. Fortunately, Qiao Zixuan carried spiritual herbs with him. They couldn't heal Qiao Yifeng's injury but gave her the strength to speak. Ghost Emperor, you ugly monster, you just retaliated against me because I didn't want to be your concubine. Do you think the woman next to you really love you? No woman will like an ugly monster. Any woman who is willing to stay with you is only for your strength. I'd rather die than marry an ugly monster. As Yun Xiao turned his back to Qiao Yifeng, she didn't see his face when the mask was taken off. She just heard the gasping sound around her. Qiao Yifeng sneered in her heart. She thought the people must be scared by the Ghost Emperor's ugliness. However, hearing her words, the people around her all looked at her with strange eyes as if she had said something stupid. As Qiao Yifeng was puzzled, the man slowly turned around. In an instant, Qiao Yifeng's face stiffened. She held her breath and widened her eyes. Her trembling lips revealed how shocked she was. What kind of face was this? It was as perfect as a god's and almost flawless. His black eyes were as cold as hawk's eyes in the night. A single glance of him would make people's hearts miss a beat. Qiao Yifeng had seen a lot of handsome men, but this man was the most handsome man that she had ever seen. He was so handsome that he didn't look like a human being. Why? Qiao Yifeng covered her aching heart with her hands and said painfully, why do you wear a mask even though you are so good looking? I see. You must have been testing me, to see if I cared about your appearance or not. Up to now, Qiao Yifeng still stubbornly believed that her father forced her to marry the Ghost Emperor as a concubine because the Ghost Emperor fell for her. Unfortunately, she didn't agree because she thought the Ghost Emperor was extremely ugly. Yun Xiao looked at Qiao Yifeng expressionlessly, pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms, and gave a gentle smile. Chapter 1956, Death of Qiao Yifeng 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. You think too much. It's just because over the years so many women pester me that I can't kill them all, so I put on a mask when I walk outside, so that my wife won't feel unhappy. You think too much. His words almost drove Qiao Yifeng crazy. Her eyes were all red and she tried to walk towards Yun Xiao several times, but she fell to the ground again because of her heavy injuries. Why? Why was it like this? She wouldn't be so upset if the Ghost Emperor was really an ugly monster, but he was so young, handsome and powerful. How could she reconcile herself to this? Besides, she was so close to becoming his woman. Feng, Qiao Zixuan supported Qiao Yifeng with his hands and looked up at Yun Xiao. My sister knows she was wrong. Please spare her life. Besides, this is Fangyun City, and the strong masters of the Jinyang Kingdom won't allow you to kill her. As he said this, Qiao Zixuan looked at the old man who just attacked Yun Xiao only to find he was standing still at the side. His expression made it clear that he would attack Yun Xiao if Yun Xiao dared to attack Qiao Yifeng. Qiao Zixuan softened his tone. Ghost Emperor, I know you're powerful, but our Ziyu Kingdom is not weak. My father respects you very much, and even wanted to marry Feng Er to you. If you kill my sister, I'm afraid the Ziyu Kingdom won't let you off. At this moment, Qiao Zixuan thought a lot. The Ghost Emperor was so young and powerful. If he married his sister to him, the Ziyu Kingdom would grow in strength and surpass the Jinyang Kingdom soon. His sister knows now that she was wrong, so she wouldn't make the same mistake again. Feeling the anger in Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng clenched her fists and cast a cold glance at Qiao Zixuan. There was a wicked smile on her face. Sorry, I am very narrow-minded. He can only have me as his only woman in his life. If anyone dares to step between us, then I'm sorry I won't let her get away with it. Qiao Zixuan turned slightly pale and forced a smile. Miss, I'm afraid you don't have a say in this matter. Yun Xiao held Yun Luofeng more tightly. When he looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes were filled with earnest and warmth, but when he turned to Qiao Zixuan, he looked as cold as ever. She can decide everything of my life. If she wants me to die, I will die for her. If she wants me to live, then no one will be able to kill me. Even my life is hers, and you said she didn't have a say in this. Even his life was up to her, let alone anything else. Yun Xiao knew that Yun Luofeng said those words in order to prevent any more women from bothering them. So he didn't mind emphasizing it again. Had it not been for this, he would have killed these people. Feng Er, I'll deal with those women lest your hand gets dirty. I'll solve those unwanted admirers myself. As his figure flashed, Yun Xiao had reached the front of Qiao Yifeng. Before the old man of the Jinyang Kingdom had time to react, Yun Xiao had put his hand on Qiao Yifeng's head. With a violent twist, her head was wrung off by him, and blood gushed out. Everyone was dumbfounded, and some people couldn't stand the scene, and ran to the side to throw up. Yun Xiao looked at the head in his hand, then looked at Yun Luofeng and said innocently, I just moved my hand and she died. I didn't mean it. Chapter 1957, Death of Qiao Yifeng, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The corners of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. He just moved his hand and she died. Moved. His hand. However, looking at his innocent look, Yun Luofeng didn't blame him. After all, even if Yun Xiao didn't kill her, she wouldn't spare her life. She stopped him before just because she wanted to solve her herself. It's all right. She deserved it, Yun Luofeng said indifferently, shrugging. It seemed that to her, killing a person was as simple as taking a mouthful of food. Qiao Zixuan was stunned. He looked at the girl lying in a pool of blood and suddenly felt so grieved and angry. Even if he didn't like her, she was his biological sister. And she was just killed like this before his eyes. However, Qiao Zixuan knew what he was capable of. No matter how angry he was, he dared not utter any offending word. The rest were also shocked that Yun Xiao would kill Qiao Yifeng so decisively even under the threat of the strong masters of the Jinyang Kingdom. Boy! Cheng Feiyang was so angry that he jumped to his feet and shouted in a cold voice, you really don't take my orders seriously. He wasn't angry for the death of Qiao Yifeng. What did Qiao Yifeng's life have to do with him? He was just angry that Yun Xiao dared ignore his order and kill in front of him. How could he bear it? However, without even looking at him, Yun Xiao walked to Yun Luofeng's side. His cold bloodthirsty eyes showed some warmth and he looked at the woman. If you want to be the leader of the four kingdoms, I'll subdue them for you. Yun Luofeng shrugged, I prefer to do it myself. The man paused and gave a faint smile, okay, then I'll accompany you. If you want to conquer the world, I will accompany you. I will be your vanguard and remove any impedance to your great plan. Their arrogant conversation aroused public anger. Cheng Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes were so cold and fierce. Just then, Princess Jinyang suddenly whispered to him, Father, the princess of the Ziyu Kingdom is dead. We don't need to waste time for a dead person. We'd better start the Four Kingdom tournament as soon as possible. This remark brought Cheng Feiyang back to his senses. Yes, now for him, the Four Kingdom tournament was the most important thing. As for this man, he could settle the accounts with him after the Four Kingdom tournament ended. Since my daughter intercedes for you, I'll let you off this time. Cheng Feiyang gave a cold smile and a cold gleam flickered across his domineering eyes, but you seem not to be from the Four Kingdoms, so you're not qualified to attend the tournament. The man was so strong that even Jinyang couldn't match him in strength. Just in case, he couldn't let the man attend the tournament. Yun Xiao looked at Cheng Feiyang expressionlessly, and a murderous aura gradually surged out of his body. It was as overwhelming as a storm. People around suddenly felt choked, as if there was a hand clenching their hearts and made them unable to breathe. Suddenly, a hand pressed against the back of Yun Xiao's hand. He turned his head only to see the familiar wicked eyes. This is my battle. Yun Xiao, I can't always rely on you, I want to rely on my own strength to conquer this world. The woman's eyes were so firm that Yun Xiao took back his murderous aura and nodded obediently, okay, it's up to you. Chapter 1958, Death of Qiao Yifeng 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng released Yun Xiao's hand and slowly walked toward Qi and the others. Take away the corpse of the princess of the Ziyu kingdom. Cheng Feiyang distastefully glanced at the corpse lying in the pool of blood and asked with a frown, Fourth Prince, what's your decision? Qiao Zixuan cupped his fists. His eyes were red as he replied, Your Majesty, please permit my sister to remain inside Fangyun City for a few days. I will bring her back to our kingdom after the tournament. Qiao Yifeng was already dead, and he absolutely could not lose the qualification to participate in the tournament. All right. Cheng Feiyang nodded. Zhen permits the princess to remain a few days, but I don't wish for her to tarnish the rest station, do you understand? Thank you, Your Majesty. Qiao Zixuan's eyes swept toward Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng, hatred and animosity hidden in his lowered eyes. The Four Kingdom tournament was an opportunity. He would make Yun Luofeng get a taste of his revenge. She must pay for her mistakes. The Four Kingdom tournament is next. Cheng Feiyang's voice suddenly turned severe. As everyone knows, the Fangyun continent has been leaderless, causing the current Fangyun continent to be very chaotic. Many scattered experts have formed a team together and planned to be enemies with our Four Kingdoms. Normally, once a cultivator broke through to heavenly god level, they would be absorbed into one of the Four Kingdoms, but there were some experts who were unwilling to submit to other people, so they escaped the Four Kingdoms and went into hiding. And now, those experts formed a team and planned to overthrow the Four Kingdoms. This was why Cheng Feiyang summoned the Four Kingdoms and planned to establish a leader. Everyone, don't worry. Whichever kingdom wins this tournament will become the leader of the Four Kingdoms and command the Four Kingdoms. No one would dare to disobey. Cheng Feiyang's voice was powerful, and his face was brimming with confidence. In truth, he gave this order for another reason. He wanted to utilize the other kingdoms. But he understood that it would be very difficult to win over the other three kingdoms without an objective. Coincidentally, at this time, those scattered experts started causing trouble for the Four Kingdoms. As a result, he used this excuse to make the Jinyang kingdom truly rise above the other kingdoms. As for failure, he did not consider it at all. To Cheng Feiyang, there was not a single prodigy in the Four Kingdoms who could win against his daughter, Princess Jinyang. Hence, Jinyang could certainly win the leadership position for him. Jinyang's cool voice rang in the silent plaza, Imperial Father, it is getting late. It would be better for us to start the tournament soon. Perhaps on purpose, Princess Jinyang's eyes flitted over Yun Luofeng's face, caution entering her eyes. The only one present who she could possibly consider to be a formidable opponent was this woman. However, she would only accept victory from this battle and absolutely would not accept failure. When she thought of the consequences of failure, Princess Jinyang's heart would be harshly squeezed, and she would clench her fists tighter. Everyone, the content of the tournament is very simple. The tournament will be held inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. The subject was jointly proposed by Zhen and the other emperors. We also placed the imperial jade seal of each kingdom inside the forest. Cheng Feiyang continued solemnly saying, in the process of finding the imperial jade seal, you can not only take away another kingdom's jade seal but also steal it from someone's possession. Whoever obtains the most jade seals will become the winner. If everyone can only obtain one jade seal, then whoever returns to Fangyun City first will win. Chapter 1959, Yun Yuqing 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The entire plaza quieted down due to Cheng Feiyang's words. The Forest of Heaven's trial was the most dangerous place in this continent. Anyone who went to the Forest of Heaven's trial would have a brush with death. No one expected the Four Kingdoms would use this forest as the arena for the Four Kingdom tournament. Everyone can be at ease. Cheng Feiyang lightly smiled. The hiding spots of the jade seals will not be deep inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. As long as you don't go deep into the forest, you won't encounter danger. Hearing this, everyone relaxed. The rulership position of the Four Kingdoms was very important, but they were more unwilling to encounter danger. Princess Jinyang's expression remained indifferent from start to end. She surveyed the various participants and when she saw them clearly relaxing, a derisive smile slightly turned up on her lips. When her side landed on Yun Luofeng again and saw that she was still wicked, aloof, and calm, a glint of admiration flashed in her eyes. A woman like her truly stood out from the masses. However, she wondered whether they would be friends, or enemies in the future. I will go with you. Yun Xiao slowly walked next to Yun Luofeng and earnestly looked at her. Seeing the determination in the man's eyes, Yun Luofeng knew that even if she rejected him, this man would now allow her to go to the Forest of Heaven's trial by herself. She purposefully lowered her voice and said, you can secretly follow me. Don't let anyone discover you. Okay, Yun Xiao's expression was firm. Even if Yun Luofeng declined, he would still secretly follow her. That was the only way he could relax. Right, Yun Xiao. Remembering something, Yun Luofeng said, Mo Chancheng is here as well. Mo Chancheng. This name made Yun Xiao frown, but he did not say anything and pulled the woman into his arms. His voice was resolute. I don't care how many men covered you, as long as you belong to me alone, it's enough. No matter how many men want to obtain you, as long as your heart stays with me, what do I have to be dissatisfied about? Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. This man's desires had always been very simple. He never restricted her growth and never eradicated the men that appeared beside her. He had always believed that it was enough for her to have only him in her heart. Cough, cough. Qi Su dryly coughed, embarrassment on his face. If you guys publicly display your affections like no one is present, shouldn't you at least consider our feelings? I am fine, but the second prince is still a bachelor. Should you guys really do this? Qi Ling did not think too much about this originally, but after hearing Qi Su's words, the corner of his lips involuntarily twitched. He suddenly realized that these people's public display of affection truly saddened him. At this time, Cheng Feiyang had laid down orders for everything he needed to, slowly stood up and said, the experts of the Jinyang Kingdom will bring you to Forest of Heaven's trial. In half a month, we will regather at Fangyun City. The Forest of Heaven's Trial was not far from Fengyun City, only several hundred meters away. This was why they chose the Forest of Heaven's Trial. However, when Chisu heard the name, Forest of Heaven's Trial, his features shifted and sadness rushed out of his heart. Back then, his teacher went missing without a trace after going to the Forest of Heaven's Trial. Now, he was stepping inside that place. He wondered if he could find her tracks. Chapter 1960, Yu Niuqing, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Forest of Heaven's Trial. Deep in the forest of a valley, a woman was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her white clothes drifted in the air. In contrast to Yun Luofeng's languid wickedness, this woman had a more unworldly quality. Suddenly, an imposing aura pierced down from the sky, causing her eyes to shoot open. A cold glint appeared in her eyes as she icily stared at the eerie sky. Since you found this place, why are you hiding? You can come out now. In the sky, the figure of a woman in a green Lixian dress appeared. There was disdain on the woman's face as she haughtily looked down on the woman in white, the corner of her lips slightly turned up. Yu Niuqing, I didn't expect you to hide inside the Forest of Heaven's Trial. Our president taking a liking to you is your fortune. Don't be impudent. I truly don't understand how you are charming to the point of making president this infatuated with you. Yu Niuqing was expressionless. I don't love him. It's as simple as that. In truth, she also did not know why she could not raise any interest toward any man. It was as though there was a person hidden deep in her heart. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall the man's appearance. There was only a blurry figure shocking the neurons in her brain. Yu Niuqing. The woman in green was trembling from anger. She fiercely glared at Yu Niuqing. HMPH. I came to find you for something else. I remember that before Master passed away, he handed you a stamp. Hand the stamp over, and I will spare your life. Yu Niuqing slowly stood up from the ground, her white clothes making her ephemeral like an immortal. Her expression was very calm, not a single ripple in her eyes. The four kingdoms govern the Fengyun continent, forcing any heavenly god-level spirit cultivators to join a kingdom. Master established the Freedom Alliance to protect the freedom of people who were unwilling to join the imperial families. However, after Master passed away, you went against his wishes and wanted to unify the whole Fengyun continent. What is the difference between you and those four kingdoms? Yu Niuqing's voice was very forceful as she pressed closer toward the woman in green. Because I was unwilling to wallow in the mire with you all, you wanted to eradicate me. Yet you still insist he loves me. 3 years ago, she left her disciple to head to Forest of Heaven's Trial to find medicinal herbs. However, after she found the herb, someone sent her a letter, claiming Master was seriously ill and had her return to the Alliance. Who would have expected it to be an annihilation waiting for her inside the Alliance? Before Master died, he handed a stamp to her. She initially did not know the current president, also her senior brother, had the ambition of a wild wolf. To obtain the stamp, he had no scruples against seriously poisoning her. They took advantage of her poisoned state and heavily injured her. She went all out and managed to escape the Alliance. In the end, she chose to return to the Forest of Heaven's Trial to recuperate. Yu Niuqing, you don't have a choice. In accordance with the president's order, I came to retrieve the stamp. The woman in green arrogantly raised her head and continued, moreover, President truly likes you. If you only handed the stamp over back then, the president wouldn't have hurt you and would also give you the antidote. Unfortunately, you're too disobedient. The president is Master's eldest disciple, so it's natural for him to inherit the Alliance. You are nothing but a newcomer who only joined the Alliance for a little over 10 years. Why should you take over the Alliance? Yu Niuqing quietly chuckled. I might not know what liking is, but I do know that liking someone means being willing to give everything to that person. They also would not harm the person they like at all. He merely wants to possess me, he doesn't like me. Chapter 1961, Yu Niuqing, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It was as though there was once a man who truly loved her. He loved her more than life. Why couldn't she recall it? Yu Niuqing rubbed her aching forehead, her brows slightly furrowed, giving her a pitiful look. The woman in green clenched her teeth. She truly did not understand what was so good about this flirtatious fox. Why did the president like her so much? An impertinent woman like her did not deserve the president's liking at all. Yu Niuqing, if you are stubbornly unwilling to hand the stamp over, then don't blame me for being impolite. The woman in green snorted. Yu Niuqing was unrivaled amongst other reverent god-level cultivators. No one could defeat her, causing her reputation to be very widespread on the continent. However, Yu Niuqing had not recuperated from her serious injuries yet, so how could Yu Niuqing be a match for her? Boom. Seeing the woman in green about to act, Yu Niuqing's aura rushed out of her body. Her gaze was as cold and cutting as a sharp sword. She exerted a pressure on the woman in green severe enough to cause her to be unable to breathe. Panic flashed through the woman's heart. Wasn't she still injured? Where did her powerful aura come from? Lang Xinyu, do you really think you can do as you please simply because I'm seriously injured? Back then, I, Yu Niuqing, was able to defeat several dozens of reverent god-level cultivators with my strength alone. What effort do I need to deal with someone insignificant like you? Yu Niuqing's lips were slightly turned up as she aloofly watched Lang Xinyu. Trepidation flashed through Lang Xinyu's eyes. You are fine. You want to know whether I have my previous strength? Test it if you dare. If you had not poisoned me, I wouldn't fear going against 100 of you at the same time. Yu Niuqing pressed a few steps closer to Lang Xinyu. Lang Xinyu staggered back. She was used to being prudent, so she did not dare to act before knowing for sure whether Yu Niuqing had recovered yet or not. However, she was unwilling to be weak and concede, so she bit her lips and said, I know you accepted a disciple in the Lufeng kingdom. If the president didn't have to take care of important matters these past few years and also needed to comfort the old geezers inside the alliance, he would have sought trouble from that disciple of yours long ago. The cold glint in Yun Yuqing's eyes resurfaced, and killing intent freely burst out. However, Lang Xinyu coldly chuckled. I don't mind telling you one thing. Recently, in order to deal with the Freedom Alliance, the Four Kingdoms started plotting to elect a prodigy to lead the Four Kingdoms. Hearing this, Yun Yuqing halted and icily watched Lang Xinyu, waiting for her following words. And President sought out the Emperor of the Jinyang Kingdom, Cheng Feiyang, earlier and had him use the Forest of Heaven's trial as the arena for the tournament. Soon, the prodigies of all the kingdoms will come here. Lang Xinyu slightly lifted her chin. According to a reliable source, your disciple is among them. Yun Yuqing slightly narrowed her eyes and tightly clenched her fists. As for the Forest of Heaven's trial, it will be their burial grounds. Yun Yuqing frostily looked at Lang Xinyu. You said Cheng Feiyang schemed with you guys. How does that benefit him? Of course it benefits him. The president promised Cheng Feiyang he would help him raise his strength to Reverend God level. You should know Master has a secret technique that can allow someone to rapidly reach Reverend God level. However, this secret technique has repercussions. The receiver of this technique will slowly wither to death in a few years. What is laughable that the fool, Cheng Feiyang, firmly believed in it without any doubt after seeing President use this technique on someone in front of him. However, the president deceived him and said the target of Freedom Alliance is merely people from Lufeng Kingdom. As the fiancé of a princess from Lufeng Kingdom, Chisu will certainly join as well. As for electing a leader of the Four Kingdoms, our Freedom Alliance won't participate in it. Chapter 1962, Yun Yuqing, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Unfortunately, what she did not expect was that Chisu did not come with the Lufeng Kingdom and came with the Tianqi Kingdom instead. Yun Yuqing closed her eyes. A while later, she reopened them, her clenched fists were lightly trembling. Are you done? If you are, then immediately scram. Boom. The all-enveloping aura slammed into her, causing Lang Xinyu's expression to shift again. It was as though she could not breathe under this pressure. Yun Yuqing, I will let you gloat a little more. One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg. She furiously glared at Yun Yuqing before turning around and disappearing in the sky. Yun Yuqing was afraid she would turn back, so she did not withdraw the layer of pressure. A long while later, after knowing Lang Xinyu would not return, Yun Yuqing grew limp and could not stop herself from falling onto the ground. At this time, a little tiger with blood-colored stripes treaded out of the forest. Other spirit beasts all revealed themselves one by one and walked to the front of Yun Yuqing. The tiger gently licked her cheeks. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Yun Yuqing smiled. I used my aura to force her to leave, but I don't know whether she will come back in a few days. If she does, you must hide well and don't allow yourself to be seen. I don't want danger to be brought upon you because of me. The little tiger looked up and worriedly watched Yun Yuqing. Although these spirit beasts did not say anything, Yun Yuqing could still detect their worry. In a few days, my disciple should come to the Forest of Heaven's trial. Pay closer attention then. If his life is in danger, come and inform me. Otherwise, help him if you can. Little tiger nodded, his enormous body laid down, allowing Yun Yuqing to lay against him to rest. Yun Yuqing petted the tiger and turned to look at the spirit beasts. She wryly chuckled, little tiger, in truth, my injury continues to worsen. The poison from back then was not detoxified, so I don't know how much longer I can live. My biggest regret in life is that I was unable to recover my memory and can't recall my family. Yun Yuqing's eyes were laden with grief. However, I know very well that I have a daughter. Every night in her sleep, she would dream of a little figure tugging her clothes and crying for her to not go. And every time she dreamed of that little figure, pain would grip her heart. After I die, I hope you can leave Forest of Heaven's trial and go find my daughter and also obey her. In truth, she had been searching for more than 10 years already. How could she count on the spirit beasts of Forest of Heaven's trial to find the family that she could not find herself? She might have forgotten her past already, but a few scenes would occasionally flash through her mind. Those scenes revealed that her daughter could not cultivate, just like Xiao Lingge. This was why she hoped for the spirit beasts from Forest of Heaven's trial to find her and protect her for the rest of her life. Woo woo, little tiger sobbed and rubbed his head against Yun Yuqing, his eyes filled with tears. The other spirit beasts also uttered lamenting cries. At the same time, inside the rest station of Fangyun City, Cheng Feiyang fell ill at ease. He could not help but think something was about to happen. Your Majesty, Sir Wu Zun is here. Cheng Feiyang was briefly taken back before saying, quickly invite him in. Chapter 1963, Yun Yuqing, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The Jinyang Kingdom was different from other kingdoms in that they possessed 3 Reverend God-level experts. Sir Wu Zun was one of them. An elderly man in a long, grey robe entered and directly asked, Your Majesty, I am very confused about one matter. Previously, when we discussed the tournament in the Jinyang Kingdom, it wasn't held inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. Why did you change the location at the last minute and didn't discuss it with me? Cheng Feiyang's expression shifted. He knew he could not conceal this matter from Sir Wu Zun in the end, so he did not hide it anymore and told him about everything in details. Idiot. Hearing Cheng Feiyang's narration, Wu Zun's face drastically shifted. Don't you know what kind of person the new president of the Freedom Alliance is? The president is only 40-something years old, but he is treacherous and vicious. You believe he is luring the prodigies of the 4 kingdoms inside the Forest of Heaven's trial only to deal with Chisu? Cheng Feiyang was taken back and feebly protested. So Wu Zun, they shouldn't, right? HMPH, do you think the Freedom Alliance doesn't know the objective of the 4 kingdom tournament? And they would be stupid enough to raise your strength for you? Wouldn't they bring trouble onto themselves? I suspect Freedom Alliance wants to catch the prodigies of the 4 kingdoms in one fell swoop, Wu Zun stated between gritted teeth. Immediately call Princess Jinyang back. Don't let her continue the competition, Wu Zun strictly ordered, a harsh glint flashing through his eyes. Then the other princes. Our Jinyang kingdom doesn't lack princes. If you summon everyone back, it would raise other people's suspicion. So we will let them struggle on their own. As for Jinyang, she is the #1 prodigy of the Jinyang kingdom. Harm mustn't befall her. Yes, only now did Cheng Feiyang realize that he could not resist the temptation of rising to Reverend God level and trusted Freedom Alliance too easily. If he really caused Jinyang to run into danger, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, clapping came from outside the door. Cheng Feiyang and the others' face drastically shifted, and their head turned, discovering a middle-aged man in black entering. Although the man was middle-aged, he was very handsome. His eyes revealed his vicious nature though, and his gaze contained his overbearing arrogance. It's you. Cheng Feiyang's gaze changed when he saw the man who entered. He asked between clenched teeth, tell me the truth. Did you suggest going to Forest of Heaven's trial in order to eliminate all the prodigies of the 4 kingdoms in one fell swoop? That's right. The man did not deny Cheng Feiyang's words. The objective of the 4 kingdom tournament is to deal with the Freedom Alliance. Why would I allow you to continue as you wish? A cold glint flashed through Cheng Feiyang's eyes. So why did you come to find Zhen? I naturally want to lend you a hand. The corner of the man's lips slightly turned up. You have already seen my previous secret technique. It would be a piece of cake for me to create a Reverend God level cultivator. Do you think a mere alliance of the 4 kingdoms will defeat the Freedom Alliance? Cheng Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. When he recalled the ability that this man previously displayed, cold sweat dotted his forehead. He looked up, wanting to wipe the sweat off of his forehead, but the more he wiped, the more sweat appeared. He could not wipe it clean at all. Your objective? Wu Zun frostily looked at the man and asked. It's very simple. I want the Jinyang kingdom to obey my orders. Of course, I will fulfill your wish and help the Jinyang kingdom become the leader of the 4 kingdoms. I will also kill the other prodigies of the 4 kingdoms. The man faintly smiled, his voice carrying an intense killing intent. Chapter 1964, Yun Yuqing, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Wu Zun grew silent as he mulled over the advantages and disadvantages. You can refuse, but your fate will be the same as the other 3 kingdoms. Even if you allow Jinyang to return, I'm afraid I will kill her anyway. The man peered up, his eerie voice rung in the study. However, I have long since heard of Princess Jinyang's fame and also admired him for a while. If you agree, Jinyang will be used for a marriage alliance. No. Cheng Feiyang's face abruptly changed. Zhen doesn't agree. Jinyang isn't merchandise to be traded. Zhen will not use her for a transaction. Although Cheng Feiyang was a bit muddled, coveted power a bit much, and was a bit greedy, he sincerely loved his daughter, Jinyang. Moreover, Jinyang is the hope of the Jinyang kingdom, so how could he give her up? I can agree to this term on His Majesty's behalf, Wu Zun suddenly interjected from the side. Sir Wu Zun. Cheng Feiyang was livid. You can't treat Jinyang like this. Your Majesty, I know you are fond of Jinyang, but Jinyang is merely a woman, after all. Could it be that you will let Jinyang inherit the Jinyang kingdom? Before this, I already told Jinyang that she must obtain first place in this 4 kingdom tournament. Otherwise, I will make her choose one of the emperors of the other 3 kingdoms and be married to him. With Jinyang's status, she must be the empress of any kingdom she enters. Cheng Feiyang's eyes were wide open. He did not imagine Wu Zun would say something like that to Jinyang. Of course, I was merely intimidating Jinyang. Even the 3 emperors of the other 3 kingdoms don't have the right to marry Jinyang. Hence, I forced her to obtain first place with everything she's got. Wu Zun glanced at Cheng Feiyang and continued, now, the president of the Freedom Alliance is willing to marry Jinyang. What reason do we have to refuse? Cheng Feiyang's legs weakened, and he fell on the ground, his face drained of colors. In front of other people, the experts of the Jinyang kingdom would allow him to retain his face. But behind the scenes, he had no authority over the Jinyang kingdom. I think you are mistaken. While Cheng Feiyang was embroiled in despair, the man coldly chuckled. I only want Jinyang to become my woman, not marry her as my wife. The only one who can become my wife is Yun Yuqing. Only she deserves my love. Other women can only be concubines. Wu Zun was fairly displeased. However, the Freedom Alliance was gaining in strength nowadays, and this man possessed a powerful secret technique like that, so he had no choice in the matter. Hence, Wu Zun uttered between clenched teeth, fine. Sir Wu Zun. Cheng Feiyang was full of disbelief and could not help but exclaim. Wu Zun appeared to not notice his gaze and turned to the man again. The princes of our Jinyang kingdom, can we summon them back then? The man coldly glanced at Wu Zun. With the backing of the Freedom Alliance, what need do you have for those princes? In other words, the Jinyang kingdom could not keep those princes. The corner of Cheng Feiyang's mouth twitched. His face was full of pain. This round of scheming caused him to not only lose so many sons but also pulled his most beloved daughter into it. What was laughable was that he had no power to save his daughter. Oh right, isn't there a white-clothed woman in the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom's team? Cheng Feiyang's eyes shone. That woman resembles King Air too much. Send her to my bed at that time. Even if he could not obtain Yun Yuqing, it would still be quite nice to find a substitute. Who told him to dearly love that cruel woman? Chapter 1965, Jinyang's Warning, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. President, don't worry, at that time, I will certainly give that woman to you as a present, Wu Zun expressionlessly answered. The man loudly chuckled and flicked his sleeve, walking toward the sunlight. The people of Freedom Alliance have already entered the Forest of Heaven's trial. If the Jinyang kingdom sincerely serves me, I will send someone there and kill the prodigies of the 3 kingdoms. His order was the same as forcing the Jinyang kingdom to become enemies with the other three kingdoms. Cheng Feiyang's face turned paler, and his body was incredibly weak. What was called being hoisted by his own petard. He was probably experiencing it deeper than anyone else. Your Majesty, this is an opportunity. Wu Zun glanced at Cheng Feiyang. If the Jinyang kingdom sends someone there, perhaps it could save those princes' lives at the last minute. In contrast to the Jinyang kingdom, Wu Zun was willing to give up those prodigies' lives. But if there was a chance for them to live, it would be even better. All right. Cheng Feiyang opened his eyes, his voice weak. So Wu Zun, you will personally lead them there and also bring Jinyang back. Wu Zun did not say anything. The current Freedom Alliance was already not as it was back when the old president was there. The alliance of that time merely existed for self-defense, but the current alliance was ready to attack. If they wanted to survive in this continent, they must be ready to give something up. Your Majesty, don't worry. Jinyang will live far better than anyone by following the president of the Freedom Alliance. Jinyang eventually had to be married off, and no one in the four kingdoms was worthy of her. So the president of the Freedom Alliance had to be her best option. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something hitting a rock was heard outside the door. A sharp glint flickered through Wu Zun's eyes as he harshly shouted, "Who is there?" Panic flashed through the face of the person outside. They were about to flee, but Wu Zun and Cheng Feiyang both ran out in a flash. Empress. Cheng Feiyang was startled. The Empress had followed along with them to Fangyun City, but he did not expect her to have overheard their conversation just now. In truth, while the president of the Freedom Alliance was here, he had already detected the Empress' presence, but he disregarded this insignificant woman and did not want to let this woman's blood dirty his hands. This was why he did not drag the Empress out. Empress, go back. Cheng Feiyang's tone was evidently plagued with panic. Fright was written all over the Empress' ashen face. She kneeled down with a plop. Your Majesty, don't you know Jinyang's personality? Forcing her to be married to someone she doesn't love is the same as forcing her to her death. Empress, this is men's business. Don't interfere. Someone, come and detain her. Cheng Feiyang glanced at Wu Zun standing to the side before hastily sending a look to the Empress. Cheng Feiyang might be completely brainless, and his conduct was incomparably domineering, but he did have sincere affections for his Empress. No, Your Majesty, I beg you to retract your order. Otherwise making this servant watch my daughter be married to the Freedom Alliance, unable to do anything, this servant would rather die. What pained her more was that Cheng Feiyang did not care about his daughter's happiness in order to live. Struggle flashed through Cheng Feiyang's eyes, which Wu Zun coincidentally caught. Your Majesty, those who accomplish great things are not bothered about trifles. Moreover, you are marrying Jinyang off to the Freedom Alliance for the entire Jinyang kingdom. As for this woman, she has obviously meddled with His Majesty's business. A cold light surfaced in Wu Zun's eyes, murderous aura springing up unbidden in them. Chapter 1966, Jinyang's Warning, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Sensing Wu Zun's killing intent, panic enveloped Cheng Feiyang's heart. So Wu Zun, Empress isn't sensible, but I will keep a close watch on her and won't let her interfere with official business. So Wu Zun, please. Without waiting for Cheng Feiyang to finish speaking, Wu Zun acted. He swiftly darted to the front of the Empress, and his sharp nails mercilessly pierced her chest. Under her grudging and resentful gaze, he dug her heart out. Bang! The Empress fell headfirst on the ground, laying in a pool of blood. She died with her eyes wide open, grievance bursting out of them. No, Cheng Feiyang shouted hoarsely with bloodshot eyes. He tightly clenched his fists and furiously interrogated, so Wu Zun, the Empress can't meddle with my decision at all. Why did you kill her? Your Majesty, I have long since felt that this woman could affect you. However, she didn't go overboard previously, so I turned a blind eye to it. However, this matter involves the entire Jinyang kingdom, and I won't allow you to hesitate. Wu Zun's expression was indifferent, distastefully glancing at the woman in the pool of blood. He icily added, moreover, as the Emperor, isn't it easy for you to marry another Empress? A disobedient woman can only end up like this. Cheng Feiyang took a deep breath. If Jinyang learns about this, do you think she would still listen to our arrangements and marry the president of the Freedom Alliance? If the Empress was still alive, we could have used the Empress to threaten her. At that moment, Cheng Feiyang's heart was trembling. He could not help but close his eyes, his face drained of colors. He regretted it. He regretted having anything to do with the Freedom Alliance. Otherwise, he would not have lost a daughter, and his wife would not be dead. Only we know about the death of the Empress. How would Jinyang know? At that time, we will say the Empress was kidnapped by the Freedom Alliance and use this to force her and guarantee her willingness to marry into the Freedom Alliance. Wu Zun had made up the excuse already, and a resolute smile was spread across his face. Cheng Feiyang closed his eyes. His features contained a pain that could not be hidden. However, he had no way to resist the powerful Sir Wu Zun at all. Your Majesty, you have seen the fate of the Empress for ruining things. If you dare to say anything to Jinyang, I guarantee Jinyang won't live. Wu Zun threatened. Cheng Feiyang shuddered. A while later, he opened his eyes. I am not only a father, but I am also the Emperor of the Jinyang kingdom. For the Jinyang kingdom, I won't speak rashly. I certainly hope so. Wu Zun flicked his sleeve with a snort and headed out of the courtyard. After Wu Zun left, Cheng Feiyang's legs weakened, and he fell onto the ground, sitting. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have brought the Empress here. No one noticed that when the Empress died, her eyes were staring at a corner not far away. In that corner, a palace maid was closely clutching her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming in shock. Her tears flowed down her face as she unblinkingly looked at the Empress laying in her pool of blood. In truth, the Empress was not eavesdropping by herself. This palace maid was also present. Because they were discovered, the Empress knew she could not escape, so she hurriedly shoved the palace maid away along with her presence-hiding jade pendant that she had obtained by chance. Of course, she did not do this to save the palace maid. She merely hoped someone could send a message to Jinyang. Precisely because of the Empress' actions, this palace maid remained undiscovered from start to end. Chapter 1967, Jinyang's Warning 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. No, I need to go find the princess. After Wu Zun and Cheng Feiyang left, the palace maid swiftly ran toward the exit of the rest station. However, she stumbled right into Mo Chancheng after a few steps. Mo Chancheng had just discovered Yun Luofeng had left him behind and departed on her own, so he was full of rage already. When was bumped into by this palace maid, he automatically shouted in anger, "Are you blind?" You. When the Imperial stood up and saw the youth, she thought over it for a moment and asked, "You are a member of the Tianqi Kingdom team?" The Tianqi Kingdom only had 4 people come to Fangyun City. This was no secret. The palace maid had naturally gone to see the excitement as well and remembered the youth standing next to Yun Luofeng. Suddenly, the palace maid thought of something and frantically said, "Since you are a member of the Tianqi Kingdom, then hurry and go to the Forest of Heaven's Trial." Forest of Heaven's Trial. Mo Chancheng tilted his head, his face full of incomprehension. The prodigies of the 4 kingdoms all went to the Forest of Heaven's Trial to participate in the tournament, but this tournament is actually a conspiracy of the Freedom Alliance. All the prodigies inside the Forest of Heaven's Trial will encounter danger. When the palace maid finished speaking, Mo Chancheng's expression drastically changed, and a vicious aura exploded out of his body. With a swish, he madly darted out of the rest station. This palace maid was too stupid. She only knew Mo Chancheng was a member of the Tianqi Kingdom but told this secret to him without knowing whether Mo Chancheng had been bribed by Cheng Feiyang. If it was someone else, she would have been killed already. Unfortunately, though, the palace maid had no other method. With her walking speed, who knew when she would arrive at the Forest of Heaven's Trial? Since she coincidentally ran into Mo Chancheng, she grabbed onto him like the last straw and spilled everything. Seeing Mo Chancheng's departing figure, the palace maid let out a sigh of relief, but she did not relax because of this and hurriedly left as well. The Forest of Heaven's Trial stretched as far as one's eye could see. Many prodigies had arrived inside the forest already. As they observed the dense forest, those who had experienced countless hardships were intimidated by it. "Your Highness the Princess." Suddenly, a guard moved to the front of Jinyang and quietly said, "His Majesty sent a message just now telling you to not enter the Forest of Heaven's Trial." Jinyang was startled, astonishment in her eyes. "Why? The competition this time is incredibly important. Why does His Majesty want me to withdraw?" So Wu Zun had said that if she did not win first place, she would be ordered to marry an emperor from one of the other 3 kingdoms. But she had always been a proud person. How could she be willing to serve the same husband with other women? To not be casually matched to someone by Wu Zun, she could only win and couldn't lose. This subordinate also don't know. It is His Majesty's order to let you secretly leave without telling anyone. Not even my imperial brothers. This is His Majesty's order. Jinyang grew silent. Since a moment ago, agitation had filled her heart. She felt like something had happened. In the face of such an important competition, her imperial father was actually making her withdraw and also didn't let her imperial brothers know. Jinyang took a deep breath. "I understand. I will leave in a moment." "Then Your Highness the Princess should now." Jinyang did not say anything and slowly walked toward Yun Luofeng. When Chi Su and the others saw Jinyang's approach, the gaze chilled and filled with alarm, as though afraid she would suddenly attack. After all, they have arrived at the Forest of Heaven's Trial already. According to the rules, all the prodigies could attack their opponents. Chapter 1968, Jinyang's Warning 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. "What's your name?" Jinyang asked, looking at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at Jinyang and faintly smiled. "Yun Luofeng. I admire you a lot. If there's a chance, I must have a fight with you." There was arrogance in Jinyang's aloof features, and her tone was also overbearing. Her loud voice reached everyone's ears. The guard who had originally thought Jinyang was about to say something relaxed after hearing this. The princess had always been competitive, so it was normal for her to send a challenging letter to people. However, what he did not understand was why the princess was so interested in this woman. Could it be she could contend with the princess? During the guard's moment of inattention, Jinyang cast down her eyes and purposefully lowered her voice. "My imperial father ordered me to withdraw and did not allow me to tell anyone. Be more cautious while inside the Forest of Heaven's Trial. I can feel that something will happen." Her voice was very quiet, so quiet that only Yun Luofeng, Chi Su, and their company could hear it. After saying that, Jinyang turned around to leave. Ever since the first time she saw Yun Luofeng, she had treated this woman as a rival. Regardless of whether they would become friends or enemies in the future, she did not hope for this woman to lose her life inside the Forest of Heaven's Trial. "Miss Yun, what does she mean?" Chi Su was taken back and asked with incomprehension. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. "After you enter the Forest of Heaven's Trial, pay attention to your safety. Princess Jinyang wouldn't have warned us for no reason." In truth, before this, Yun Luofeng did not have many feelings toward Jinyang, but she warned her just now. If it was truly as Jinyang said, then the competition this time likely would not be so simple. "We can go now." Jinyang walked to the front of the guard and then indifferently glanced at the other people from the Jinyang kingdom. "I have to leave for a bit to attend to something. Enter the Forest of Heaven's Trial first. I will come back soon." The other members of the Jinyang kingdom did not notice anything strange in Jinyang's words. In their minds, Jinyang would not abandon such an important competition no matter what. Towards these princes, Jinyang did not have much fondness and held more loathing instead. Hence, she did not remind them and walked toward the base of the mountain. The current Jinyang had no idea that because of her warning for Yun Luofeng, when she fell into a wolf's den in the near future, her hand would forcefully pull her back out. Jinyang's departure did not cause too big of a commotion among the prodigies. To them, it would be best if Jinyang did not participate in the competition. This way, they had a chance of obtaining first place. In contrast, Yu Nuofeng was deep in contemplation due to Jinyang's words. Qi Yu walked to the front of Qi Ling with light steps and a smile on his face, his head haughtily raised. Second Imperial brother, you better be careful inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be left without an intact corpse, ha ha ha. Qi Yu loudly laughed and then led the troops behind him into the forest. As though Qi Ling did not hear his words, he did not even look up and directly ignored his presence. Let's go as well. Everyone had entered in succession. Yu Nuofeng glanced at the people behind her before setting her sight on Mu Zuxian. Come with us. Joy entered Mu Zuxian's heart, and she hurriedly nodded. Okay. Of course, when the people of the other kingdoms overheard Yu Nuofeng's words, they thought she was cowed and wanted to rely on the soldiers of the Lufeng kingdom to raise her spirits. Chapter 1969, Jinyang's Warning, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Currently, the Forest of Heaven's trial was exceptionally quiet. Every footstep was clearly heard. Although they encountered a countless number of spirit beasts, those spirit beasts were dealt with by Qi Ling and the others before Yu Nuofeng needed to act. This whole time, we weren't able to find the hiding spot of the Jade Seals. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we will enter the deep part of the Forest of Heaven's trial. Qi Su glanced at Yu Nuofeng and asked, Miss Yun, are we going to continue? Yu Nuofeng peered at the air behind her. She could feel a familiar presence there, her lips turning up. Continue going. It was as though having Yun Xiao following her would cause her to become fearless. All right. Qi Su and the others did not hesitate any longer and nodded in response. Everyone continued onward, heading deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the stronger the spirit beasts that they encountered. Yu Nuofeng collected her thoughts and did not lower her guard anymore. Miss Yun, look. Suddenly, Qi Su pointed at a large bird flying in the sky, excitement in his eyes. Look, isn't that bird holding a jade seal in its mouth? Hearing this, Yu Nuofeng looked up. Immediately, a giant, fire-colored bird flying above them entered her sight, the jade seal in its mouth extremely distinct. This firebird probably picked up the jade seal inside the forest by chance and did not know its use, so it took it and left and coincidentally flew past them. Qi Su, shoot that bird down. All right. Qi Su's hand raised, and a stream of spirit energy gathered in his palm and transformed into a sharp sword, shooting toward the firebird with a bang. Instantly, the firebird released a lament and fell down from the sky, harshly landing on the ground. In truth, Qi Su and the other people had held their strength back this whole journey, except for the spirit beasts who wanted to kill them. Then, he would give them a taste of their own medicine and kill them. Towards spirit beasts like the firebird who did not provoke them, he merely injured them and did not harm their life. It's truly a jade seal. It's the jade seal of our Lufeng kingdom. Mu Zuxian was ecstatic and swiftly walked toward Qi Su with a smile on her face. After thinking over it, Mu Zuxian took the jade seal and handed it to Yu Nuofeng. Miss Yun, I will give this jade seal to you. Instead of letting other people unite and lead the four kingdoms, I would rather that person be you. Yu Nuofeng did not say anything decorous and put away the jade seal. Let's continue. Maybe their luck was too great, but not long later, they found a cave and discovered the jade seal of the Jinyang kingdom was inside, managing to obtain the jade seal without much effort. There were a total of 4 jade seals. Yu Nuofeng had obtained 2 already, meaning she had a 50% chance of winning. Just as they continued walking forward, they suddenly discovered people from the Jinyang kingdom had started fighting with Qiao Zixuan of the Ziyu kingdom. Qian Zixuan, hand over that jade seal. A prince of the Jinyang kingdom severely shouted with a harsh expression. If you want to obtain the jade seal, then rely on your own strength. What's the use if you're powerless? Qian Zixuan fearlessly retorted. Chapter 1970, Jinyang's Warning, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. If Princess Jinyang was here, he would be more careful, but Princess Jinyang had yet to enter the Forest of Heaven's trial, so why would he fear the people before him? Qian Zixuan, you are digging your own grave. The prince of the Jinyang kingdom snorted and derisively declared. Qian Zixuan was about to rebut when he suddenly noticed Yu Nuofeng and her company. He started briefly before sneering, Cheng Li, the Tianqi kingdom and the Lufeng kingdom's teams are here too. They must have jade seals in their possession too. How about we team up to deal with them? As soon as Qian Zixuan recalled that Yun Xiao killed Qiao Yifeng, his teeth would clench from anger, and a cold glint would surface in his eyes. Cheng Li, a prince of Jinyang kingdom, glanced at Yu Nuofeng and was clearly mulling over Qian Zixuan's suggestion. It took a while before he spoke. Since it's like that, then we will first steal hers first. The 4 kingdoms had gathered. Except for Qi Yu and his group, everyone else had arrived. But clearly, the Lufeng kingdom and the Tianqi kingdom were together, and the Jinyang kingdom and the Ziyu kingdom had allied. Yu Nuofeng held her arms across her chest, the smile on her lips languid and wicked, and lazily leaned against the ancient tree behind her. You sure you want to fight now? Humph, Qian Zixuan snorted. If you sensibly hand the jade seal over, we will spare your life. The danger inside the Forest of Heaven's trial was endless, so even if he killed Yu Nuofeng here, no one would know. Yu Nuofeng uncrossed her arms and smiled. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yun Yi. Instantly, a light flashed, and Yun Yi's tall and sturdy figure heavily landed on the ground, his face expressionless. Heavenly God level. He did not hide his aura at all, dumbfounding everyone present. Qian Zixuan gritted his teeth. Mu Zuxian from the Lufeng kingdom is nothing, and there are only a few from the Tianqi kingdom. By teaming up, our strength might be enough to deal with this heavenly God level person. After saying this, Qian Zixuan ordered the people behind him to charge over. However, before those people could reach Yun Luofeng and the others, a figure, dark as a falcon, appeared in the sky and swiftly landed in front of Yun Luofeng. The man was handsome and cold with a tall stature. His appearance caused Qian Zixuan's expression to drastically change and fear to bubble up in his eyes. Why are you here? The Ghost Emperor followed along. Don't they know they have violated the rules? Yun Xiao did not say anything. More than that, he did not look at Qian Zixuan at all. He pulled Yun Luofeng into the protection of his arms, his handsome face chilling. Someone's here. And there were not merely one or two arrivals. Before Qian Zixuan and the others could react, they saw countless figures flying toward them from the sky. Their aura was powerful, so powerful that it made the heavens and the earth lose their colors. The people from the Jinyang Kingdom were caught in fear, but when they caught sight of Wu Zun among those people, their fear turned to joy. Sir Wu Zun. Unfortunately, Wu Zun did not deem them worthy of a single glance. His eyes were filled with a harsh light, and a murderous aura emanated from him, completely enveloping the sky and earth. The people from the Jinyang Kingdom finally realized something was amiss and closed their mouths, not saying a single word. Sir Wu Zun of the Jinyang Kingdom, why are you here? Qian Zixuan was startled. He did not think Wu Zun came because he learned Yun Xiao came to wreck the competition. Chapter 1971, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. At that moment, Qian Zixuan recalled Princess Jinyang's sudden departure, and for some reason, unease rose in his heart. More importantly, the people who came with Wu Zun were all Reverend God level experts. Heavens, since when did so many Reverend God level spirit cultivators appear in the continent? Ha ha ha, it looks like it's quite a complete gathering, except for that trash third prince of the Tianqi kingdom. However, forget it, it's not a problem if a trash like that didn't come. Coy laughter was heard and a pretty woman in green clothes walked out of the group of people. The woman swept her eyes over her audience and caught sight of the woman next to Yun Xiao, jealousy instantly flowing out of her eyes. As if it was not enough that a Yun Yuqing existed previously, now, another woman that resembled Yun Yuqing appeared. And the president is already interested in her. Miss Xinyu, can you perhaps spare the prodigies of our Jinyang kingdom? Wu Zun turned to the woman in green and tentatively asked. This woman was not only the junior sister of the president but also his concubine, so he naturally should not offend her. The president's order is to eliminate all the prodigies inside the Forest of Heaven's trial, including those of the Jinyang kingdom. She said with an aloof expression, contempt flashing through her eyes. Wu Zun's expression shifted as he looked at the people from the Jinyang kingdom. He wanted to say something but was unable to say anything in the end. So Wu Zun, what's going on? Chen Li was very displeased and tightly clenched his fists. Also, Jinyang said she had something to do earlier, so she left. Did she already know what we are going to face? Wu Zun glanced at Cheng Li and indifferently said, Jinyang didn't know anything, she was merely lucky. The president of the Freedom Alliance took a liking to her, so I had her leave first. Does Imperial Father know about this? Cheng Li asked between gritted teeth. His Majesty knows already. It was His Majesty who reached an agreement with the Alliance. The people from the Jinyang Kingdom originally held hope in their hearts, especially Cheng Li. He had great respect and admiration for his father. However, these people told him that Imperial Father planned to give them up. No. Cheng Li tightly clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, you are lying to me. I am at least Imperial Father's son. Why would Imperial Father treat me like this? Your Highness the Fourth Prince, His Majesty has his own troubles and has no other choice. This is the order of the Freedom Alliance, we can't disobey. His words were revealing. The Jinyang Kingdom belonged to the Freedom Alliance. They did not have the guts to disobey the orders issued by the Freedom Alliance. Qi Ling's eyes turned sharp. So us coming to the Forest of Heaven's trial is also the conspiracy of the Jinyang Kingdom and the Freedom Alliance. You say you are having the four kingdoms team up together to deal with the Freedom Alliance. But in the end, he became a lackey of the Freedom Alliance himself and wants to capture the four kingdoms at once. That's right, Wu Zun did not deny it. The Forest of Heaven's trial will be your burial ground. However, considering that you are members of the four kingdoms, I will permit you to get to know each other. His voice was very arrogant, evidently looking down on this group of prodigies. The only one who could make him for the cautious was the Ghost Emperor, but even so, he did not think the Ghost Emperor could defeat so many Reverend God-level experts by himself. This was clearly something impossible. Yun Xiao stood beside Yun Luofeng the whole time and protected her in his arms. He coldly surveyed the experts that encircled them, killing intent slowly leaking out of his dark eyes. Chapter 1972, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Despair covered every prodigy's face, even the faces of the prodigies from the Jinyang Kingdom turned ashen. They were fighting for their kingdom with everything they had, but in the end, they were abandoned. No, I don't believe it. Cheng Li tightly held his head and screamed in pain. Imperial Father wouldn't treat me like this, he absolutely wouldn't. Where's Jinyang? Where is she? Suddenly, recalling Jinyang who left, rage flitted across his pained eyes. Jinyang must have known about this already, which is why she left well in advance, while they pitifully fought for the glory of their kingdom. Where Jinyang went has nothing to do with you. Wu Zun's face turned colder bit by bit. I only know that everyone who came to the Forest of Heaven's trial today will lose their lives here. Boom. Wu Zun's aura pressed down on them, making them feel like they were being held down by Mount Tai. Cheng Li's face was deathly pale. He could not say a single word and the pain on his face could not be covered up the slightest. Run. Qian Zixuan gritted his teeth and turned around, leaping toward the back of the mountain. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp light attacked him and viciously pierced through his chest. Blood blossomed on his chest, causing his eyes to be extremely wide open. He unwillingly face planted onto the ground, his life draining out of him. Who else wants to try and escape? Lang Xinyu derisively smiled. There is no one in this world who can escape from me with their life intact. You will naturally be no exception. Except for that woman Yun Yuqing. However, there were not two Yun Yuqings in this world. Lang Xinyu's gaze turned to Yun Luofeng once more. This face that resembled Yun Yuqing so much it made her wish nothing more than to shred it apart. How would she go seduce men then? Leave it to me. Yun Xiao peered down and lowly spoke next to Yun Luofeng's ears. After he said that, he released the woman in his arms, his cold eyes icily looking at the people in the sky. Whoosh. The man unveiled his aura completely. His features were grave and stern, and his long, black robes fluttered with the wild winds. He was akin to a falcon in the dark, his power generating fear in people's hearts. Attack. Don't spare a single person except for that woman. That woman was the president's appointed substitute, so regardless of how much she wanted to kill her, she must control herself. The experts in the sky descended in a swarm, flying towards the people on the ground. Due to Qian Zixuan's death, the Xiu kingdom was left without a leader. The prodigies, who were famous in their own right in their kingdom, all laid in their own pools of blood under the massacre of these experts. Miss Yun, these people are all Reverend God level. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to escape this time. Qi Ling's face revealed his despair. At this time, the first person he thought of was his deceased wife's younger sister. If he died inside the Forest of Heaven's trial, who else would protect and watch over her from now on? It was likely that she would be sold by those family members of hers again. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and had her arms across her chest as she leaned against the trunk of a tree. Her languid gaze contained a dim light, and there was a smile on her lips. Seeing Yun Luofeng's calm expression, joy entered Qi Su's heart. Is Miss Yun thinking about a method to deal with this group of Reverend God level spirit cultivators? Chapter 1973, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. No, Yun Luofeng brightly answered with a smile. Then what are you thinking about, Miss Yun? I am thinking about how my man is so perfect even when he is killing people. Qi Su was petrified. How could you have the mood to feed dog food to the single dogs present at an urgent time like this? At the same time, Lang Xinyu's expression turned more serious. In the sky, faced with the group of Reverend God level's pressure, the man's movements remained very agile and were not forced to stop by any attack. When did a genius like this appear on the continent? Besides that GDDMN woman, Yun Yuqing, there were still other people who could hold their own against so many Reverend God level experts. This won't work. If we continue like this, I'm afraid there will be some unknown variable. Lang Xinyu's eyes sharpened and she suddenly turned to look at the woman in the crowd, a harsh glint flickering through her eyes. Block that man for me. After saying this, Lang Xinyu rapidly charged toward Yun Luofeng below her. In the sky, Yun Xiao looked down at the scene and a mocking smile turned up on his lips. No one knew his woman better than him. A mere Reverend God would be able to injure her. Then she underestimated his woman too much. However, Yun Xiao still acted. He forcefully threw his hand up, and a gale of razor-sharp wind slashed down, darting toward Lang Xinyu. Lang Xinyu had no mind to take care of the attack behind her. She swiftly shot toward the front of Yun Luofeng, a sharp glint flashing through her eyes. She raised her hand, wanting to squeeze Yun Luofeng's neck. However, just before her hand touched Yun Luofeng's neck, a hand firmly grasped her arm without warning. You previously said that not a single person who had come to the Forest of Heaven's trial shouldn't bother to think about leaving. Then, I will return that sentence to you. Boom. In an instant, the woman's body was enveloped in a layer of dragon scale. With a twist of her wrist, her palm slammed against Lang Xinyu's chest. Normally, according to Lang Xinyu's strength, Yun Luofeng might not be able to successfully attack her. However, she was careless this time. She never thought that this woman who was merely at heavenly god level would be able to suppress her. Just as Lang Xinyu staggered back a few steps, Yun Xiao's wind attack also approached and sent her body heavily flying back with a bang. Blood endlessly gushed out of her mouth. The woman in front of her was dressed in white dragon scales, her figure awe-inspiring. Her gaze was sharp as she haughtily looked down on Lang Xinyu with her arms across her chest. Lang Xinyu's face was somewhat pale. Abruptly, she started laughing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Even that woman isn't a match for your talent. Unfortunately, the president won't spare you. Who told you to resemble her so much? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a cold glint surfacing. Tell me your objective for coming here. Lang Xinyu closed her eyes. This time, they were truly too careless. There was no way they would have imagined there would be two powerful people like them inside the Four Kingdoms. First was Yun Xiao, who was able to fight back so many Reverend God level experts with his strength alone without growing weak. Now, this woman was only at heavenly god level, but she possessed such formidable power already. Based on these two people alone she knew this plot had failed. The remaining people from the Four Kingdoms were all stupefied, though Qi Su and Qi Ling knew Yun Luofeng's strength already. Chapter 1974, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. But other people did not know. Cheng Li's eyes were wide open with astonishment as he dumbfoundedly looked at the handsome, black-robed man in the sky and then at the white-clothed woman standing on the narrow and winding road. His expression turned from its initial despair to hope. However, most of it was due to the shock from the bottom of his heart. Jin Yang was incredibly talented and was referred to as #1 in the Four Kingdoms. However, Jinyang did not have the strength to fend off those Reverend God-level experts' attacks and also was not capable of remaining unaffected under the threat of so many Reverend God-level experts. Originally, the people of the Jinyang kingdom looked down on Yun Luofeng and her group. They would not have allied with the Ziyu kingdom otherwise, but now, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's power terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. Thankfully, the people from the Freedom Alliance had come in time. Otherwise, they could have committed a mistake they could not make up for in their lifetime. Even without Yun Xiao appearing, Yun Luofeng was able to hold her own against a Reverend God-level cultivator. How would they fight her? Could they? If it were not for the idiot Qian Zixuan bewitching him, he would not have wanted to steal the Jade Seal from Yun Luofeng. Thinking to this point, Cheng Li clenched his teeth from hate. If Qian Zixuan still lived, he would certainly shred the DMNB starred into thousands of pieces. Ho ho. Lang Xinyu climbed up from the ground and snorted, her lips turning up into a sneer. Although I underestimated your strength, I won't make things pleasant for you this time. She pulled out a bamboo flute from somewhere unknown and started playing it. As soon as Yun Luofeng heard her playing, she realized Lang Xinyu was playing a beast-controlling song. As expected, as the eerie flute played, the strip beasts from a radius of a kilometer all madly dashed toward Yun Luofeng and the others post-haste. Chi Su. Mu Zuxin's heart clenched, and she subconsciously grasped Chi Su's hand. Her clear and bright eyes were brimming with worry. Chi Su reversed their hold, enveloping her little hand in his, as though giving her strength. In comparison to other people's various state of panic, Yun Luofeng was standing still in the breeze, calm and indifferent. Her wicked eyes were placid and without a ripple. Why was it called a thousand beast stampede? Everyone gained first-hand experience of it at that moment. Under the mad dash of these strip beasts, the ground started shaking non-stop, as though all the strip beasts inside the Forest of Heaven's trial were flooding out. Lang Xinyu put down her flute, a rivulet of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, but her voice was mocking. This many Reverend God levels added with this many strip beasts, I would like to see whether you can still handle it. Although Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao could handle it, other people would be unable to escape death. Yun Luofeng had already geared up to fight, the dragon scale armor wrapped around her entire body, even her face was covered with glowing white dragon scales, making her look awe-inspiring and akin to a general who could vaporize the world. The leader of the group of strip beasts was a little tiger with blood-colored stripes. He released a low majestic roar and rapidly charged over, a storm of dust flying up behind him. However, when the strip beasts dashed past the people from the Jinyang kingdom, they did not stop at all. Perhaps due to the odd behavior of these strip beasts, Yun Luofeng did not take the initiative to act in the end and observe the approaching strip beasts. Roar! The blood-striped tiger mightily roared and charged toward Lang Xinyu. The aerial beast started attacking the Reverend God-level people fighting with Yun Xiao. Before Lang Xinyu could smile, she froze. She was stupefied by the scene before her and was unable to react even when the strip beasts reached her. Chapter 1975, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It was not until a claw slashed across her face that she exclaimed in shock and angrily shouted, What are you doing? I am your master. My beast-controlling technique is useless. Impossible, I tested it out just a few days ago. Even the people of the Four Kingdoms could not help but be stupefied, let alone the people from the Freedom Alliance. What was going on? Did the beast-controlling technique backfire on Lang Xinyu? Otherwise, why did the strip beasts under her control attack the people from the Freedom Alliance instead? The strip beasts' attacks were very ferocious, and the Reverend Gods who were previously fighting with Yun Xiao had exhausted a great deal of energy already, so it was not long before more than half of them died. When the blood-striped tiger walked past the front of Yun Luofeng, he unconsciously stopped and curiously looked at her, confusion flashing through his eyes. That's weird, why does this human woman have an aura similar to Mistress Yuqing? Could it be that she is the daughter that Mistress Yuqing has been looking for this whole time? At this time, deep in the Forest of Heaven's trial, Yun Yuqing had fallen on the ground and curled into a ball, her face frighteningly pale. In comparison to the eruption of poison inside her body, her head was embroiled in pain like it was about to explode. It was as though some energy wanted to break out of her mind. The Yun family, Brother Yang, Feng Er. Yun Yuqing closed her eyes due to the intense pain, a teardrop sliding down her face. I remember it, I finally remember. She was a daughter-in-law of the Yun family, the wife of Yun Yang. Yun Yuqing's fingers tightly gripped her chest, her heart aching immensely. Her beautiful face was drained of colors, and her complexion was as fragile as a piece of paper, ripping at any time. Should I thank that wonderful senior brother of mine or hate him? If he didn't poison me, I would not have remembered everything when the poison erupted. However, why do I have to remember all those painful things when I am about to die? Over these years, she was able to live unscathed because she kept suppressing the poison. But now, her strength could not inhibit the breakout of the poison anymore. However, she never would have expected to remember everything from her past on the eve of her death. And also remember her husband's death. If I didn't remember anything, perhaps I could peacefully die. Yun Yuqing's vision started blurring, and the world dimmed. Brother Yang, you aren't here anymore, but I have drifted and lived without a purpose all by myself until now. Now, I can finally go down to accompany you. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I'm coming to keep you company. Yun Yuqing closed her eyes. The split second before her eyes closed, she appeared to have seen a nervous and worried woman on Little Tiger's back. Woo woo, Little Tiger stilled, calls of lament endlessly coming out of his mouth. His teary eyes were full of worry. Chapter 1976, Battle Between Reverend Gods, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. That's right, Little Tiger could speak. However, the strip beasts had gotten used to dwelling inside the Forest of Heaven's trial, so they rarely used human speech to communicate. After all, there was no way a Reverend God-level strip beast did not know human speech. After learning that Yun Yuqing was also inside the Forest of Heaven's trial and was seriously injured, Yun Luofeng abandoned the battlefield and made Little Tiger take her there quickly. As for those reverent gods, Yun Xiao would take care of them soon. This is the antidote grass, feed it to her first to temporarily control the poison. If we wanted to expel the poison from her system, I'm afraid more time is needed. Yun Luofeng frowned. Yun Yuqing, oh, that's not right, Bai King's poison was a bit complicated. It was the most difficult poison she had encountered so far, so there was no way she could remove it entirely in a short amount of time. This poison needed at least half a month to remove. After feeding the antidote grass to Bai Ling, Yun Luofeng swiftly pulled out her silver needles and stuck them into her chest. Then, she dragged Little Bug out of God Code space and said, "Give me a drop of essence blood." What? Little Bug turned pale with fright and feebly said, "Mistress, you know well the importance of the essence blood to us dragons. Extracting a drop of essence blood, it takes several months before I can recover." "You are a member of the ancestral dragon tribe, right?" Yun Luofeng dryly asked. Alarm flashed through Little Bug's eyes. "Why are you asking this? Do you want to return to your true tribe?" Little Bug was the venerable ancestor of the dragon tribe, but it did not mean the dragon tribe originated from him, it meant the Little Bug came from the ancestral dragon tribe. To normal dragons, any ancestral dragon was their venerable ancestor. Little Bug grew more alarmed. "Mistress, clearly state what you want to say. You will really help me return to the ancestral dragon tribe." "That's right, I wager that the ancestral dragon tribe migrated following the change that happened in the Spirit God continent many years ago. Give me a drop of essence blood, and I will help you return to the ancestral dragon tribe. This is a fair trade without any deception." Faced with the woman's calm expression, Little Bug's eyes brightened. As long as he could return to the ancestral dragon tribe, he was willing to give 10 drops of essence blood, let alone 1. "Okay, it's a deal." Little Bug eagerly shook his little butt and bit into his tongue, and with a push of his energy, a drop of essence blood moved out of his mouth and slowly floated to the mouth of Bai Ling. With this drop of essence blood to recover her vitality, Bai Ling's complexion gradually regained its color. Rivulets of black energy also followed the needles and floated out. "HN." Bai Ling released a light groan and slowly opened her eyes. The second she opened her eyes, she could feel a warm tongue licking her face, causing her expression to drastically transform. "I didn't die." If she did not recover her memory, Bai Ling did not want to die. But after recovering her memory, she would remember the scene of her husband's violent death, and her continual survival merely deepened her pain. "Could it be that you want to end everything with death? Do you think you will be absolved by dying? No, you do obtain freedoms by dying, but you pain the people who are alive. Grandfather's hair has whitened over the years because of you, and second uncle has also lived in pain for so many years." Yun Luofeng watched Bai Ling's anguished expression and continued, "Chi Su was also expelled from the Qi family, and Qi Ling claims that she will come to the Forest of Heaven's trial to look for you when she's strong enough. So many people are concerned about you and care for you. Yet, all you want to do is to absolve yourself, and you didn't consider the family that's still alive." Chapter 1977, Mother and Daughter Reuniting, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's words elicited a shudder from Bai Ling. She dumbfoundedly looked up, a beautiful and wicked face entering her vision. The woman's clothes were white like snow, and her facial features were very similar to hers but were more domineering and evil. Bai Ling hurriedly covered her mouth, tears running down her face. Over these years, even though she had lost her memory, she still remembered that there was a daughter waiting for her at home. However, now, her daughter was standing in front of her. She did not dare to believe it. "You are Feng Er." Yun Luofeng's face gradually softened. Her words confirmed her identity. "Mother, grandfather and second uncle. They are both waiting at home for you. If they learn you're still alive, they will certainly be very happy. Can you bear not letting them see you for the rest of their lives?" Bai Ling put her hand down, tears freely flowing down. She suddenly stood up from the ground and charged over, tightly embracing Yun Luofeng. "Feng Er, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. These past years, mother didn't go back to look at you. Ever since father and mother left, did they bully you?" She was a bawling mess. She did not know how her daughter spent her days after she left for so many years. As soon as she thought of this, guilt would encircle her heart. It was a long while before she released her eyes teary. "Were your grandfather and second uncle all right these past years?" "Back then, second uncle thought you and father had died, so he worked hard to raise his strength to revenge you. However, because he was too talented, he attracted a prodigal who came to challenge him. He defeated the prodigal, but it courted the revenge of that prodigal's family. Due to those people's revenge, second uncle's strength was crippled and he became disabled. To survive, he faked his death and hid inside a secret room devoid of daylight for more than 10 years. Yun Luofeng's voice caused Bai Ling's lips to start trembling. Her heart was mercilessly gripped, painful beyond words. His brother-in-law was such a noble and virtuous person. What kind of environment caused him to live in such a humiliating fashion? He merely did not want his father to see a child die before himself again. "Feng Er, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." She really did not know that the Yun family suffered such a large misfortune these past years. "You can't be blamed for this since you lost your memory." Yun Luofeng thought of something and continued, "Right, since you're still alive, then father, is he still alive as well?" Bai Ling froze, her beautiful face ashen. She closed her eyes, unspeakable pain brimming from her features. "Your father, he is dead." She saw that man have his heart pierced by thousands of arrows in front of her with her own eyes. She also watched him breathe his last breath. He died, but she wafted through life until now and even forgot him. Yun Luofeng's heart contracted. She watched Bai Ling's curled up figure and slowly walked up, gently embracing the incredibly fragile woman before her. "Father is still alive." Bai Ling was startled and looked up at Yun Luofeng, astonished. "He is still alive. He just can't appear before us. He is certainly in another place, walking with us. When people died, as long as their spirit was not destroyed, they did not truly die. Chapter 1978, Mother and Daughter Reuniting 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Otherwise, she would not have been able to come to this world from Waxia. She was only able to transmigrate due to Xiao Yun Yang would not have been so lucky, so she could only use these kinds of words to console Bai Ling. Otherwise, she did not know whether Bai Ling could persevere and continue living. Feng you don't need to comfort Mother. Bai Ling stood up from the ground. If I didn't see you, Mother would follow your father and leave so that he wouldn't be lonely by himself. However, in this lifetime, Mother owes you too much already, so how could I abandon you again and leave? Bai Ling bitterly chuckled. Your father and I, we were simply not fated. When Bai Ling initially recovered her memories, she could not bear the pain of her loved one leaving, but she had recovered already. Regardless of how much pain infested her heart, she had to persevere for the family members still alive. Right, Feng why did you appear here? Bai Ling could not help but ask when she realized this. I came to find a friend, Yun Luofeng smiled, but I didn't expect I would find you. Finding Bai Ling was a pleasant surprise. All along, Yun Luofeng never expected Bai Ling to still be alive. Feng you can cultivate? Bai Ling asked in disbelief. She could feel the spirit energy faintly rolling inside Yun Luofeng's body. Under Bai Ling's anticipating gaze, Yun Luofeng nodded. Seeing her confirmation, joy flashed through Bai Ling's heart. It's wonderful that you can cultivate. Right, how are the enemies who harmed your second uncle? As Bai Ling said this, a cold light surfaced in Bai Ling's eyes. She looked like a celestial immortal with her floating white clothes, but her murderous aura was potent. They're already dead. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Also, second uncle has a second aunt now. I also have an adorable female cousin. It's unfortunate that you weren't able to be present at their marriage ceremony. Yun Luofeng's words caused Bai Ling to feel sincere happiness. King Ye is married. That's great. It looks like it's time for me to make up a present for my niece. It's not a big deal that I wasn't able to go to their wedding. It will be enough that I can go to your marriage ceremony in the future. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's eyebrow raised. She was too embarrassed to tell Bai Ling that she was married as well. Little Tiger, Bai Ling lightly called, her face suddenly turning grave. Little Tiger made a call in response and laid beside Bai Ling's feet, obedient like a little cat. Feng Little Tiger is the king of the Forest of Heaven's trial. I rescued him by chance and he has been following me since. Later, I will give Little Tiger and all the street beasts inside the Forest of Heaven's trial to you. You will be their only master. Bai Ling might be very gentle when facing Yun Luofeng, but when she was ordering Little Tiger, her face was very solemn. Little Tiger, if you want to repay your life debt to me, then use your life to protect Feng well from now on. Your master will be her solely from here on out, do you understand? Little Tiger lowly called and licked the back of Yun Luofeng's hand, as though he was expressing his goodwill. Bai Ling inwardly relaxed. Although you can cultivate now, Mother still can't help but be worried about you. With the street beasts of the Forest of Heaven's trial now though, they will be enough to assure your safety in the entire Fengyun continent. Chapter 1979, Mother and Daughter Reuniting 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The blood-striped lion was at Reverend God level already, and there were very few other Reverend God levels who could defeat him. With his protection, Yun Luofeng would not be in danger for certain. This way, even if her poison erupted again, she would not need to worry about her daughter's life being in danger. Suddenly, cold laughter shot from the sky. When Bai Ling heard it, her expression abruptly shifted. Ho ho, I was curious earlier about why someone looked so much like you. It appears that there is a reason behind your resemblance. A man slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. His creepy eyes eerily watched Bai Ling. Junior sister, no wonder you were unmoved despite how much I tried to gain your favor. It turns out you're married already. The man slowly walked toward Bai Ling, his chin held up high. Why can that man possess you, but I can't? I originally thought you were very virtuous, which is why you ignored my goodwill. It turns out you are nothing but a slut who has climbed into another person's bed. Swish. Suddenly, a light shot toward him head-on. The man sharply turned to the side to dodge it, and the sword light slammed into the tree behind him with a boom. The entire tree trunk was leveled. Yun Luofeng's white figure was beautiful like snow. In contrast to Bai Ling's transient feeling, this woman was more evil. Her face was haughty as she looked down on the world. My mom was uninterested in you because you aren't as outstanding as my father, of course. The man narrowed his eyes, his killing intent apparent. I'm not as outstanding as that man. What a joke. I am the president of the Freedom Alliance. The entire Fengyun continent will belong to me in the future. Yet, you tell me I am not as outstanding as a dead person. Oh, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. I'm sorry, I just happen to be interested in the Fengyun continent as well, so I'm afraid you won't become the master of the Fengyun continent. Instantly, the man's aura ruptured, his eyes containing a storm as he icily glared at Yun Luofeng. Girl, you want to die. A cyclone whipped around his figure, and the entire sky turned gloomy, grey clouds taking over the blue sky. Feng careful. Bai Ling immediately stood in front of Yun Luofeng and fearlessly looked at the man in front of them. What feat is it to threaten a child? You can't even win against me, yet you dare to compare yourself to my husband. The man loudly laughed, wild winds abruptly rose, the world's colors changing. I can't win against you. Junior sister, if it's truly like that, why don't we fight right now? A derisive smile turned up on Bai Ling's lips. If you could actually beat me, why would you have poisoned me? After my poison is resolved, I will make you kneel and beg. Her poison is resolved. The man smiled in disdain. There was no way she could resolve her poison in her lifetime. Of course, the man also knew Bai Ling was purposefully spurring him on to make him leave this place. Unfortunately, he would not take the bait. Bai Ling, if you want your daughter to live, then leave with me. Otherwise, I can squeeze her to death single-handedly. The man arrogantly lifted his chin and expressionlessly said. Bai Ling's face sunk again. She sent a look to Little Tiger on the side, hinting him to hurry and leave with Yun Luofeng later. If he was the only one here, perhaps Little Tiger could still risk it. However, Bai Ling's eyes narrowed as she peered at the several other people descending from the sky. Chapter 1980, Mother and Daughter Reuniting, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Reverend God level. These people are actually all Reverend God levels. Little Tiger wailed in anguish, reluctance to separate clear in his eyes as he watched Bai Ling. Bai Ling's expression was very decisive. Her eyes were as clear as water, but she was icily staring at the man. You ended up using the forbidden technique left behind by Master. Don't you know the consequences of this secret technique? Although the recipients of the technique can break through to Reverend God level in a short amount of time, they will die after 3 years. This was why Master did not mass-produce Reverend God level experts back then. In order to avoid harming innocents. Her words were also meant for the group of people behind the man. Unexpectedly though, their expression did not change. It was as though they did not hear her words. Bai Ling's heart sunk little by little. Little Tiger finally made up his mind. He walked over to Yun Luofeng and made a low call. However, Yun Luofeng walked around Little Tiger and leisurely walked toward Bai Ling. Go to the back and watch. Bai Ling was taken back, anxiety in her eyes. Feng, what are you planning to do? Leave it to me. Yun Luofeng's expression was very determined. I won't permit anyone to humiliate you. Her voice was like a hammer, fiercely pounding on Bai Ling's heart. Because I won't permit anyone to humiliate you, even if I know I'm not a match for them, I absolutely won't back down. Feng, don't make trouble. Bai Ling quickly regained her senses and hurriedly pressed down on her shoulder. Leave with Little Tiger. With his strength, he can safely escort you out. There's time to revenge Mother in the future. Yun Luofeng placed her hand over the back of Bai Ling's hand and gently pushed it away. I said, I won't allow anyone to humiliate you. Just like all those years ago, it was clearly another kingdom's emperor who tyrannically took a liking to Bai Ling, but the populace vilified Bai Ling as another Helen of Troy. In order to repress those voices, she had no scruples against initiating a slaughter and caused blood to run through the entire imperial city like rivers, all because she would not allow anyone to humiliate her. Feng. Watching Yun Luofeng walk toward the man, Bai Ling's heart tightened. She wanted to run up but just happened to stumble and nearly fell on the ground, and a sense of powerlessness invaded her heart. If it were not for this DMN poison, she would not be at a disadvantage. Girl. The man looked down on Yun Luofeng and snickered. I won't be merciful simply because of your mother. I also won't spare you simply because you're my mother's senior brother, Yun Luofeng retorted, sharp-tongued. Instantly, the man's gaze darkened, an eerie light glowing in his eyes. Humph, I would like to see how you won't spare me. The second he spoke the last word, he started moving toward Yun Luofeng. The Reverend God-level experts behind him stirred restlessly but were halted by the man's harsh voice. She's nothing but a little girl, this lord alone is enough, so as to avoid other people saying this lord used numbers to bully someone. The man stopped holding his aura back. Strong winds whipped around unrestrained, carrying an oppressive presence. The woman's expression did not shift in the face of such strong winds. Her dark eyes were calm, and a layer of dragon-scaled armor enveloped her skin. The snow-white armor emitted an icy glow under the wild winds. Bai Ling opened her mouth in shock as she watched Yun Luofeng, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Heavenly God level. Her daughter had reached Heavenly God level at such a young age. But a Heavenly God was merely a Heavenly God. The man in front of them was equal to 10 whole Heavenly Gods. Chapter 1981, Mother and Daughter Reuniting, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. How could a pearl bead dare to outshine the sun and moon? The man disdainfully glanced at Yun Luofeng, his lips curved up with a sneer. She was merely at Heavenly God level, how could she defeat him? Although this girl was very talented, she was merely a tiny pearl compared to a magnificent sun like him. There was no way she could outshine him. Swish! Yun Luofeng lifted her arm, and the sword light darted toward him head-on. The man easily dodged it by turning to the side, and the sneer on his lips deepened, his eyes revealing intense contempt. A Heavenly God is only a Heavenly God, how could you possibly win against me? After saying that, the man acted. He was very fast like a burst of wind, arriving in front of Yun Luofeng in the blink of an eye. A layer of power wrapped around his hand and shot toward Yun Luofeng. Bang! Yun Luofeng did not dodge at the crucial moment and met the man's attack head-on. Bai Ling's heart skipped a beat. She was tense to the point of being unable to breathe. Her fists were tightly clenched, and she started trembling as well. The disdain in the man's eyes intensified. If Yun Luofeng dodged, perhaps she would not lose so quickly. But this woman overestimated her strength and wanted to fight fire with fire. How could the power of a Heavenly God compare to a Reverend God? However, it was not long before the man's smile froze. With a loud boom, enormous power spread from him, leveling the entire hill. It was though it was struck by lightning, and the whole ground sunk in. Yun Luofeng flung her numbed arm, and there was a taste of copper in her throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, but it was forcibly pressed down. As expected, there was a large gap between Reverend God-level cultivators. This man was different from Lang Xinyu who she encountered earlier. Perhaps even 10 Lang Xinyus would not be a match for this man. Undisguised shock flowed out of the man's eyes. In his imagination, that attack just now contained nearly all of his strength, so this woman's arm should be chopped off for certain even she did not die. However, she currently stood before him unscathed. Could it be, due to that dragon-scale armor? The man slightly narrowed his eyes and finally discovered something amiss. Perhaps that dragon scale armor dispelled the majority of his power, which is why this woman was safe and sound. Girl, it looks like I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of treasure on you. In other words, you were able to block my attack not because of how strong you were but because you relied on that dragon scale armor. Since it's like that, then I can only make this quick. All of you, attack. Cripple this girl. The man snorted. He still had a use for this girl, so he naturally could not kill her. Bai Ling had regained her senses already. Looking at the man's shameless face, she icily smiled. What, as if it weren't enough that you were bullying someone younger than you, but now you want to terrorize them with the masses too. Was this what Master taught you back then, how to bully the weak? The man sneered. So what if I am bullying her with numbers? It's not my fault that I have more than enough people in my Freedom Alliance. Bai Ling, if you obediently listen to me, I will spare her. This time, without waiting for Bai Ling to respond, Yun Luofeng's wicked voice was heard again. I can't compete with you in numbers, but each of my people is a match for 10. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man and dryly said, Ji Jitian, for how long will you continue watching from the sidelines? Chapter 1982, Mother and Daughter Reuniting, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. As soon as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, egotistical laughter pierced the horizon, evoking a commotion in the sky. Xiao Feng'er, I didn't expect to be discovered by you even though I hid so deep. A red figure, brilliant like fire, slowly appeared in the air. The man was like a siren who could overturn kingdoms. He was a man, but his beauty caused women to feel ashamed. His red clothes complemented his unrivaled magnificence, his lapels were half opened at his chest, the snow-white skin ransoming people's heart and soul. He donned a haughty smile as he looked down on the people standing opposite of Yun Luofeng. Since you came, why didn't you come out before just now? Yun Luofeng asked with narrowed eyes, an evil glint flickering through them. She came to the Fengyun continent to search for Ji Jitian, yet this man decided to hide from her. Didn't that guy say he wanted to fight with you one-on-one? Ji Jitian pointed at the man with his chin. I merely wanted to observe his strength. Also, I don't think he can defeat you. However, he faintly smiled, I didn't expect him to be so shameless. He can't win against you, so he plans to bully the minority with the majority. I was about to come out and help you, but then you discovered me. Yun Luofeng glanced at Ji Jitian. How many can you fight? I will leave this man for you to deal with. I can stop the other people for you. Alright, you will deal with these people with Little Tiger. I will personally take care of this man from the Freedom Alliance. Yun Luofeng's expression turned serious again, her voice was chillingly wicked. Little Tiger called and alertly stared at the people from the Freedom Alliance like they were prey. Bai Ling was not sure if she misconceived it, but she felt like the way this vixen man in red looked at her daughter was unusual. However, her daughter was so outstanding, so it was very normal that she had admirers. Bai Ling was proud as she thought of this. This was her daughter, her pride in life. You want to deal with so many people with you two alone? The man narrowed his eyes, disdain flickering through them. I'm afraid you're fantasizing too much. He would teach them a life lesson and make them understand that they should not bluff. Otherwise, they would slap their own face. Yun Luofeng calmly looked at the man. Yun Xiao must have already noticed the commotion caused by her fight with this man just now. He must be on his way right now. She must stall for time until he arrived. Ji Jitian was standing in front of Yun Luofeng. At the same time, the group of reverend gods behind the man acted as well. The blood-striped tiger angrily roared and charged toward one of the reverend gods. He opened his mouth wide and ferociously chomped on the reverend god. However, the reverend god managed to dodge Little Tiger's attack by turning to the side. Little Tiger was not discouraged and shot toward the reverend god again. Yun Luofeng released Yun Yi. Although Yun Yi was only at the heavenly god level, he could still fend off a few attacks of a reverend god with his strength. As for the other strip beasts, there was a gap in strength, so Yun Luofeng did not let them come out and fight to avoid unnecessary fatalities. Seeing the man act first, Bai Ling's heart became tense again and she hurriedly warned, Feng'er, careful. With a glance, Yun Luofeng caught sight of the man that had reached the spot in front of her, and the dragon scale armor on her glowed resplendently as she received the man's attack again. Chapter 1983, Yun Xiao makes a move, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. There was a sneer on the man's face as his palm fiercely slammed onto the dragon scale armor on Yun Luofeng. His aura whirled around him, and his every hit aimed for her vitals. Initially, he wanted to use Yun Luofeng as Bai Ling's substitute, but he never expected this woman to be Bai Ling's daughter. Since it was like that, he would make Bai Ling be in so much pain that she would wish she was dead. That was the price she had to pay for not accepting him. However, seeing Yun Luofeng dodge his attack again and again, the man's face turned dark, and a layer of frost covered his features. Bai Ling's daughter was actually strong to this extent. Thank goodness he discovered it early on. Otherwise, if he allowed her to continue growing, his Freedom Alliance would probably be destroyed by her. The top priority right now was to eliminate her before she was fully grown. Thinking to this point, a killing intent entered the man's eyes, and his attacks toward Yun Luofeng became faster and faster and also more and more ferocious, pouring down on her like a raging storm. Yun Luofeng used a tranquil expression to cover up her emotions inside. The dragon scale armor had a time limit. She had summoned it once earlier already. Although she was able to summon twice in a short amount of time because she broke through to heavenly god level, she would be at a disadvantage once the armor disappeared. At that time, she would be unable to fend this man off. While Yun Luofeng was deep in contemplation, the man arrived in front of her again, a sharp blade appearing in his hand, chopping down toward Yun Luofeng's head. Yun Luofeng tilted her head, and the blade slid past her hair, with a strand of hair being cut off and drifting down from the air. Girl, you might be beautiful, but you are too young still. You aren't as flavorful as your mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind accepting both of you, ha ha ha. The man guffawed, his arrogant voice ringing in the air. I'm afraid you won't have the life to enjoy it, Yun Luofeng domineering stated as she coldly looked at the man. Tut, from what I know, your dragon scale armor has a time limit. When it's time, I'm afraid you will become a lamb waiting for slaughter. Is that so? Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Her dragon scale armor did have a time limit, but Yun Xiao was also almost here. She only needed to hold on until Yun Xiao came. Stop. Seeing the man about to attack again, Bai Ling finally could not help but shout, Oh Yu Lei, I'm the one you have been looking for all along. This has nothing to do with my daughter. If you dare to hurt her the slightest, I will turn you limbless even if I am crushed in the process. After all, Bai Ling was Yun Luofeng's mother, so how could she not know her daughter was barely holding on? If she did not step up and protect her daughter, how was she worthy to be a mother? The man that Bai Ling called Oh Yu Lei smiled and haughtily looked at Bai Ling. Bai Ling, you finally decided to be married to me. It's not like you have a pure body anyway. You should be deeply grateful that I will still take you. His face was arrogant. Could it be that I can't compare to that beastard of yours? Bai Ling mockingly smiled. 10,000 of you wouldn't compare to a single him. I am not pleading with you right now, I am warning you. You should believe my strength. You won't end well if I do sacrifice myself. Oh Yu Lei's face slowly darkened, filling people with terror like a hurricane. Chapter 1984, Yun Xiao makes a move, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This woman was truly asking for it. She just had to force him to attack her, didn't she? I said, I can take care of this. Yun Luofeng helplessly sighed as she looked at Bai Ling who stepped forward. You're my daughter, I can't leave you alone. Bai Ling turned to look at Oh Yu Lei, frost covering her face. Over these years, you have suffered too many grievances and harm already. Now, after much difficulty we've reunited, so how could I permit anyone to ever hurt you again? Although Bai Ling did not know how Yun Luofeng spent these years, she must have suffered through pain that normal people could not imagine to be so strong at such a young age. As soon as she thought about everything that her daughter experienced these past years, pain would drill into her heart. Roar. Little Tiger mightily roared in correspondence to Bai Ling, a paw slapping toward the reverend god in front of him. Ji Jutian looked back at Yun Luofeng, a seductively evil smile on his vixen face. He quickly turned back around to continue dealing with the enemies before him. Humph. Oh Yu Lei snorted. Yun Yuqing, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for ignoring our past friendship. After saying this, powerful energy gathered in Oh Yu Lei's palm, causing even the sky and earth to change its color. The boundless energy was like an unsheathed sword and arrived in front of Yun Luofeng in the blink of an eye. This time, he did not plan to hold any strength back and put all of his power behind his attack before sending it off. Feng careful. Bai Ling turned pale with fright, reaching the front of Yun Luofeng in a flash, wanting to take this blow for her. However, Yun Luofeng fiercely pushed Bai Ling away. Bai Ling dumbfoundedly looked back, and an eternally unforgettable scene occurred. The enormously powerful energy swallowed Yun Luofeng whole. Dark clouds densely covered the sky, the gloominess suffocating people's heart. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow, without a speck of dust. She stood in the air, her beauty able to overturn kingdoms. Oh Yu Lei was stunned. His attack just now was fully packed, yet it was useless against this woman. No. Watching Yun Luofeng's current situation, Oh Yu Lei narrowed his eyes. It appears the dragon scale armor of yours is truly a treasure. What a pity that it can't withstand such a powerful energy despite how formidable it is, so it could not resist my attack. It was like that indeed. Yun Luofeng used her dragon scale armor to block this attack, but the armor could not withstand the power behind it, so it dissipated before the time was up. However, feeling the nearing presence, Yun Luofeng smiled. Her dark eyes remained placid like water without a single ripple. Feng Bai Ling felt like her heart nearly stopped just now. She swiftly walked to the front of Yun Luofeng and hurriedly embraced her. Yun Luofeng could feel Bai Ling trembling. You're fine. That's great. You're fine. She did not dare to imagine how much damage Yun Luofeng would have suffered from this blow if it weren't for the protection of the dragon scale armor. She also could not imagine how she would spend her life if she were to lose the daughter she just got back. Thankfully, she was safe. Bai Ling was stuttering, and 2 streams of tear trailed down her face, her eyes full of happiness, the type of happiness where you lose something only to regain it. Chapter 1985, Yun Xiao makes a move, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Oh Yu Lei watched as Bai Ling tightly embraced Yun Luofeng, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. She's nothing but A-B starred, does she deserve you cherishing her like this? Bai Ling clenched her fists, rage boiling in her chest as she coldly turned around to look at Oh Yu Lei. She is my legitimate daughter and I'm an officially wed daughter-in-law of the Yun family. How is she A-B starred? My wonderful junior sister, don't forget that Master is dead already, and I'm your senior brother. I didn't agree to your marriage to that man, so that girl can merely be A-B starred. Bai Ling smiled, derision in her smile. I formally became Master's disciple for a mere 10 years, but I was married to Brother Yang for nearly 30 years. You think you have the qualifications to decide important matters in my life for me? If the past few years did not happen, Bai Ling would still treat the senior brother of hers as family. Back when Master was still alive, whether it was her senior brothers or senior sisters, they all treated her extremely well. However, as soon as Master died, these people's rapacious ambition was exposed. She never knew Oh Yu Lei was such a shameless and vile character. Yun Luofeng did not stop their conversation. To her, the longer they could stall Oh Yu Lei, the better. This saved her from thinking of a way to stall for time. Yun Yuqing, I'm your senior brother, you must listen to me. Yulei grew angry and lifted his hand, wanting to grab Bai Ling's shoulders. Either this beastard serves me like you will, or she dies. You choose. Before Yulei's hand could touch Bai Ling, she swatted it away with revulsion. Her eyes contained unconcealed disgust. Scram, don't touch me with your disgusting hands. Also, there's no way my daughter will die, nor will she serve you. Yulei lost his mind to violent fury. He naturally could not kill Bai Ling, so he could only turn his sight toward Yun Luofeng again. You don't have the protection of the dragon scale armor anymore. Let's see how you will fight with me this time. Die. The second his words were spoken, he charged in front of Yun Luofeng as fast as lightning. The killing intent in his eyes was completely revealed as an icy, eerie smile turned up on his lips. Watching the approaching attack, Yun Luofeng's expression turned serious. This time, she didn't dare to fight fire with fire and turned to the side to dodge it. However, Yulei's sharp sword was a hairbreadth from her eyes in the next second. She had nowhere to run. Bai Ling's heart stopped again, and she madly dashed toward Yun Luofeng. However, she was a bit far away and could not compete with Yulei in front of her. She would not reach Yun Luofeng in time. Suddenly, in the air, a cold, rope-like presence strapped around his neck, choking him. By the time he recovered, a man in long, black robes landed in front of him and took Yun Luofeng into his arms. The man's expression was cool, and the forbidding aura whipped around him as he lifted his hand, forcing Yulei to back up a few steps, seriousness finally creeping onto the man's face. Who are you? Yun Xiao's mouth curved up, his face grave. You delusionally dare to touch my woman, yet you ask me who I am. Bai Ling was originally wondering about the identity of the man who descended from the sky and instantly turned stupefied when she heard his words, thunderstruck. His woman, could it be that Feng Er had a husband already? Bai Ling's face turned dim. How much did she miss all these years? Yulei's expression shifted. He could feel the powerful aura around this man, and his mood turned heavy. Chapter 1986, Yun Xiao makes a move, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Boy, you sure you want to meddle in other people's business? There are so many women in the world, don't lose your life because of a woman. Yulei was absolutely unwilling to lose in manner, so he did not forget to ruthlessly warn Yun Xiao even now. As long as this man was sensible, you would not be enemies with the Freedom Alliance. However, Yun Xiao had always been sparing with his words. He was a strong believer of the adage that actions spoke louder than words. Hence, Yulei did not receive an answer and was instead met with a falcon-like figure appearing before his eyes. Yulei's expression shifted, and he met the other man's attack. Instantly, a numb feeling spread from his arm to the rest of his body, making him take a few steps back and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Ji Jutian had killed all of the reverend gods in front of him and slowly walked to Yun Xiao's side. With his chin raised, he asked, Do you need this lord's help? Yun Xiao's voice was as cool as always. No need. Ji Jutian smiled alluringly and descended from the sky, standing in front of Yun Luofeng. With Yun Xiao's strength, Yulei was not his match indeed, and Yun Xiao's actions quickly proved Ji Jutian's words. Yulei had nearly exhausted all of his strength from fighting with Yun Luofeng earlier, so he did not have any energy left toward Yun Xiao off. Of course, even if he did not fight with Yun Luofeng earlier, he still would not be a match for Yun Xiao. No one noticed that there was a slender figure hiding behind an ancient tree a little distance away. Mo Chancheng was ardently watching Yun Luofeng. When he saw the deep love in her eyes, he felt like needles were pricking his heart, unbearably painful. Jue-chan, you didn't love me in your last life, but this life, you still don't like me. He cast down his eyes to cover up the anguish in his eyes. I originally wanted to kill that man, but unfortunately, I can't kill him with my current strength. More importantly, I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to hate me, that's all. I once committed an enormous mistake and brought about your hate. So now, what I am most afraid of seeing is your eyes filled with hatred. If this man is truly your choice, then should I let you go? Mo Chancheng did not know what choice he should make. He found himself at a loss. After a final glance at Yun Luofeng, he turned around and left this place. It was enough for him to know that she was safe and sound. Mo Chancheng harshly bit his lips, his handsome face pale, and tears of longing rolled around his eyes. However, in the end, he understood that he would not be able to eliminate the hate in her heart regardless of what he did. She hated him. He was able to tell since he first tried to kill Yun Xiao. Otherwise, she would not keep so many people around her, except for him. Jue-chan, if there's a next life, then I wish to not be acquainted with you again. He had waited for him for so many years, waited until his heart grew battered with fatigue. Perhaps it was time for him to attempt to let go. In the air, Yulei's physical strength gradually decreased and he found it very difficult to deal with the other man. Just when he could not hold on any longer, Yun Xiao sharply kicked him down from the sky, and he fell in front of Bai Ling with a bang. A deep crater was created on the ground from his fall. Yun Xiao walked from the sky to Yun Luofeng's side, his pitch black eyes filled with tenderness. Feng Er, I arrived late. Chapter 1987, Yun Xiao makes a move, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Not late, just in time. Yun Luofeng had her eyes lowered and a faint smile on her face. Immediately, she pulled Yun Xiao toward Bai Ling. Mother, this is Yun Xiao. He has accompanied me for these past 10+ years. He is also my lover who I can entrust with my life. Yun Xiao was startled, but he quickly regained his cold expression and nodded lightly. Mother. Hearing Yun Luofeng say it like this, Bai Ling surveyed Yun Xiao up and down, liking him more the more she looked at him, just like how most mother-in-laws viewed their son-in-laws. However, when Bai Ling heard Yun Xiao's address for her, she was taken back. You two have married. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose. It happened not long ago. We were just married. The current Bai Ling felt like she was struck by lightning and wanted to cry but had no tears. She originally wanted to participate in her daughter's marriage ceremony, but who knew her daughter would tell her they were married already. The largest tragedy for a mother was probably being unable to see her daughter getting married. Mother, how should we deal with this guy? Yun Luofeng asked with raised brows, turning her sight toward the man unable to climb out of the deep crater. Bai Ling stated with a deep frown, kill him. If Ou Lei was being unreasonable to her alone, she could forgive him. But she could not tolerate him wanting to harm her precious daughter. Yun Xiao, kill him. I don't want to dirty my hands. Yun Luofeng lazily yawned, her expression indolent. Things were nearly at its end at this point. All right, Yun Xiao spoke concisely and walked toward Ou Lei. In the crater, Ou Lei saw the approaching cold face, and panic appeared on his face. No, I don't want to die. I beg you to spare me. I beg you. Ah. Suddenly, Yun Xiao waved his hand and numerous sharp sword lights charged down one by one, cutting him down. Not long later, there was not a single whole spot on Ou Lei, and his eyes were wide open, as though he died with remaining grievances. Bai Ling watched Ou Lei's life fade as he laid in a pool of blood with grief in his heart. This man died like this. He died in an extremely miserable fashion. However, Bai Ling did not feel any sympathy. Ou Lei must pay for his sins, who could he blame? Mistress, Little Tiger's ears suddenly twitched, and he said, the spirit beasts from Forest of Heaven's trial sent a message just now, saying that the woman called Lang Xinyu had fled. Earlier, Yun Xiao merely killed the reverend gods from the Freedom Alliance and was about to take care of Lang Xinyu when he heard the commotion deep inside Forest of Heaven's trial. He was worried for Yun Luofeng's safety and could not attend to Lang Xinyu. Who would have expected that woman would be capable enough to escape? No big deal. Bai Ling's furrowed brows relaxed. Besides the Freedom Alliance, where else could she go? And I will personally make a trip to Freedom Alliance eventually. After saying this, Bai Ling turned to Little Tiger, also, your mistress is Feng Er. From now on, she is your only mistress. Woo. Little Tiger obediently responded and flopped onto the ground in a pile. Yun Xiao, let's meet up with other people first. After saying this, Yun Luofeng walked to Bai Ling's side and wrapped her arm around her shoulders. Mother, come with me for some time. I still need to help you treat your poison. Bai Ling was startled. You were saying my poison can be treated? Yun Luofeng smiled. In comparison to my strength, I am more proud of my medical skill. So I am 100% certain I can resolve your poison. It's just the procedure is a bit troublesome. Chapter 1988, Yun Xiao makes a move, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Bai Ling felt dizzy. She remembered that when she left, her daughter did not know anything. How did she turn so powerful after 20-something years and also have extraordinary medical skills? What hardships did she experience in these 20 years? Bai Ling's heart twitched in pain again and firmly decided to use her whole life to compensate her. Not far away, Chisu had his head raised and was looking around in anticipation. When he saw Yun Luofeng walking over with Bai Ling, warm tears flooded his eyes instantly. Master. It had been more than 3 years. Who could understand how he had passed these 3 years? No one treated him better than Master in this world. Master was family that he did not want to lose in his life. Su'er. Bai Ling caught sight of Chi Su at first glance, a gentle smile surfacing on her face. She slowly walked toward Chi Su, leading Yun Luofeng by her hand. Feng Er told me everything that happened these past 3 years on the way here. It has been hard on you and Xiao Ling. I didn't expect the Chi family to be ingrates like this. They used the world she conquered to abuse her disciple. And they also wanted to sell Xiao Ling to someone. Bai Ling never expected someone like this would exist in the world. Master. Chi Su kneeled in front of Bai Ling with a bang, sobbing. It was this disciple who has been unfilial. I have caused Master to suffer inside Forest of Heaven's trial these past years. If he had enough power to protect his family, then Master would not have taken a risk like this. Bai Ling realized that Chi Su had gathered the blame for her going missing for 3 years onto himself. She hurriedly helped him up and gently said, Su'er, this wasn't your fault. Master was set up by other people and had no choice but to hide in this place. Chi Su did not say anything, but he secretly decided to never let Master come to any harm ever again. When Mu Zushin saw Yun Luofeng and Bai Ling step out at the same time, she was dazed. She discovered that when these two women stood side by side, they looked like mother and daughter. Curious, she asked, Auntie Yun, you and Miss Yun are? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Bai Ling clasped Yun Luofeng's hand, her face full of pride. This is my daughter, Yun Luofeng. My real name also isn't Yun Yuqing, it's Bai Ling. Yun is my husband's surname, which is why I was unable to forget it for so many years. And I named Xiao Ling, Ling, because I only remembered this character. Mu Zushin's mouth opened in astonishment, and she quickly held her hand over it. No wonder she thought Yun Luofeng was so familiar. It turned out she was Auntie Yun's daughter. Currently, the people from Ziyu Kingdom were all dead, and the Jinyang Kingdom suffered some fatalities as well. Only the group of people led by Cheng Li was still alive. As for Chiyu of the Tianqi Kingdom, no one had seen neither hide nor hair of him, who knew where he hid. Without much surprise, Cheng Li was not as wild as earlier and was frightened to the point of not daring to utter a single word. His head was kept lowered in a subservient manner. Yun Luofeng did not pay attention to him and walked to Qiao Zixuan's body, took the jade seal from his lapels, and put it inside her lapels without any hesitation. Do you have any objections against me taking this jade seal away? She indifferently asked while looking at Cheng Li with raised brows. Cheng Li's heart nearly stopped beating from terror. No objections. What a joke, this woman did not care about reverend god levels even. Did he dare to have objections? Wouldn't he be seeking death? Chapter 1989, Jinyang's anger, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. Rustle rustle. Rustling came from the side. When everyone turned to look, they discovered Chi Yu leading a few people out. Only a few soldiers remained from the troop he brought inside, as the rest had all died inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. Chi Yu evidently did not expect to run into Qi Ling and the others. When he saw the ground full of corpses, he jumped in fright. What in the world happened here? However, Chi Yu quickly regained his wits and disdainfully looked at Qi Ling. Second Imperial brother, I am wagering you haven't had much luck yet, right? Do you need me to lend you a hand? Haha, I obtained a jade seal not too long ago. I just need to obtain one more, and I will be in first place for certain this time. He had his chin raised high, and his tone arrogant. As for you, if you weren't together with the people from the Jinyang Kingdom, perhaps you would have already lost your life to these outsiders. Qi Yu did not recognize the experts from the Freedom Alliance and had never even met Wu Zun from the Jinyang Kingdom. Hence, he was confident that these people had accidentally stumbled into the Forest of Heaven's trial and had a confrontation with the Four Kingdoms. It was Cheng Li who led the people of the Jinyang Kingdom to kill this group of outsiders, and Qi Ling had merely hidden behind the Jinyang Kingdom. Cheng Li looked at Qi Yu oddly, as though he was looking at an idiot. Qi Yu did not notice his odd look at all, and there was a sneer on his face as he egotistically looked down on Qi Ling. You want to find another jade seal? It was a long while before Qi Ling finally spoke. His voice was very indifferent, chilling to the bones. Qi Yu snickered. Second Imperial brother, if you want to fight with me, you absolutely won't win. In other words, the winner of the Four Kingdom tournament this time would be no one but him. I'm sorry, what I wanted to tell you was, don't bother looking for that jade seal. Because besides the jade seal in your hand, the other jade seals have all been obtained by Miss Yun already. Before Qi Yu stopped snickering, Qi Ling's aloof voice traveled to his ears and exploded in his mind, his face obviously dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I merely found one, yet you can obtain 3. Qi Yu clearly did not believe Qi Ling and thought he was deceiving him. He inwardly ascertained this and snorted. I know, you want to lie to me so that I would think the jade seals are in your hands and give up on this competition. Qi Ling, oh, Qi Ling, do you think I'm a stupid swine? Why would I fall into your trap? After saying this, he purposefully looked at Yun Luofeng. However, Yun Luofeng had her arms across her chest the whole time as she languidly leaned against Yun Xiao's chest with amusement in her eyes. She did not have the slightest inclination to interfere in this matter. When Qi Yu saw Yun Xiao, his pupils dilated. He remembered that this man called the Ghost Emperor had killed Princess Qiao Yifeng on the spot and stood his ground without a problem against the experts of the Jinyang Kingdom. However, he was not a member of the Four Kingdoms, so why would he appear here? What was laughable was that his gaze had been on the corpses from the start and did not notice Yun Xiao's presence. He is speaking the truth. The look in Cheng Li's eyes was complicated. They have already obtained the other 3 jade seals. If it was the people from the Lufeng Kingdom who said this, perhaps Qi Yu would not believe it. Chapter 1990, Jinyang's Anger, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. But the one who told him this was Prince Cheng Li from the Jinyang Kingdom. Qi Yu's heart was mercilessly shaken, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. He slightly narrowed his eyes, killing intent leaking through his gaze toward Qi Ling. This idiot actually managed to obtain 3 jade seals. No, absolutely not permissible. This world was his. It can't be handed over to anyone else. Prince Cheng Li, could you possibly want to see Qi Ling unite the Four Kingdoms? Qi Yu's eyes twinkled, and he eerily said, I think that your Jinyang Kingdom is more qualified than Qi Ling. Although Qi Ling has the help of the Lufeng Kingdom, but if we teamed up, we have a chance. Qi Yu was betting. He was betting that Yun Xiao would not meddle in other people's business out of fear for the 2 kingdoms. After all, regardless of how strong this man was, he was probably nothing but a reverent god-level cultivator. However, the reverent god-level cultivators from the 2 kingdoms added together would be enough to crush him. Qi Yu had clearly forgotten something though. Yun Xiao dared to kill someone in front of the Emperor of the Jinyang Kingdom. What didn't he dare to do? Without waiting for Qi Ling and his group say anything, Cheng Li darted up and flung his palm across Qi Yu's face. Then, he furiously lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked his chest. Idiot, if you want to dig your own grave, don't effing drag this prince down with you. Cheng Li was trembling from anger. Teaming up with him to oppose Qi Ling and them, did he have the guts? Why didn't he take a look at how many reverent god-level cultivators from the Freedom Alliance died here? How many people did their Jinyang Kingdom have for them to kill? Qi Yu stood up while clutching his chest. He angrily hollered, Cheng Li, what are you doing? You want to unite the 4 kingdoms, and I plan to help you, but you attack me. That's how you ungratefully reward my kindness. That's right, I am hitting you, trash. Cheng Li kicked again, sending Qi Yu flying back. The group of people behind Qi Yu wanted to act but were knocked down by the soldiers from the Jinyang Kingdom. Currently, Cheng Li did not care whether the other person was another kingdom's prince. He directly ran to him and mercilessly stomped down. Trash, if you want to die, find somewhere devoid of people to die. Why would you set me up? What? I want to unite the 4 kingdoms. What effing bullshit. I never wanted to do that. What a joke. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the nerve to say it. Also, after seeing Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's strength, he truly did not entertain that kind of thoughts anymore. This continent had always been like that. The strong were respected. Their strength was too terrifying. He would not stand a chance. This was why Cheng Li would become so enraged after hearing Qi Yu's words. Qi Yu was stunned by the attack. He evidently did not know what had happened and could not say a single word due to the pain. I don't have any enmities with you, yet you want to harm me. Today, if I don't kill a piece of trash like you, I will take up your surname. Qi Yu claimed that Cheng Li wanted to rule over the 4 kingdoms in front of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and wanted to team up with him to oppose these people. What was different between this and setting him up on purpose? Cheng Li trembled as soon as he thought to this point. Of course, his trembling was not due to being angered, it was due to the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Yun Luofeng would believe this trash's words. Prince, if your highness keeps hitting him, he will really be killed. One of the people behind Cheng Li kindly warned him when he saw Cheng Li flying off the handle with rage. Cheng Yu was a prince of the Tianqi kingdom, to say the least. No matter what, he cannot hit him to the point of death. As expected, Cheng Li retracted his leg and harshly glared at Qi Yu. Next time, if you harm me again, it won't be as simple as a mere hard beating. Chapter 1991, Jinyang's Anger, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Qi Yu was dazed. He had no idea how his actions turned into framing Cheng Li. Miss Yun. Cheng Li speed walked to the front of Yun Luofeng, bowing like a Pekingese dog. How did I do? Yun Luofeng's lips slightly turned up. He spoke correctly. In the beginning, didn't you want to team up with the prince of the Ziyu kingdom to fight us? Cold sweat rose on Cheng Li's forehead, and he wiped it away. Who knew the more he wiped, the more sweat surfaced. His face was pale as he awkwardly chuckled. That was because I was bewitched by the Ziyu kingdom back then. Miss Yun, please forgive humble me's mistake and spare me. Yun Luofeng peered up at him. Remember, the leader of the four kingdoms isn't me, it's Qi Ling. If you have anything to say, find him. As for why she did not make Qi Su the leader of the four kingdoms, it was because Qi Su needed to help her manage the spirit-gathering medicine store and did not have excess energy to manage the four kingdoms. Yes, Cheng Li flatteringly smiled, blasé inside. Although Miss Yun claims the leader of the four kingdoms was Qi Ling, anyone could tell that Qi Ling had become her subordinate already. So the one controlling the four kingdoms from behind the scenes was still her. Right, recalling something, Cheng Li said, Princess Jinyang from our Jinyang kingdom was summoned back previously, but when Wu Zun mentioned Jinyang, I could feel that his tone was peculiar. I suspect something will happen to Jinyang. A coldly beautiful face surfaced in Yun Luofeng's mind. She pondered over it for a moment before saying, Yun Xiao, we will return to Fangyun City immediately. No matter what, before Princess Jinyang left, she had warned her that this journey to the Forest of Heaven's trial would not be simple and she should pay attention to her safety. Based on this warning, she would help Jinyang once at the key moment. Alright, Yun Xiao's hand wrapped around Yun Luofeng's waist and they slowly ascended into the air. They were 100 meters away in a few steps. Master, Qi Su looked at Bai Ling and explained, Princess Jinyang had warned us to be cautious of our safety. If she's truly in danger, we ought to help. Let's go together then. Bai Ling did not hesitate. Since she had helped her daughter and disciple, then she must lend her hand at the vital moment. Everyone ignored the fallen Qi Yu and all headed toward Fangyun City. Fangyun City. Princess Jinyang swiftly entered an extravagant estate and caught sight of a frowning Cheng Feiyang contemplating something. Imperial father, why did you urgently summon me back? As Cheng Feiyang looked at Princess Jinyang's face, struggle flashed through his eyes, but he ended up sighing helplessly. Jinyang, father inadvertently received news that people from the Freedom Alliance also went to the Forest of Heaven's trial and planned to slaughter the prodigies of the four kingdoms inside the forest. Hearing this, Princess Jinyang's face abruptly shifted. Imperial father, why didn't you mention this earlier? It is the princes and princesses who came from the four kingdoms this time. If they die, it would be a heavy loss to the four kingdoms. If you told them, perhaps they could escape this calamity. Jinyang, even if the four kingdoms were united, they might not be able to resist the current Freedom Alliance. Imperial father merely didn't want the Jinyang kingdom to be destroyed. Helplessness covered Cheng Feiyang's face. If I knew this would happen, Imperial father wouldn't have chosen the Forest of Heaven's trial as the competition location. Chapter 1992, Jinyang's Anger, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. His words made it seem like he did not know about it at first. Unfortunately, Princess Jinyang believed him. No matter how conflicted she was, how could she blame Imperial father? He did it for the whole Jinyang kingdom. However, when she recalled Yun Luofeng situated inside the Forest of Heaven's trial, she inwardly sighed. She hoped Yun Luofeng listened to her warning and could safely escape this calamity. Actually, Cheng Feiyang continued. I had you come back because of something else as well. What is it? Jinyang looked up at Cheng Feiyang, unease flowing out of her heart when she saw Cheng Feiyang's hesitation. Your imperial mother, she. Anguish appeared in Cheng Feiyang's eyes. Was kidnapped by the Freedom Alliance. Something harshly slammed into Princess Jinyang's heart with a bang. Her breathing became uncontrollable, and her clenched fist slightly shaking. What did you say? Imperial mother was kidnapped. Why did the Freedom Alliance kidnap Imperial mother? The president of the Freedom Alliance took a liking to you and wants to make you his woman, so they took away your Imperial mother. Cheng Feiyang's voice was trembling as he said this. Jinyang, Imperial father has no choice. Only you can save your Imperial mother. In truth, the Empress was dead already, but this was the only method to make her obediently go to the Freedom Alliance. Princess Jinyang closed her eyes, her fists tightly clenched. What did she work so hard for? It was so that she would not become a marriage tool and could find her own life partner one day. Even if she got up at sunrise and worked until sunset, she would be thoroughly content. But in the end, as a princess of the Imperial family, could she not change her fate? Imperial father, you. Agreed, Jinyang asked after opening her eyes. Cheng Feiyang avoided looking at her. To save your Imperial mother, Zhen had no choice but to agree. I understand. Princess Jinyang lifted her cold face. I will marry. As long as Imperial mother could live, she was willing to be reduced to a toy for men. Jinyang, Cheng Feiyang called, his tone full of heartache. This girl was a daughter who he had dearly loved for more than 20 years, to say the least, so how could he genuinely bear to let her go and suffer? But he had no choice, right? He did not have the strength to provoke the Freedom Alliance. I'm tired. I want to rest a bit. Princess Jinyang did not take another glance at her father and calmly turned around to walk out of the door. The moment she turned around, tears could not help but flow down her face. Her desire in life was truly simple. A caring lover would do. Yet, she just had to be a princess of the imperial family. This wish became very difficult. Princess Jinyang walked toward her room in the rest station. The second she entered the room, closed the door, and turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. She jumped with fright and was about to call out in shock when the person knelt down with a plop. Princess, you need to avenge the Empress. Xiao Ju, why are you inside my room? Jinyang asked with a frown. Also, what do you mean I need to avenge Imperial Mother? Your Highness the Princess, this servant had wanted to go out and find you these past few days, but the people at the city gate simply wouldn't let this servant leave. And His Majesty appeared to have detected something and wanted to lock this servant up. This servant recalled that the princess room has a secret room, so I secretly hid here. Chapter 1993, Jinyang's Anger, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The palace maid's face was full of tears and grief. What do you mean? Why does Imperial Father want to lock you up? Jinyang was baffled and did not understand her. Your Highness the Princess, Her Majesty the Empress is dead. Boom. The palace maid's words were like lightning flashing across a clear sky and striking Jinyang's head, causing her to shudder. She latched onto a nearby wall, barely holding herself up. What nonsense are you speaking? Imperial Mother was kidnapped by the Freedom Alliance. Why are you saying she is dead? Impossible. Imperial Mother couldn't be dead. Imperial Father couldn't have lied to her. Your Highness the Princess, this servant witnessed this with my own eyes. His Majesty and Wu Zun plotted together and said they would give you to the President of the Freedom Alliance. Her Majesty heard this, so Wu Zun killed Her Majesty. He also discussed with His Majesty to cover this up and purposefully make you think Her Majesty was kidnapped by the Freedom Alliance to force you, Your Highness. The palace maid explained everything in one breath, and her voice could not help but start trembling slightly. Jinyang heavily leaned against the wall, and tears unconsciously started drenching her face. Her lips were pale. Xiao Ju, tell me you are lying to me. She said she did not believe this all, but in truth, she clearly understood Xiao Ju had no need to lie to her. Did that mean Imperial Father was lying to her? The more Cheng Feiyang thought about it, the more he worried about Jinyang. He wanted to visit her and tell her to keep the present situation above all else. However, the moment he pushed the door open and entered, he saw the palace maid who had gone completely missing the past field days kneeling in front of Jinyang. Standing opposite of her, tears covered Jinyang's face and hatred leaked out of her eyes. Cheng Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It appeared his guess was correct. This palace maid really knew everything. However, he never would have expected for her to hide inside Jinyang's room. Hold on, he had ordered someone to search through all the rooms, but they did not discover Xiao Ju. Where in the world did she hide? Imperial Father. Jinyang turned her head, staring at Cheng Feiyang with her anguished gaze. Why did you kill Imperial Mother? Why? Cheng Feiyang closed his eyes. It was a while before he reopened them. It wasn't me who killed your Imperial Mother. In other words, Imperial Mother was really dead. Jinyang stumbled a few steps and nearly collapsed. Her face was full of despair and hatred. I know it wasn't you who killed Imperial Mother, it was Wu Zun. However, why did you help Wu Zun lie to me? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why? She hysterically shouted. Her eyes were bloodshot. The typical coolness in her eyes was replaced with hatred and fury, full of disbelief. She could not believe that her Imperial Father who treated Imperial Mother that gently and dearly loved her would be an accomplice in killing his wife. Yes, he was an accomplice. Otherwise, he would not help Wu Zun cover this matter up. Jinyang, Zhen is the Emperor. My hands are tied about many things. Cheng Feiyang's heart was also in pain. But what could he do? For the Jinyang kingdom, he could only give up his wife and daughter. Jinyang startled laughing, her smile miserable. What a wonderful, my hands are tied. You are merely seeking an excuse for your ambition. You want to be the strongest of the four kingdoms, so I work hard and cultivate to break through. You want to unite and lead the four kingdoms, so I plan to obtain first place for certain this time. And you killed my Imperial Mother and deceived me so that I would be married to the President of the Freedom Alliance. Chapter 1994, Jinyang's Anger, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Jinyang could not believe that the one who did this was the father who had spoiled her and protected her this whole time. However, regardless of how Imperial Father loved his wife and spoiled his daughter, as soon as his wife and daughter conflicted with his status, he could give them up without any hesitation to stabilize his position. Your Highness the Princess. The palace maid stood up from the ground and angrily looked at Cheng Feiyang. This servant and Her Majesty the Empress also heard that His Majesty had reached an agreement with the Freedom Alliance. His Majesty would lure the prodigies of the Four Kingdoms to the Forest of Heaven's trial and the Freedom Alliance would help His Majesty raise his strength. Wu Zun also went to the Forest of Heaven's trial to help the Freedom Alliance kill the prodigies of the Four Kingdoms. Shut up. Hearing this, Cheng Feiyang turned angry due to his shame and flung his palm onto the palace maid's chest. The maid flew back, and blood ceaselessly spilled out of her mouth. Xiao Ju. Jinyang dashed toward the palace maid and helped her up. Are you all right? Your Highness, it was Her Majesty the Empress who saved this servant's life, and Your Highness has treated this servant extremely well. This servant should have followed Her Majesty after she passed, but this servant was afraid Your Highness would be deceived, so this servant remained. The palace maid's voice was very weak. Now, this servant can go serve Her Majesty again. How impudent! Cheng Feiyang angrily shouted. If it weren't for this little BTCH, Jinyang would not know everything so fast, so he released all of his anger onto the palace maid. You are a palace maid of the Jinyang kingdom, but you dare to disobey Zhen. Your crime deserves death. What was laughable was that the palace maid held no regard for her life anymore, so why would she care about Cheng Feiyang's threat? Jinyang could feel the maid's weakening breathing, so she gently laid her down on the ground before turning her hatred-filled eyes toward Cheng Feiyang. It turns out you were the one who led the Freedom Alliance to the Forest of Heaven's trial. For your private gain, you killed all those prodigies from the Four Kingdoms and became a lackey of the Freedom Alliance. Jinyang's chest rose and fell unevenly. Cheng Feiyang, I'm telling you, there's no way I will be married to the Freedom Alliance. Dream on. Jinyang was angry to the point of calling him by his name, the rage in her eyes boiling over. Bang! Suddenly, the door burst open. Cheng Feiyang turned to look with a frown and saw a ragged figure quickly entering the room. It was a pretty woman, but she looked like she had gone through a battle and looked battered. Miss Lang. Cheng Feiyang was startled. This was Lang Xinyu, the woman who came with the president of the Freedom Alliance the first time he visited. How did she turn so battered? And why did she come to Fangyun City at a time like this? Lang Xinyu frowned. I came to take Princess Jinyang away. Did the president have you come to take Jinyang? The reverence in Cheng Feiyang's voice rang as clear as day. We have been waiting here for you for a long while. You can take Jinyang away now. Lang Xinyu snorted but did not answer Cheng Feiyang. If she did not have a use for Jinyang still, she would not have bothered to come and take her away. I won't go, Jinyang icily stated, suppressing the killing intent rolling inside of her. Without Imperial Mother as a hostage, did they think they could force her? Jinyang, Imperial Father is begging you. Cheng Feiyang's face was full of pleading. Imperial Father has treated you like the pearl in my palm and dearly loved you. Could you bear to let Imperial Father be suppressed by the Freedom Alliance? Moreover, you should know that your parents have complete say in your marriage. Chapter 1995, Yun Luofeng was tricked 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Her parents had complete say in her marriage. In the end, would she be unable to escape her fate still? Jinyang's heart was full of unwillingness. She clenched her fists and looked up stubbornly. And if I refuse? Jinyang, Imperial Father has raised you to this age and gave you doting that no one else can enjoy. Even if it is merely in consideration of Imperial Father's favor for raising you, you should follow Miss Lang and leave. Jinyang could not help but shudder, her heart further enveloped by despair and pain. How she wished she was nothing but a daughter of a normal family. It would be better than being a marriage tool. I understand. A long time later, her clenched fists relaxed and her pale and beautiful face filled with coldness and proudness. Since you want to marry me to the president of the Freedom Alliance, then I will do as you say. I will consider this as paying back your favor of raising me. From now on, the relationship between us as father and daughter will be like this hair. She grasped a lock of hair and chopped it off with the sword in her hand. Pieces of hair gracefully floated down, like her determined mind. All ties are broken. These 4 words were spoken decisively and resolutely, causing Cheng Feiyang's heart to throb with pain. He knew that this decision of his had caused him to completely lose this daughter who he had always been proud of. Jinyang, don't blame Imperial Father. Imperial Father had no alternative. Had no alternative. Jinyang snorted, mockery in her eyes. You did have alternatives. It's just that to you, compared to Imperial Mother and me, your status is more important. Cheng Feiyang did not refute this as Jinyang spoke the truth. Once a person had a high status, then he would absolutely be unwilling to fall down from that spot. Otherwise, he would be unable to bear that loss. Also, Jinyang paused briefly. I am no longer Princess Jinyang nor am I a daughter of the Cheng family. I will follow Imperial Mother's surname Lianyu. From this moment onward, my name is Lianyu Cheng. After saying this, Jinyang flicked her sleeve and left. Her back was straight and she was very resolute, with her eyes revealing her unwavering stance. Looking at Jinyang's departing figure, Cheng Feiyang's legs grew limp. He realized he had lost too much family this time. But he had no choice, no. Could he really become enemies with the Freedom Alliance? Who can be an opponent of the Freedom Alliance in the continent right now? Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng did not dawdle outside of Fangyun City. Without waiting for the guards of the city gate to react, they had charged inside and headed straight for the rest station. Currently, Cheng Feiyang had long since packed his luggage and left with his people. Yun Luofeng searched the entire rest station and only found the palace maid, Xiao Ju, who was unconscious due to her serious injury. In order to learn what in the world happened inside Fangyun City, she fed a sprit herb to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju slowly woke up. Her mind was still dazed when she heard Yun Luofeng's wicked voice. Do you know where Princess Jinyang of the Jinyang Kingdom went? Princess. Xiao Ju started briefly, and then panic flooded her face. Her Highness the Princess was taken by that woman from the Freedom Alliance. Although she had been injured by Cheng Feiyang earlier, she still saw a woman appear in her semi-conscious state and take Princess Jinyang away. His Majesty referred to that woman as a member of the Freedom Alliance. Yun Xiao, Jinyang warned me, so I must rescue her no matter what. Yun Luofeng looked up. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance had harmed my mother. Chapter 1996, Yun Luofeng was tricked 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao tightly held the woman in his arms. I will support you no matter what you decide to do. Good, then I will have Qi Su and Qi Ling both start making preparations. I want to launch a war against the Freedom Alliance. Yun Luofeng's face was indifferent, her black eyes containing killing intent. The Freedom Alliance no longer had a reason to continue existing. Qi Su and Bai Ling had rushed over from Forest of Heaven's trial and quickly arrived. Prince Chengli from the Jinyang Kingdom was thoroughly hurt by his imperial father's actions, so he naturally did not dare to return to the Jinyang Kingdom and chose to stand behind Qi Ling. Yun Luofeng told Chisu and Qiling to go back and make preparations and asked Qiling for the precise location of the forbidden grounds that he mentioned earlier, planning to head there with Yun Xiao. Bai Ling knew about the danger behind the forbidden grounds, so her heart instantly filled with worry. However, Yun Luofeng did not listen to her objection and insisted on going, so she could only helplessly sigh. The forbidden grounds were actually behind the city lord's estate, and it was because of the forbidden grounds that no one lived inside the city lord's estate. The second she entered the city lord's estate, she could feel a heavy and repressive aura, causing her to have difficulty breathing. Thankfully, God's code space dispelled the heavy aura for her in time. Yun Xiao silently and motionlessly stood behind Yun Luofeng the whole time. His handsome and cold face did not change, and his dark eyes similar to a falcon's, sharp and calm. Yun Xiao, this place is probably called the Forbidden Grounds because it is where the core of the Fengyun continent is. Moreover, we only know how to enter the Fengyun continent, but we don't know how to leave. Perhaps we can discover something here. After saying this, Yun Luofeng entered the city lord's estate. It did not take them long to reach the peak of the mountain behind the estate. There were streaks of purple lightning gathered in the sky above the mountain, as though the group of lightning would immediately come down if someone dared to step inside the Forbidden Grounds and turn the invader into ash. Yun Yi, Yun Luofeng lightly called. Yun Yi's figure instantly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng and walked forward. Boom. When Yun Yi stepped forward, a strike of lightning would shoot down, ruthlessly landing on Yun Yi. Yun Yi released a sound of pleasure and continued walking forward. Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed as she watched the heavenly lightning in the sky. It appears my guess was right. For each bolt of lightning that descends from the sky, a bolt of lightning will disappear. The heavenly lightning hitting Yun Yi right now isn't too strong yet, but each strike of lightning will be more powerful than the one before. No wonder they did not discover the heavenly lightning until they were midway there. It turned out it was not because the path did not have heavenly lightning. It was because someone had already tread this way, so the heavenly lightning struck down already and it did not regenerate. This was why Yun Luofeng came to a conclusion. The heavenly lightning was man-made. Someone purposefully put it up there, causing the amount of heavenly lightning bolts to be limited in number. However, just how formidable was the expert who could create heavenly lightning? And what was he protecting inside the Forbidden Grounds? For every step that Yun Yi took, a bolt of lightning fell. However, it was as though Yun Yi did not feel anything and continued walking forward. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao closely followed him. Suddenly, Yun Yi halted. Confused, Yun Luofeng discovered a tremendous power exploding out of him. Chapter 1997, Yun Luofeng was tricked 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Reverend God level. Under the heavenly lightning's attacks, Yun Yi broke through to Reverend God level. This was an absolutely unexpected surprise. Yun Yi did not linger after breaking through and continued walking forward again. This time, he did not continue breaking through and was still at Reverend God level after reaching the end. However, Yun Luofeng believed that the heavenly lightning created from her breaking through to Reverend God level would certainly allow Yun Yi to reach Monarch God level. After the heavenly lightning passed, a peaceful utopia of peach trees entered their sight. Countless peach blossoms fell from the trees, painting an exceptionally beautiful picture. A small wooden house sat in the middle of the peach trees, standing out in this scene. After seeing this, Yun Luofeng was startled. Could it be that all that heavenly lightning was meant to protect was solely this small wooden house? Let's enter and take a look, Yun Xiao said after a moment of silence. Yun Luofeng nodded, and they entered the wooden house. The wooden house was very ordinary without a single distinguishing feature. Pen and paper laid on a wooden table, having turned dark yellow from years of evident disuse. Yun Luofeng casually picked up a book and flipped through it. She was shocked to discover that the origin of this whole world was written in this book. This world did not merely refer to the Fengyun continent and the 7-province continent, it also included all the continents to make an entire world. However, Yun Luofeng placed it down after a rough skim and picked up another book. This book was a diary written by a person named Kang Ji. She was originally only going to take a quick look, but when she saw the next page, she was shocked. This old man had spent his life researching medicine and later discovered a precious book called Medical God's Code. A space exists inside this precious book. However, this book's requirement for the constitution of the person is too high and only an incorporeal body type can inherit this space. This old man observed the night sky and discovered that a person with an incorporeal body type would not appear on this continent, so due to his fondness of talent, this old man sent the Medical God's Code to another space. This old man thinks that space is called Waxia. Yun Luofeng's hold on the diary trembled. It turned out the Medical God's Code did not coincidentally appear in Waxia. It appeared with the help of Kang Ji. Unfortunate, although a person with an incorporeal body type is extremely talented, their love life would be very tragic. Because of her constitution, she can only mate with a corporeal body type person. If she falls in love with a different type of man, it not only would completely destroy her cultivation, but she would also not have a good end. Reading to here, Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao with a smile. She was lucky to have met Yun Xiao. Otherwise, it would truly be as Kang Ji said, she would not be able to mate with other men. She turned back and continued reading. However, even if an incorporeal body type and a corporeal body type copulated together, they would be unable to get pregnant unless they have a special element. The hand holding the book froze. She had known Yun Xiao for more than 10 years and they had sex for several years, but she still had not gotten pregnant. She had checked Yun Xiao and her body already and did not discover any problems. Since there was no problem, then she would let nature take its course. She did not expect there to be a reason behind it. Thankfully, this old man treasures prodigies, so this old man naturally can't bear to see such good genetics be wasted. Hence, this old man has used everything he learned in his life to invent a medicinal bed. As long as they mate on this medicinal bed, they can become pregnant in no time. Chapter 1998, Yun Luofeng was tricked 4. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. Of course, this medicinal bed isn't enough. This old man also put all of his power inside this bead. As long as an incorporeal body type keeps this bead inside of them and mates with a corporeal body type at the same time, not only can they grow stronger but they can also get pregnant. It's such a good thing, what else are you waiting for? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. When she saw this last sentence, why did she feel like Kang Ji knew she would show up? Without much surprise, the last page of this diary verified Yun Luofeng's guess. However, this old man has exhausted his mind and spirit for this bead, and this old man doesn't have long to live. To prevent people from disturbing his peace, this old man molded a medicinal coffin for himself already, and it's placed inside the room of this wooden house together with the medicinal bed. This old man also forged heavenly lightning. Yun Luofeng's eyes sparkled. The heavenly lightning was forged by Kang Ji. Just how strong was he previously? Of course, only people with the corporeal and incorporeal body type can safely pass through the heavenly lightning. Although they will be heavily injured, they will live through it. What Kang Ji did not expect was for Yun Luofeng to encounter Jue-chan and learn the puppet technique. This was how she was able to pass through the heavenly lightning without a single lick of damage. This old man hoped the person with the incorporeal body type who sees this diary will believe him. This old man was once the most virtuous person, so there is no way that this old man would lie. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips could not help but twitch. Why did she feel like this person was very unreliable? However, Yun Luofeng looked at the bead on the table and then glanced at the half-opened room door. She was silent for a moment before picking up the red bead and placing it in front of Yun Xiao. See if there's anything wrong with this bead. Yun Xiao picked up the heavy bead. It took a while before he said, there is, indeed, a very formidable power inside, and this power could be directly absorbed without causing any harm. So Kang Ji was not lying to me. Yun Luofeng raised her brows. I'm suddenly very curious about what kind of person Kang Ji was. Yun Xiao grew quiet. His portrait hangs on the wall. From the start, Yun Luofeng's gaze had been focused on the books on the table and did not notice there was a portrait on the wall at all. Hearing Yun Xiao's words and seeing the restraint of laughter on his face, Yun Luofeng could not suppress her curiosity and looked over. How should she say this? The person in the portrait was different from her imagination. Kang Ji addressed himself as an old man over and over again in his diary, so anyone would associate him with a white-haired old man. However, the portrait featured a handsome and adorable youth with a fresh and pure look. His large, innocent eyes contained an indescribable alluring quality. His faint pink lips were slightly turned up, as though he wanted to recount something. Of course, Yun Luofeng believed that this guy absolutely had a youthful appearance and an elderly heart. What rendered her incredibly speechless was the paragraph written underneath the portrait. The paragraph was undoubtedly complimenting the youth in the portrait. For example, the world's most virtuous person, Kang Ji, the world's most handsome man, Kang Ji, and also the dream lover of thousands of women. If someone saw these words by itself, they would certainly think the painter of the portrait was madly infatuated with Kang Ji. However, Yun Luofeng saw the signature at the bottom left corner of the portrait. It read, penned by Kang Ji. Chapter 1999, Yun Luofeng was tricked. 5. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. In other words, whether it was the portrait or the paragraph, they were both completed by Kang Ji himself. No wonder Yun Xiao would reveal the type of expression just now. Kang Ji's narcissism truly surpassed all others of its kind before and since. No one could compare. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng facepalmed before turning to look at Yun Xiao. She recalled Kang Ji's diary, and her eyes shifted. How about we test it out here? Yun Xiao nodded and agreed without any hesitation. All right. His answer was accompanied by an arm reaching out and pulling her into his embrace. She looked up, and her eyes clashed into his eyes, which were filled with deep love and warmth. The man-princess carried her and walked toward the room with large strides. A medicinal fragrance drifted into their nose, making Yun Luofeng feel refreshed. Yun Xiao was very careful in his movements. He gently placed her on the bed, as though afraid he would hurt her if he was the slightest bit forceful. Quickly, their clothes messily scattered on the ground. Yun Xiao lightly bit Yun Luofeng's lips, his eyes containing an endless pool of tenderness. Inside this tiny room, besides the bed, there was also a coffin placed inside. Yun Luofeng kept the red bead in her mouth and could feel a formidable power coursing through her with each up and down movement of Yun Xiao. The spiritual energy inside of her would also rapidly fill up. The two of them were lost in their pleasure and their eyes contained only each other. No one discovered a transparent light flying out of the medicinal coffin and shooting inside Yun Luofeng's tummy. In the end, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were tricked by Kang Ji. This was also the first time that someone successfully tricked Yun Luofeng. After Yun Luofeng discovered the truth, the miserable fate of Kang Ji does not need to be described. In truth, from the fact that Kang Ji was able to trick Yun Luofeng into coming to this place, it could be deduced that Kang Ji would not let this opportunity slip away. What a joke. The child of an incorporeal and a corporeal body type, how much of a genius would they be? They would certainly assimilate the advantages of both of them. So how could he give such an excellent opportunity to someone else? Absolutely implausible. He could only give this opportunity to himself. At that time, when he's their child, wouldn't the beauties in this world come running into his arms? There was nothing more satisfying than having the power of the world in your hands and lying intoxicated at the knees of beautiful women. As for that red bead, it was a portion of his power indeed. After all, the incorporeal body type was his mother, so wasn't it logical for him to raise his mother's strength? He could only tyrannize the continent in the future if his mother was powerful enough. Otherwise, who would back him up? Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not notice the transparent light entering her, nor did they see the bead inside Yun Luofeng's mouth become brighter. Yun Luofeng only felt her body growing heavier, as though something entered her body. Their battle this time lasted 1 day and 1 night. They did not stop to rest until the next day, drenched in sweat. At the same time, Yun Luofeng broke through. The heavenly lightning produced when she broke through to Reverend God level was more powerful. Yun Luofeng released Yun Yi again to have him absorb those bolts of heavenly lightning. Also, with Yun Yi's protection, not a single bolt of lightning could approach Yun Luofeng. What was even more lacking in integrity was that the two people on the bed ignored the heavenly lightning and also ignored the Yun Yi battling with the heavenly lightning and started another round of exercise. While Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were exercising inside this small wooden house, Qi Su and Yu Zushan returned to the Lufeng kingdom and Qi Ling returned to the Tianqi kingdom. Chapter 2000, Yun Luofeng was tricked. 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What awaited him inside the Tianqi kingdom was a harsh round of interrogation. The atmosphere inside the imperial study was heavy. The emperor sat on his imperial throne while noble consort Lin stood beside him. Qi Ling and Qi Yu were below them. Qi Ling, I heard that you obtained 3 jade seals during the Four Kingdom tournament this time. The emperor openly asked, getting right to the point. Your third imperial brother is the leader of the Four Kingdoms prophesied by the state preceptor. It's useless for you to possess the jade seals, you should give them to your third imperial brother instead. After saying this, the emperor gave Qi Yu a look. Why aren't you going to retrieve the jade seals already? Yes, imperial father. Joy entered Qi Yu's heart and he gleefully walked towards Qi Ling. Qi Ling, so what if you obtain 3 jade seals? In the end, don't you still have to hand them to me? Second imperial brother, why aren't you handing the jade seals over already? Could it be that you want me to search your body? Qi Ling's figure was straight as a ramrod. Everyone knows who the winner of the Four Kingdom tournament is. You repeatedly claim that third imperial brother will be the leader of the Four Kingdoms, so why didn't he obtain first place? The emperor frowned, clear impatience seeping out of his eyes. Zhen merely wants you both to walk fewer detours. Don't you know how powerful the state preceptor's abilities are? How could his words be false? So what if you can make the Four Kingdoms listen to you right now? You still have to return it to your brother eventually. Wouldn't it be better to give him this power from the start? More importantly, Qi Yu was much more obedient than Qi Ling. If he really allowed Qi Ling to become the ruler of the Four Kingdoms, he was afraid that even he would have to do as he said despite being his father. The emperor did not wish for this to happen no matter what. The state preceptor said this. Qi Ling glanced at the emperor. Then this only shows that the state preceptor has problematic eyesight. That's why he would think a trash like Qi Yu can rule the Four Kingdoms. What impudence. Hearing his response, the emperor's face drastically transformed and he angrily shouted, you dare to disobey Zhen's orders already. When you become the ruler of the Four Kingdoms, wouldn't you completely disregard Zhen? Zhen is telling you, you are handing the jade seals over whether you want to or not. Immediately hand it over. A sneer turned up on Qi Ling's mouth. He was about to say something when the door of the study was abruptly pushed open. A man in white stepped through the doorway. This man was unrealistically pretty. When he walked, people could vaguely see an immortal mist behind him. He held a jade flute in his hands, and his steps were light and barely discernible. The kingdom's civil and martial ministers all trailed in after the man. They clearly heard everything that was spoken inside the study just now. If Yun Luofeng was here, she would be able to immediately discern that this man was the one playing a song in the forest previously. He was Zhu Chan's reincarnation. State preceptor, seeing the man's appearance, the emperor immediately stood up. I still remember you once said Zhen's third imperial son will rule the Four Kingdoms in the future. Zhen clearly remembers this. The man faintly smiled. His smile was beautiful beyond this world. The prettiest color in this world could not compare to this smile of his. However, his smile was different from Ji Jujian's egotistical smile, and Chen Yuqing's gentle smile, nor was it like Yun Xiao's deeply loving smile. A coolness emanated from his smile, making people's heart ache. I did indeed say that. The emperor relaxed, but before he could say anything, the man spoke again, however, I was teasing you. Didn't you realize? Chapter 2001, Kill Her, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I was teasing you, didn't you realize? The emperor's face instantly darkened. State preceptor, what did you just say? Teasing them. Was he kidding? Why did he dote on Qi Yu so much over the years if it were not for the state preceptor praising Qi Yu to be the ruler of the Four Kingdoms in the future? But now, the state preceptor was telling him he was joking with them. It looks like you didn't realize I was joking. The man was astounded. Don't tell me, you really thought an idiot like Qi Yu could become the most powerful person in the Four Kingdoms. When he said, idiot, Qi Yu and noble consort Lin both flew into a rage. State preceptor, are you speaking on Qi Ling's behalf? Did he give you a bribe or something? Back then, you clearly said you would become the ruler of the Four Kingdoms. Noble consort Lin said between clenched teeth, her face livid. A bribe. Hearing this, the man unconsciously snorted. Then what kind of bribe does noble consort Lin think is enough to bribe this state preceptor? Noble consort Lin was about to respond in anger, but the emperor regained his wits and immediately glared at her, causing her to swallow her words back. State preceptor. The emperor's face was extremely unsightly and his words roared with resentment. Why did you play such a joke back then? Do you know what a big mistake Zhen committed simply because of your joke? The man peered up with a faint smile. Noble consort Lin was once disrespectful to this state preceptor, so why can't this state preceptor play this type of joke? Instantly, everyone turned their sight onto noble consort Lin's ashen face. Nonsense. Noble consort Lin furiously shouted, don't you dare smear this consort. Since when was this consort disrespectful to you? Oh, then I wonder who was it that flirted with the state preceptor more than 10 years ago. Could it be, your highness the noble consort thought that was merely a joke? The events back then being spoken by the man again caused noble consort Lin's face to become flushed. Detecting the emperor enraged gaze, she bit her lips and said, yes, this consort was merely joking with the state preceptor. Who knew the state preceptor would take it seriously? Oh, realization dawned on the man's face. Since your highness the noble consort can joke with this state preceptor, why can't the state preceptor also joke? Right, your majesty. The man's eyes contained amusement as he slowly turned to face the furious emperor. The emperor suddenly went up and grasped noble consort Lin before slapping her twice. He angrily shouted, "You BTCH. You are a consort in the palace, yet you are unchaste and dared to flirt with the state preceptor. Guards, drag this woman down to wait for punishment." Noble consort Lin's body turned numb from the slaps, and she grew limp, slowly falling over. Her face was full of despair. She understood that everything was over. She placed all of her expectations on Qiyu previously, but after seeing this, he was already terrified to the point of not daring to say a single word. He was hiding off to the side in silence, afraid that she would implicate him. The state preceptor slowly walked to the front of noble consort Lin. His smile was like spring air, but it didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. "You once flirted with me, but after being rejected by me, your shame turned to spite and you wanted to frame me. Thankfully, I dodged your scheme and did not let you succeed. However, I noted this matter down in my heart. So I made your son inherit your mistake and used this to destroy him. Since the state preceptor was declared to be the state preceptor, how could his abilities be ordinary?" Chapter 2002, Kill Her, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. He could tell a person's character from their facial features. The emperor was fatuous, and noble consort Lin was arrogant. If they knew Qiyu would be the leader of the four kingdoms, they would definitely spoil him. Of course, if he hadn't said those words, the emperor wouldn't pamper him like that, and Qiyu might not have become such an idiot. "State preceptor, you're really cruel to me." Noble consort Lin closed her eyes. More than 10 years ago, she was still a young girl, though she had married the emperor 2 years before then and had given birth to the third prince. However, her heart was still young. In the imperial palace, when she first met the handsome state preceptor, she had a crush on him and she even thought if he was willing to take her away from the imperial palace, she would give up the high position and great wealth she owned and spend the rest of her life with him. But unexpectedly, this man flatly refused her. For this, she turned her love to hatred. She tried to frame the empress, Qiling's mother, for committing adultery with the state preceptor. Then the furious emperor would kill them both. However, state preceptor found out about her little moves, and resolved this crisis easily. From then on, she knew that every move of hers was exposed to the man's eyes, so she had to give up on getting revenge. As she grew older, she became old, while the state preceptor was still so handsome. She knew she was no longer worthy of the state preceptor, so she never bothered him again. She never expected that the state preceptor held a grudge against her, and set such a trap for her. At this moment, 2 guards walked up to noble consort Lin, propped her limp body up and were going to go out of the study. However, when they only walked 2 steps, Qiling stopped them. "I still have a bill to settle with noble consort Lin." His eyes were gradually filled with killing intents. "I wonder if noble consort Lin can explain to me how you mobilized those heavenly god-level Strad cultivators. To pave the way for Qiyu, they almost killed all my men, right?" Noble consort Lin shuddered. She didn't deny what she had done in the face of the state preceptor because she was really scared of him. But she couldn't admit to what she had done to Qiling. "Qiling, you're trying to frame me. I've never done anything like that." "Really?" Qiling sneered. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I know you did it. I don't know how my father will punish you, but I'll never let you off." As soon as he said this, the whole room quieted down. After quite a while, his voice resounded again. "Guards, drag this woman down and break her body into pieces. Thrust her body into a statue, and make her kneel before the grave of her victims forever." "No," Qiling screamed shrilly. "Qiling, you can't do this. I'm noble consort. You can't do this to me." With that, she shook the guard's hands loose and rushed towards the emperor. "Your Majesty, help me. I know I was wrong. Please ask second prince to let me off." Quote. The emperor looked at noble consort Lin coldly, and his eyes were full of anger and hatred. "You wanted to cuckold me. How do you still have the cheek to ask me to save you? I've shown mercy to you by not killing you with my own hands. What are you waiting for? Take this woman away. I don't want to see her again." Chapter 2003, Kill Her, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In this life, what he hated most was betrayal. Although noble consort Lin didn't actually sleep with another man, she wanted to, so she must die. Qiling didn't even look at the emperor. His eyes gradually turned to Qiyu. His chilly stare made Qiyu quiver and plop down on his knees. After all, Qiyu was the emperor's son. He couldn't just sit by and watch him die, so he said, "Ling you, is your brother. And he has done nothing wrong, so just forgive him." Qiling cast a cold glance at the emperor, who allowed you to speak. The emperor's face turned green in embarrassment. "What do you mean? I'm your father. Could noble consort mobilize those elders without your permission?" Qiling smiled grimly. "Don't you know you're in trouble? How can you still have the time to intercede for someone else?" The emperor's lips quivered and his face contorted. Obviously, he was irritated by his words. He took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. "Ling, I'm your father. You have to respect me. Now I order you to release your brother. Dare you not obey me? If my father treats me as his son, then I'll respect him. If he doesn't, why should I be filial to him?" With that, Qiling walked towards Qiyu without even looking at the emperor. The emperor got angry. "Qiling, stop. You've become the leader of the four kingdoms, so you think you can treat me like this. But don't forget I'm your father. You have to obey me." Qiling paused, and his voice was very cold. "Guards, take him away. No one shall enter his room without my permission." The emperor's fate was thus decided. He would be locked up in his room and never be able to leave there. The emperor sneered. After all, the Tianqi kingdom was still his. Would the Tianqi kingdom people take orders from Qiling instead of him? However, while the emperor was complacent, the ministers and guards had already taken action. Before Qiling gave an order, they had grabbed the emperor's arms and pushed him out. What are you doing? I am the emperor. Stop, all of you. The emperor panicked and shouted out at once. Unfortunately, the ministers had already become tired of his fatuous ways, and didn't stop. Qiling had gained the support of the general public, and it was he who made the Tianqi kingdom the number one of the 4 kingdoms. Other countries had to take orders from them. With such achievements, the 2 reverend god-level strip cultivators didn't have any opinions, so the fate of this dog emperor was already foreseeable. She, second elder brother, quote. Qiyu swallowed hard and gave a fawning smile. I was too ignorant. I'm sorry for what I did to you. Please forgive me for the sake of our brotherhood. Unlike your mother, you don't deserve to die, but during these years, you defied laws and committed numerous offenses. Qiling's voice was cold. So have you paraded through the streets and let the public decide your fate? Qiyu turned pale and he scowled pitifully. Second elder brother, are you trying to kill me? For all these years, he raped women, killed countless people, and committed all manners of crimes, but no one dared to punish him because his father was the emperor. Chapter 2004, Kill Her, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. So almost everyone in the Tianqi kingdom hated him. If he were to be paraded in the streets and treated at the mercy of the crowd, he would probably be killed. It's too late to regret. Qiling waved his hand coldly. Take him away. Let him try his luck. Quote. Of course, Qiyu's body had been hollowed out by wine and sex, so his chance of survival was equal to none. Then, while Qiyu was shrilly howling, Qiling strode out of the study. A gust of fresh air greeted him and refreshed him. At this time, he thought of the state preceptor who helped him. He was going to turn around and thank state preceptor only to find the state preceptor, who was just standing in the study, had disappeared. On the street. A man in a snow-white robe was walking. He seemed to be in a trance and he didn't know why he would come to this street. He just felt that there was a man who he was fated to meet was waiting for him here. The man was pondering with a frown and didn't see the road ahead, so he bumped into a young man who was also absent-minded. The young man frowned and angrily looked up at him only to see a handsome face. It was not the handsomeness of the man that attracted his attention, but that there was a familiar aura in this man that was so similar to Zhu Qian's. The young man was stunned, and when he was thinking, the man's gentle voice rang. Are you all right? The man's voice was tender and melodious, which broke his reverie. He was not Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian was so unruly and domineering, while the man in front of him was too gentle. How could such a gentle person be the bloodthirsty and hard-hearted Zhu Qian? Nothing. Mo Chancheng shook his head and slightly lowered his eyes. Hadn't he already found Zhu Qian? Why did the man in front of him remind him of Zhu Qian? That's good. The man smiled, and his smile, like a spring breeze, passed through his face. What's his name? Mo Chancheng bit his lips and asked shyly. Feng Jin. Feng Jin. The name suddenly reminded Mo Chancheng of a poem. You were looking at the view from a distance, while I was looking at you close to you. Your family name is very special. By the way, my name is Mo Chancheng. A cute smile appeared on his face, and his curved eyes looked so attractive. Feng Jin smiled and softly rubbed his head with his big hand. Mo Chancheng, I remember you. But I have to leave because I have something to attend to. If we're lucky, we will meet again. Something. What is it? Asked Mo Chancheng, somewhat disappointed. I'm going to find the person I'm destined to meet. God granted him no talent for cultivation but gifted him special eyes and wisdom. However, while he could see the fate of others, he couldn't see his own. For example, he could see that the young man in front of him was doomed to lose his true love and be tortured by unrequited love for his lifetime. When he thought of this, a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. Why did such a handsome young man have such a miserable fate? His heart ached for him. Mo Chancheng, see you soon. Feng Jin waved his hand, turned around and walked forward smartly. Chapter 2005, Kill Him, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At that moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped, because the young man's clear voice rang behind him. If I become a woman in the next life, will you marry me as your wife? Zhu Qian, if I am a woman and you are a man in the next life, will you marry me? Vaguely, a familiar voice sounded in Feng Jin's mind, which was distant but seemed to be close at hand. His fated mate was a man. Feng Jin smiled and shook his head. There must be something wrong. His sexual orientation was normal. He liked women, not men. How could his mate be a man? However, hearing his question, Feng Jin answered, if you are really a woman in the next life, I'll marry you. Then, he slowly walked into the crowd and disappeared from the bustling street. Mo Chancheng looked at the back of the man in disappointment and pursed his pink good-shaped lips. He is not Zhu Qian. If Zhu Qian had heard this, he would disdain to answer me. After all, how could Zhu Qian, such an arrogant person, answer such a childish question? Besides, the Zhu Qian in my memory couldn't be so gentle. He always stood high above the world, trampling all sentient beings under his feet. If Zhu Qian was as gentle as this man, maybe it wouldn't have been so painful back then. At least, the man wouldn't act like Zhu Qian who never spoke to him after he confessed his love to him. Mo Chancheng lowered his eyes to conceal the sadness and pain in his eyes. He took a final glance at the direction where Feng Jin disappeared and left in the opposite direction. Feng Yun City. Inside the cabin, a man and a woman were making love passionately. Yun Luofeng, soaked with sweat, pressed her body tightly against the body of the man above her. They could hear each other's pant. I think we can make it this time. I hope I get pregnant this time. Yun Luofeng panted. Even though she had reached the Reverend God level, she still couldn't stand Yun Xiao's enthusiasm. Fortunately, she could improve her strength by having dual cultivation with Yun Xiao, so she wasn't as weak as when she just reached the Reverend God level. It doesn't matter if you don't get pregnant, Yun Xiao said as he bent his head and kissed the woman's lips, all I need is you. Just as Yun Xiao was about to try again, Yun Luofeng slapped him and pushed him aside. We've been here for half a month. It's enough. I think Chi Su and Qi Ling are almost ready. I'm going to go back and talk with them about the Freedom Union. Yun Xiao frowned. If you want to deal with the Freedom Union, I can wipe it out for you. Don't worry about it. More importantly, he didn't want his happy sex life to be interrupted by the Freedom Union. Yun Luofeng said to Yun Xiao seriously, no, I'll leave this matter to Chi Su and Qi Ling. We shall not intervene unless they can't handle it. Okay, that's up to you. Yun Xiao didn't ask why. He believed in Yun Luofeng. Whatever Yun Luofeng was going to do, she must have a reason, so he just needed to support her as always. Why don't you ask me why? Yun Luofeng asked, blinking. Yun Xiao bent his head and bit her lips again. Do you remember what I said to you before? What? You kill, I bury. So whatever you want to do, I'll clean up the mess for you. Chapter 2006, Kill Him, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. I will let you do anything you want to do, and clean up the mess for you, saving you from any worry. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Yun Xiao, only you can understand me in this world. She returned his kiss. What I want is never your protection. I want to fight side by side with you. This action is the opportunity for Chi Su and Qi Ling to rule the whole continent, so we have to make good use of it. I plan to let them deal with it, and if they can't handle it, I will intervene. Yun Xiao's eyes were affectionate and warm. His woman would never hide behind him. She would accomplish great goals with her own strength. That was why he fell in love with her, wasn't it? Feng let's do it again, okay. Yun Xiao looked at her with eager eyes. Don't worry. I'll be quick this time. It will take 1 hour at most. Perhaps you'll get pregnant this time. The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. Are you sure it'll only take an hour? I'm sure. Okay. Yun Xiao never cheated her, so she thought about it and agreed. 1 hour should be no problem. Sure enough, Yun Xiao was a man who never lied. He said it would take an hour, and then it took an hour, no more, no less. He finished when an hour passed. Yun Luofeng's body was limp. She clenched her teeth. How could you control the time so precisely? Yun Xiao looked innocent. I didn't spend more than an hour. Or less. Yun Luofeng glared at him. Pass me my clothes and we will set off now. Okay. Yun Xiao reluctantly left her warm beautiful body and picked up the clothes he had thrown on the ground. When he was in bed, he tried his best to serve Yun Luofeng. When he got out of bed, he carefully dressed the woman, packed for her, and even packed the books on the table. After all, Yun Luofeng might want to read these books. Yun Xiao, before leaving, Yun Luofeng took one last look at the cabin, stroking her stomach with her fingers. I have a feeling that maybe I really will get pregnant this time. How do you know it? Mother and her son have telepathy. Yun Xiao pondered and suddenly asked, why is it a son, not a daughter? I don't know. Maybe it's just my hunch. Actually, I don't care whether it's a girl or a boy. I prefer having a daughter, but a son is also fine, provided that he won't be as narcissistic and shameless as Kang Ji. Otherwise, the women in the world will be endangered. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng didn't know that her son wasn't like Kang Ji but was Kang Ji himself. Of course, before Kang Ji started to harm women, he had been harmed by a woman and never managed to escape from her for his entire life. I prefer a daughter. The tender look in Yun Xiao's eyes deepened. If we have a daughter, she must look like you. Really? But when your daughter gets married, you'll know how Grandpa felt with my marriage. Yun Luofeng smiled. She missed Grandpa a little. If Grandpa saw Bai Ling, he would be very excited. But, Yun Luofeng suddenly wanted to tease Yun Xiao. If a man steals our daughter, quote, kill him. Yun Xiao's voice suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The killing intent was not, of course, aimed at Yun Luofeng, but at their future son-in-law who probably hadn't been born. Chapter 2007, The Eve of War, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The corner of Yun Luofeng's eyes twitched. Kill him. This was Yun Xiao's style indeed. It's getting late. Let's go. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched herself, looked back at the cabin and then walked towards the outside of the back mountain. They didn't know that when they left the back mountain, the small cabin suddenly collapsed. The Freedom Union. In a dark and damp woodshed, Princess Jinyang, Lian Yusheng stood quietly in front of the window. Her robe was fluttering beautifully in the wind. Standing upright, she looked so proud and aloof. She was not willing to act lowly even under such circumstances. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Lian Yusheng turned around only to see Lang Xinyu walking in. She asked coldly, why did you come here? Lang Xinyu laughed, and her face was full of jealousy and hatred. Princess Jinyang, do you know why the leader wanted you to become his woman? How should I know? Lian Yusheng smiled contemptuously. Besides, your Freedom Union doesn't seem to be free. Instead, you're just as arbitrary as our imperial families of the Four Kingdoms. He didn't need a reason to do things. Lang Xinyu couldn't help but clenched her fists, and a cold gleam flashed through her eyes. You are wrong. The leader is not the kind of person you imagine. In his life, he has only had one woman, that's me. You are only the second one, and his true love was Yun Yuqing, but that woman let him down. Even though she had slept with the leader and became his concubine, she still couldn't get his heart, while Yun Yuqing, who stole his heart, was so dismissive of him. How could she not be angry? The leader wanted you to be his woman because you have a pure yin constitution. Hearing the pure yin constitution, Lian Yusheng, who looked indifferent, suddenly turned pale and her pupils constricted. Pure yin constitution. Men can boost their strength by making love to you. Do you think the leader would allow other men to get you? Lang Xinyu walked towards Lian Yusheng with a sneer. Unfortunately, the leader died in the hand of the ghost emperor Yun Xiao. Quote. Lian Yusheng was stunned. The leader of the Freedom Union died. Then why did Lang Xinyu still capture her? Why did you bring me here since he is dead? Lian Yusheng was puzzled and asked. Lang Xinyu's eyes suddenly shone with resentment. Since the leader was killed, I'll certainly avenge him. I brought you here so that the male members of the Freedom Union can enjoy your body. With you here, the strength of the Freedom Union will be improved a lot in a short time. This is your role. Lian Yusheng stiffened and she took a deep breath. I won't let you get away with it. It's not up to you. Lang Xinyu flicked her sleeves hard and coldly glanced at Lian Yusheng. Guards, take Princess Jinyang away and call all the members in. With that, Lang Xinyu ordered her men to take Lian Yusheng away with her and turned to walk outside the woodshed. Yun Yuqing. The leader loved you so much, but you trampled on his sincere heart and even helped outsiders murder him. Chapter 2008, The Eve of War, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Then I must avenge the leader. No matter you or anyone else who helped you must die. The Freedom Union was not a small tribe but a huge city. The headquarters of the Freedom Union was located in the central and busiest part of the city. At this moment, receiving the message from Lang Xinyu, all members of the Freedom Union rushed from all directions and gathered in the square at the gate of the Freedom Union. Miss Lang, why did you call us here in such a rush? An old man in the crowd asked with doubt. Lang Xinyu looked at the people below, and her eyes were full of grief. I'm here to inform you that, leader has died. What? Leader was dead. Everyone widened their eyes with shock, and some old people were trembling. The former leader just died a few years ago, and now the current leader was also dead. Was the Freedom Union cursed? Miss Lang, tell us what happened. How did the leader die? The old man asked hastily. Short of breath, he looked anxious. Lang Xinyu slightly lowered her eyes. I'm to blame. I didn't protect leader well. Quote. She slowly raised her eyes, and everyone saw her sad eyes and they didn't have the heart to blame this innocent girl. Even though the leader was killed, that just showed how strong his killer was. Lang Xinyu must have escaped from the disaster by a fluke. How could they blame her? Miss Lang, you don't have to blame yourself. Tell us who murdered leader and we will avenge him. Lang Xinyu's eyelashes quivered slightly. In fact, you all know the person who killed the leader. It was Yun Yuqing. Boom. This name hit the hearts of these people like a heavy stone. Those old people who followed the former leader for many years were surprised and cried out loud. It is impossible. How could it be Yun Yuqing? She is the former leader's disciple and the current leader's junior sister. How could she do such a thing? Lang Xinyu's eyes were shining with tears and grief. She has a secret. Leader didn't want me to tell you because of the affection he had for her. But now leader died in the hands of that BTCH. How can I still conceal it for her? Looking at Lang Xinyu's resentful face, everyone was stunned. What happened between the leader and Yun Yuqing? Do you know why Yun Yuqing didn't come back to the Freedom Union over the years? Lang Xinyu clenched her fists. That's because, just before Master's death, she came back and did something that was discovered by leader. On that day, not long after Master's death, leader found Yun Yuqing rummaging in Master's room, looking for something and cursing Master as old beastard. I was also there and heard clearly what she was looking for was a seal. Seal. Everyone's heart sank. After the death of the former leader, the seal disappeared. Nobody could find it. Did Yun Yuqing take it away? Chapter 2009, The Eve of War, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Lang Xinyu looked around at the crowd, and her eyes turned even darker. Leader was always filial to Master. When he heard this, he rushed out to question Yun Yuqing, but she tried to seduce him to conceal this matter. Few people in the Freedom Union knew that the leader loved Yun Yuqing, so no one doubted it when she said this. Indeed, compared with Yun Yuqing who joined them later, they'd rather believe Lang Xinyu who grew up in the Freedom Union. Only a few elderly people didn't believe that Yun Yuqing was such an ingrate. Leader was so angry that he injured Yun Yuqing, but he didn't injure her seriously because she was his junior sister. However, Yun Yuqing took the chance and escaped. Until recently, the leader received a letter from her. Quote. Yun Yuqing claimed that she wanted to reconcile with leader and she knew she was wrong. Leader forgave her and took a group of people to find her, intending to bring her back. No one expected that Yun Yuqing would cooperate with outsiders and murdered leader. Among the people leader brought with him, I was the only one who survived. Quote. At the end, Lang Xinyu couldn't help but cover her face and cry. She described the scene so vividly that no one could find any problem from her words. How dare Yun Yuqing do this? She tramped the streets and lost all her memories. It was the old leader who saved her and gave her a comfortable life and great strength. And she repaid us with this. Poor old leader. He treated her as his daughter. How could she be so ungrateful? She went too far. Too far. Miss Lang, tell us where Yun Yuqing is. Let's avenge leader. Everyone was indignant. If Yun Yuqing was in front of them, they would definitely tear her into pieces. Of course, there was still someone sane among the crowd. An old man frowned and asked, Miss Lang, are you telling the truth? I don't think Yun Yuqing is the kind of person who would do such a thing. Elder Chin, cats hide their claws. How do you know what kind of a person Yun Yuqing really is? We watched Miss Lang grow up and she never lied. In my opinion, Yun Yuqing is a greedy wicked monster who wants to seize the Freedom Union. Exactly. Miss Lang, tell us where Yun Yuqing is, and you don't need to care about your friendship again. This woman is not worthy of being a member of our Freedom Union. Looking at the indignant people, Lang Xinyu remained calm. She raised her hand, and in an instant, the whole crowd quieted down and listened to her. Everyone, since Yun Yuqing's accomplices could defeat leader, it's like courting death if we just go to find her like this. Everyone kept silent, waiting for Lang Xinyu's next words. Then, under the public stare, Lang Xinyu continued, however, Master gave me a secret book that recorded how to quickly break through to the Monic God level. If I reach the Monic God level, how will I be afraid of those people? The Monic God level. These words had touched the chord in everyone's heart, making them gape and filling their hearts with tension. Chapter 2010, The Eve of War, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. As long as all you Reverend God level spirit cultivators transmit your strength to me, I'll absorb your strength with the method recorded in that secret book and soon I'll reach the Monic God level. At that time, no one on the Fengyun continent can rival me. Lang Xinyu said loudly with great seriousness. In fact, this method also had a backlash. Even if she could reach the Monic God level with the help of these people, every night of a full moon she would endure unbearable pain. This was why the leader didn't use it, though he had long ago known this method. But now, to take revenge, she couldn't care that much. As long as Yun Yuqing could die, she was willing to sacrifice anything. Again the crowd was silent. After all, humans were selfish by nature. How could they be willing to give out their strength just to help Lang Xinyu make a breakthrough? I know what you're thinking, but think about it. My master was good to you and the current leader, my senior brother, also treated you very well. Don't you want to revenge him? You can rest assured, if you give out your strength for me and for the whole Freedom Union, I will definitely repay you fairly. In the future, the Freedom Union will be the first to stand up for you no matter what happens to you. No matter who your enemy is, the Freedom Union will solve them for you. I will also feed and clothe you forever. At that time, the Freedom Union will be the real ruler of the Fengyun continent, and you will no longer have to fear anyone. A tremor went through the heart of everyone. Yes, if the Freedom Union became the ruler of the Fengyun continent, who would dare to show them any disrespect? Miss Lang, I hope you can honor your promise. The Freedom Union will never abandon us. If you are willing to do so, then we will contribute our strength. Okay, I can swear to God that as long as you are willing to contribute your strength, I will never abandon you provided that you don't do anything to hurt me in the future. Lang Xinyu's eyes were grim. Provided that they didn't betray her, otherwise, she wouldn't forgive them. Hearing Lang Xinyu swear to God, the crowd felt relieved and walked slowly towards her. Wait a minute. Just as several Reverend God-level spirit cultivators walked up to Lang Xinyu, she suddenly stopped them. I have something else to announce. What is it? When someone asked this question, Lang Xinyu raised her hand and ordered guards to carry Lian Yusheng here. Two guards walked over, threw Lian Yusheng rudely on the ground, and stepped aside. Lian Yusheng was gagged and couldn't speak. Her cold clear eyes were full of anger and she stared at Lang Xinyu coldly. Not looking at her, Lang Xinyu sneered, this woman is an accomplice of Yun Yuqing and I captured her when I was escaping. No member of the Freedom Union had seen Princess Jinyang, so they didn't know her identity. Even if someone knew this was Princess Jinyang, it didn't matter. As long as she said this woman had something to do with Yun Yuqing, they would believe her. An accomplice of Yun Yuqing. Then this woman must die. Miss Lang, I suggest killing this woman. Let Yun Yuqing regret. Those people impulsively rushed forward and were going to tear Lian Yusheng to pieces, but Lang Xinyu stopped them again at this critical moment. Chapter 2011, The Eve of War, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Do you think killing this woman will make Yun Yuqing regret? You are wrong. Yun Yuqing is a person who has no human affection. Otherwise, she would not be so cruel to leader. There's another reason I captured this woman, which is that this woman has a pure yin constitution. Pure yin constitution. Everyone suddenly breathed faster, and some people's eyes lit up when they looked at Lian Yusheng. So this woman is yours now. With her in our hands, I believe that the strength of the Freedom Union will be improved rapidly. Lang Xinyu pushed Lian Yusheng to the front, slightly raised her chin and gave a grim smile. Under the lascivious stares, Lian Yusheng trembled all over with anger. Her clear cold eyes were filled with unquenchable anger and she resentfully glared at these people. Throw her into the medicine cave, and in half a month you'll be able to improve your strength with her body. If anyone wanted to improve his strength by making love to a woman of pure yin constitution, he had to temper her body with medicine first. However, everyone would tremble with fear at the sight of the medicine cave. The cloth in Lian Yusheng's mouth suddenly loosened and she spat it out. Lang Xinyu. She raised her clear eyes and coldly stared at the expressionless Lang Xinyu. I'd rather die than let you get what you want. Lang Xinyu sneered contemptuously. Do you think you can decide your fate? As long as you are put into the medicine cave, you'll beg for death. At that time, let alone committing suicide, you won't even be able to move your finger. Guards, take her away. She could only blame herself for having a pure yin constitution. With such a constitution, not to mention men, even she, a woman, would be tempted by her. Watching Lian Yusheng taken away, Lang Xinyu looked at the crowd and said, let's start. In fact, the Freedom Union had more reverent god-level spirit cultivators than the Jinyang Kingdom, but the old leader only wanted a peaceful life and didn't want to start a fight, so the Fengyun continent used to be peaceful. Of course, the reverent god-level spirit cultivators that the leader brought with him were created by him with a secret technique that was unknown to the rest members of the Freedom Union. So, there were only 10 reverent god-level spirit cultivators left in the Freedom Union. However, the power of these reverent god-level spirit cultivators was enough for her to break through to the Monic god level. Outside the Freedom Union city, Qi Ling had already been waiting here with a lot of strong masters. After a long time, he finally saw Qi Su and other people of the Ziyu Kingdom and the Tianqi Kingdom come. As for the Jinyang Kingdom, having defected to the Freedom Union, they had no face to appear in front of other countries' people. Second Prince. Qi Su saw Qi Ling at first sight and walked slowly by. Qi Ling nodded to him, "You've come." "Yes," Qi Su smiled faintly, "and I have informed Miss Yun and she will come here soon." Qi Ling was very polite to Qi Su. After all, Qi Su was Yun Luofeng's subordinate, and it was because of Yun Luofeng that he had acquired today's status. More importantly, he had always appreciated Qi Su. However, he wasn't that friendly to Yi Lin, the general of the Ziyu Kingdom. He just glanced at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "You are late." Chapter 2012, The Eve of War, 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yi Lin paused and wanted to ask him why he only blamed him since Qi Su also came late. However, thinking of Qi Ling's current status, he didn't dare to say anything. Here they are. Quote. Suddenly, Qi Su seemed to feel something and raised his head only to see a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the sky. The couple stood side by side like a celestial couple. Their presence was as beautiful as a picture. "My mother hasn't come yet," Yun Luofeng asked as she descended from the sky and looked at the crowd. "Master had come here. She said she was going to the Freedom Union city alone, and asked me to come here and join you." Mom went to the Freedom Union city alone. Yun Luofeng frowned. "Qi Su, Qi Ling, let's set off for the Freedom Union city now." In the Ziyu Kingdom's team, a girl in red was standing beside General Yi Lin. The girl looked handsome and a bit like Yi Lin. She must be his daughter. From the moment Yun Xiao appeared, the girl's eyes never left him. Of course, while in the Ziyu Kingdom, Yun Xiao wore a mask. Now, beside Yun Luofeng, he didn't wear a mask anymore. Therefore, Yi Lin and his daughter didn't think he was the Ghost Emperor. Seeing Yun Luofeng giving orders, the girl in red complained angrily, "The team leader is second prince, the ruler of the four kingdoms. Even he didn't speak. Why are you commanding us?" Yun Luofeng cast a cold and wicked glance at the girl in red. Without a word, she headed for the direction of the Freedom Union city. Qi Su walked up to the girl in red and contemptuously spat out, "Idiot." He then followed Yun Luofeng and quickly disappeared. The girl in red turned pale and got angry. However, before she could vent her anger, General Yi Lin stopped her. "Yan, didn't you see the second prince of the Tianqi Kingdom didn't say anything when the woman gave orders? This woman can't be a nobody. You'd better not mess with her." Yi Yan bit her red lip and lovingly stared at Yun Xiao. Noticing her eyes, Yi Lin paused but suddenly he frowned. "Why do I feel this man's figure looks familiar?" "Dad, do you know him?" "No, but I feel his back looks a bit similar to the Ghost Emperor. I don't know if it is just an illusion." "The Ghost Emperor?" Yi Yan laughed. "Everyone in the Ziyu Kingdom knows that the Ghost Emperor is ugly. Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have run away from home to escape the marriage with him. That ugly Ghost Emperor can't be this handsome man. You must have the wrong person." Hearing this, a touch of doubt flickered across Yi Lin's eyes. Maybe he had the wrong person, but were there two people so similar in the world? Even their temperaments were so similar. In front, Yun Xiao put his arms around Yun Luofeng's waist and his handsome face was chilly. "That woman has been staring at me." "Ha!" Yun Luofeng looked at him, stunned by his words. "So," Yun Xiao looked serious, "if she is still alive after this war, can I gouge her eyes out?" Yun Luofeng had become accustomed to Yun Xiao's occasional bloodthirstiness, but the people following her almost fell to the ground. "Brother, can you stop saying such cruel things with such an innocent look? Besides, you wanted to gouge out her eyes just because she looked at you." Chapter 2013, Conspiracy Exposed, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. At that moment, everyone's eyes rested on the two and their eyes were full of shock and fear. Yun Luofeng just headed for the direction of the Freedom Union city as if she didn't hear Yun Xiao's words. Every time she thought how her mother was mistreated in the Freedom Union city, she wanted to kill. Right now, in the Freedom Union city, Bai Ling, in a snow-white robe, walked slowly into the city. She slightly raised her head and looked at the Freedom Union city where she had lived for more than 10 years, and her thoughts drifted away into a trance. Just then, a group of people perceived the Bai Ling's approach and immediately landed from the sky. Countless long swords were placed on her neck. "Yun Yuqing, how can you still have the nerve to come back? The Freedom Union saved you, but you killed leader. Let's take revenge for him now." Bai Ling frowned and coldly looked around at those people. Then she opened her mouth and said word by word, "I came here for Lang Xinyu. Tell her to come out." One of the people responded to Bai Ling with a sneer, "Miss Lang is right. You killed leader and many strong masters of the Freedom Union. Now you came to kill the only survivor, Miss Lang. Bai Ling, you are really an ungrateful BTCH." Not bothering to waste time with these people, Bai Ling made a move, passed through the layer of swords, and flew to the sky with a swish. "Lang Xinyu, come out." Her cold voice came from the sky and resounded in the air. At this point, however, not far away from here, heavenly lightning suddenly rumbled and hit against a house. Bai Ling squinted slightly and held her breath. Monic God level Strud Cultivator. At this time, someone was breaking through to the Monic God level. Was it? Thinking of the possibility, Bai Ling sped toward the point where the heavenly lightning hit. The heavenly lightning was very fierce and kept coming down. Under the heavenly lightning, a house was smashed into ruins. A woman sitting cross-legged in the house leaped into the eyes of Bai Ling. The heavenly lightning ceased. Lang Xinyu glared with her eyes wide. She felt her body filled with power. Looking at Bai Ling standing not far away, she gave a contemptuous smile. Yun Yuqing, it doesn't seem like you expected this, right? She rose slowly from the ground, her chin high, her face proud. Around her, a group of old men also sat cross-legged. At this time, their faces were pale and they were all in a cold sweat. When they saw this unexpected guest, their eyes were filled with anger. Yun Yuqing, how dare you come back? You were disrespectful to the old leader and tried to steal the seal when the old leader's remains were scarcely cold. Then you killed leader because he found out your secret. How can you have such a heart? Even a devil wouldn't be as evil as you. Fortunately, Miss Lang has broken through to the demonic god level. You can never hurt our freedom union. Bai Ling stared at Lang Xinyu and listened to the words of these old men. She didn't expect Lang Xinyu would shamelessly slander her like this behind her. It turns out Lang Xinyu and Ou Lei explained it to you in this way. Having great feelings for the freedom union, Bai Ling didn't want these people to be taken advantage of by Lang Xinyu. Chapter 2014, Conspiracy Exposed 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. So, ignoring those murderous looks, she continued, but do you think Master Seal could be found so easily? Who but Master knows where his seal is? The crowd all paused. They were so overwhelmed by anger that they didn't think about it. Even though a few of them didn't feel right, they were finally subordinate to the majority. Lang Xinyu suddenly issued an aggressive aura and turned the surrounding air depressing. Yun Yuqing, don't use these lame arguments. How can you prove that the seal was given to you by Master? Bai Ling stared at Lang Xinyu coldly and asked expressionlessly, firstly, I didn't say I had the seal in my hand. Why are you sure the seal is in my hand? That's because you stole it. Since leader died and I've broken through to the demonic god level, I'll naturally be the leader of the Freedom Union. Hand over the thing you stole. It should belong to me. Lang Xinyu gnashed her teeth. I was also Master's disciple. Why did Master give the seal to Yun Yuqing? Why did he treat Yun Yuqing so specially? Bai Ling ignored Lang Xinyu and turned her eyes to the elders present. Didn't you know what I did for the Freedom Union over the last dozen years? How did Master treat me? And how did I treat Master? Were you blind? Now, just because of Lang Xinyu's words, you've convicted me. You really let me down. The elders were speechless and none of them said a word. Bai Ling sneered, besides, the army of the Four Kingdoms has reached the city gate. Do you really think Lang Xinyu, the fake demonic god level spirit cultivator, can resist them? No, you're wrong. She'll only drag the Freedom Union down to hell with her. I still have some feelings for the Freedom Union. I thought that if you were willing to help me get Lang Xinyu, I would ask them to forgive the Freedom Union. Unfortunately, I came too late, and you had already passed on your strength to her. How could Bai Ling, the favorite disciple of the old leader, not know about his secret techniques? Seeing the powerless heavenly lightning, she knew Lang Xinyu was just a fake demonic god level spirit cultivator. Seeing the old men keep silent, Bai Ling went on, yes, Master Seal is really in my hand. But Master secretly gave it to me on his deathbed. If you don't believe it, I can show it to you now. Lang Xinyu frowned, but she wasn't worried. Anyway, Yun Yuqing could no longer pose any threat to her. Ignoring Lang Xinyu, Bai Ling took a seal out of her pocket and injected power into the seal. As she did this, a voice suddenly rang inside the seal. I, Shen Luo, the leader of the Freedom of Union, hereby appoint my disciple, Yun Yuqing, as my successor. From now on, all members of the Freedom Union shall obey her orders and guard her forever. No sooner had the voice fallen than tears began to flow down from some old men's face. It's the voice of the old leader. It's the old leader. Chapter 2015, Death of Lang Xinyu, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Lang Xinyu's face immediately turned green. She didn't expect that the seal had such a secret. It hid the will of Master. In fact, Bai Ling accidentally discovered it some time ago. Otherwise, she would have returned to the Freedom Union with the seal earlier. Unfortunately, she found it too late, so Lang Xinyu and Ou Lei were able to rule over the Freedom Union for so many days. Gnashing her teeth, Lang Xinyu stared at Bai Ling with a murderous look and said, Elders, do you really believe Bai Ling's words? Maybe it was fabricated by her. I've never heard that a will can be saved in a seal. Hearing her words, several old men said hesitantly, I remember that when the old leader made the seal, he told us that his will would be stored in it, so I believe this will is true. As the seal was lost, the will was also missing, but we didn't expect. They didn't expect the situation reversed so quickly. Lang Xinyu's eyes suddenly lit up with a ferocious gleam and she said grimly, this will doesn't mean anything. Master must have been coerced by her. You'd rather believe this woman than leader and me. She raised a hand and pointed at Bai Ling. Lang Xinyu wanted more than just the death of Bai Ling. She wanted to ruin her reputation as well. Only in this way could she get her revenge. The elders suddenly fell silent and glared at Lang Xinyu, their faces filled with astonishment and anger. Lang Xinyu didn't know what she said to make these old men look at her with such looks. Miss Lang, you said the old leader was coerced by her. Then do you think the old leader was the kind of person who could be easily coerced? You just said that leader and you saw Yun Yuqing looking for the old leader's seal. Since she could coerce the old leader to leave a will in the seal, why should she still look for it? Besides, if she had known about the will, she wouldn't have stayed outside for so many years. Maybe she would have already returned to the Freedom Union. So I think Yun Yuqing discovered the will not long ago. The elders all looked grieved and indignant. At this moment, they knew that they had been beguiled by Lang Xinyu. Lang Xinyu's face changed a little, but soon she calmed down. With a sneer, she looked at the elders contemptuously. Yes, I did make this up. So what, don't you think you found out about it too late? Ha ha. Lang Xinyu suddenly guffawed. Under her wild laughter, the sky changed color and a fierce gale sprang up. Yes, even though they found out the truth, it was too late. Now Lang Xinyu had become the most powerful person on the Fengyun continent. No one would be able to defeat her. Lang Xinyu, you are so despicable. An old man pointed at Lang Xinyu angrily. How dare you take advantage of us? Lang Xinyu stopped laughing and said with a cold smile, that's because you were too stupid. You believed me just because of a few words of mine. But one thing I said is true, my senior brother Ou Yulei was killed by Bai Ling's men. Chapter 2016, Death of Lang Xinyu, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. I took your strength because I have to revenge him. Lang Xinyu's eyes flickered with killing intent and she walked slowly towards Bai Ling. Yun Yuqing, why didn't you like leader? Why did you hurt him like that? As far as I can see, you were not worthy of leader's love, but you were dismissive of his love. Every step she went forward, the air turned more depressing. Slightly raising her chin, she looked so haughty and cold. However, under this suffocating pressing power, Bai Ling didn't even bat her eyelids, her snow-white robe fluttering in the breeze. Lang Xinyu was very jealous of her. Since Bai Ling came to the Freedom Union, her position in the Freedom Union was threatened. The young talents who used to surround her all went to Bai Ling. So she secretly vowed that she would defeat this woman one day. Now, at last, she had achieved her goal. Imagining how she would trample Bai Ling under her feet, she laughed louder and her slightly raised eyes were full of disdain. Stop it. Seeing Lang Xinyu walk up to Bai Ling, those elders who were still in grief finally moved. They rushed towards her angrily. A ferocious gleam flickered across Lang Xinyu's eyes. She returned them with a powerful punch. The old man closest to her was immediately struck away and a bloody hole appeared in his body. Everyone else around her was also affected and swept out. These old men used to be reverend god-level spirit cultivators and were greatly respected, but now they were only ordinary people. How could they resist the attack of Lang Xinyu? A single breath of Lang Xinyu would crush them. Elder Shi. Bai Ling's face suddenly changed. As her white figure flashed, she had reached the front of the old men who fell to the ground. Elder Shi, are you all right? Hearing her voice, Elder Shi looked up at the familiar face with difficulty and shouted with all his strength, run. Then he gradually closed his eyes, and his hand slid from Bai Ling's onto the ground as he died. These old men believed Lang Xinyu's words because of their ignorance. But now, he lost his life protecting her. Bai Ling couldn't hate them at this moment, no matter how many mistakes they had made. Her heart was filled with grief and helplessness. The other elders were also hurt, but they were better than Elder Shi. At least they were still alive. Lang Xinyu, we trusted you so much and even passed on our strength to you to revenge leader. But now I know how stupid I was. I harmed Yuqing and the whole Freedom Union. A white-haired old man stood up with difficulty and said resolutely, today, I'll make up for the mistakes we made. Yuqing, leave the Freedom Union now. Run away from here as far as you can. It's our Freedom Union that hurt you, and now it's time for us to make amends. Bai Ling slowly put Elder Zai's body on the ground, and gradually stood up. Her long black hair was fluttering in the wind, her white robe was as pure as snow. She coldly stared at Lang Xinyu, releasing a murderous aura. I am here today to get revenge on Lang Xinyu. How can I leave so easily? Yuqing, the white-haired old man turned pale and looked worried. As if not seeing his look, Bai Ling continued walking toward Lang Xinyu. Chapter 2017, Death of Lang Xinyu, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. You killed Elder Shi. I'll avenge him today. Lang Xinyu looked at Bai Ling up and down and gave her a smile of contempt. Your poison doesn't seem to be completely cleared. You just lied to me that day. Besides, even if your poison has been cleared, you're no match for me. Indeed, I am no match for you now, but I dare to fight you with my life. Do you dare to fight a person who doesn't even care about her life? Bai Ling's face was cold and solemn. With a flick of her hand, a long sword appeared in her hand. Yun Luofeng was coming soon. She must solve Lang Xinyu before Yun Luofeng came here. Because she couldn't put her daughter in danger. Even if she would lose her life for this, she had to make sure she was safe. Ha ha. Lang Xinyu chuckled, if you want to die, I can help you. Outside Union City. The Three Kingdom allied forces had reached the city gate. Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng led the army. One of them was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in black. They were a perfect match for each other. Attack. As Yun Luofeng said this, the Three Kingdom allied forces broke through the gate and rushed into the city. The members of the Freedom Union didn't know what happened on the other side, so they just followed Lang Xinyu's order and launched attacks on these intruders. At the gate, blood flowed like a stream and the field was littered with corpses. Yun Luofeng stood in the midst of the corpses as if standing at the peak of the continent. With a powerful aura, she looked so formidable. No matter how strong the Union City's army was, they couldn't resist the attack of the Three Kingdoms. Soon they were completely routed and quickly dispersed by the Three Kingdom allied forces. Ignore them. Let's go. Yun Luofeng frowned. Perhaps thinking of Bai Ling who was in the city right now, she couldn't help quickening her pace. The headquarters of the Freedom Union. In the yard, Lang Xinyu struck Bai Ling on the chest and made her back up a few steps. She felt a lump in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ling wiped the blood on the lower corner of her mouth and rushed towards Lang Xinyu again. There was no suspense about the result of the battle. The poison in Bai Ling's body hadn't been fully cleared. Besides, Lang Xinyu already reached demonic god level, so Bai Ling was no match for Lang Xinyu and Lang Xinyu's attack caused serious injuries to her body. However, soon the old men found that instead of evading Lang Xinyu's attack, Bai Ling put all her power on the attack. It seemed that she didn't care about her life. She was trying to injure Lang Xinyu even at the expense of her own life. Noticing that, the elders all felt guilty. If they hadn't been so credulous of Lang Xinyu, how could such a thing happen? If Bai Ling died, how could they explain to the old leader after they died? Yun Yuqing, you are no match for me. As Lang Xinyu turned over her hand, a sword shot into the sky. Its chilly glint was shining in the sky and made people tremble. Bai Ling would be seriously injured or even killed if she was hit by the sword. However, she had no intention of dodging the attack. At the same time, her long sword floated into the sky and chopped at Lang Xinyu fiercely. If Lang Xinyu continued to attack her, she would also be injured. Even if she had broken through to the monarch god level, her breakthrough hadn't been consolidated, so she would also be injured even if this sword hit Bai Ling. Chapter 2018, Death of Lang Xinyu, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Then if another strong master attacked her, she would be unable to respond. Lang Xinyu quickly withdrew her attack and turned to deal with the sword in the sky. Boom. As a loud noise came from the sky, the whole sky was shaken by a light wave. Being hit by the power, Bai Ling retreated rapidly. Yun Yuqing, you are crazy. Lang Xinyu was very angry and glared at Bai Ling fiercely. Bai Ling sneered, I've told you I don't care about my life. So I can sacrifice my life and fight you to the death. But you cherish your life so much. No, to be exact, you don't even want to be injured. Then how can you defeat me? Lang Xinyu's eyes turned dark. She was not afraid of being injured but was afraid of the cold man who killed leader. If she was at the peak of her strength, she might be able to defeat him, but if she was injured, she couldn't defeat him. Therefore, she dared not be injured at all. Only in this way could she defeat that man when he came. Lang Xinyu, you are always so cowardly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Obviously, Bai Ling's words touched a sore spot for Lang Xinyu and she got angry. Yun Yuqing, if you don't shut up, I'll tear up your mouth. What, you're afraid of my words? Bai Ling had come to the front of Lang Xinyu. When I came to the Freedom Union, I was much weaker than you, but I managed to surpass you in a short time, which proves that you were always far behind me. Lang Xinyu almost exploded with anger. Anger welled up within him but she tried to keep calm and said with a sneer, Yun Yuqing, don't try to irritate me. I won't be tricked by you. She realized that Bai Ling was trying to irritate her so that she would fight her with all her might. However, even if she killed the woman, what would she get? Bai Ling scowled. She didn't expect this woman saw through her mind. She did want to irritate her. But she didn't expect Lang Xinyu found out about her intention. I know the man who killed leader is also here. You're trying to anger and injure me when I fight you, so that man can easily kill me, right? Lang Xinyu thought she was so smart that nothing could escape her eyes. It seems that the man is very afraid of me, or else he wouldn't hide and let you come out and fight me. You dare to challenge me just because I just broke through to the monarch god level, and haven't consolidated the breakthrough. In just a few more days, even if you're added together, you'll be no match for me. Lang Xinyu confidently thought that Yun Xiao must be so afraid of her that he hid. She firmly believed that Bai Ling wouldn't dare come to challenge her without someone behind her. So, I'll let you off today. There will be ample time for me to settle accounts with you. With that, Lang Xinyu turned, jumped into the sky and rushed towards the city gate. Unfortunately, Lang Xinyu walked only several steps before she was stopped by two people. It was a good-looking couple. They were as beautiful as celestial beings in a picture. However, Lang Xinyu could easily feel the pressing power released by them. Chapter 2019, Death of Lang Xinyu, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Feng, Xiao, how did you get here? Bai Ling was surprised to see that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao came so quickly. Mom, I came to avenge you. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile. Lang Xinyu, I wonder where you're going. Do you think you can get away with your sin? Lang Xinyu scowled and gave a contemptuous smile. Well, after hiding in the dark for so long, you finally dared to come out. Though you called Yun Yuqing mother, I don't think you care about her at all, or else you wouldn't have made her the bait and tried to injure me with her life. Not understanding what she meant, Yun Luofeng frowned but she didn't bother to ask her. Yun Xiao, I'll avenge my mother myself. Don't interfere. Yun Xiao took a look at Yun Luofeng and nodded, okay. Seeing Yun Luofeng's confident look, Lang Xinyu burst into laughter again. Little girl, I admit that you have great talent, but it's simply impossible for you to beat me, a monarch god level spirit cultivator. Yun Luofeng smiled. If you were a real monarch god level spirit cultivator, maybe. It would take me a little extra effort to solve you. Unfortunately, you're only a fake monarch god level spirit cultivator. Her voice slowly rang in the quiet sky, and Lang Xinyu turned pale again. Seeing Lang Xinyu's look, Yun Luofeng put her arms around her chest, slightly lifted her chin and said with a faint smile, I don't need my husband to help me deal with a fake monarch god level spirit cultivator. Besides, I don't want you to get his hands dirty. Yun Luofeng wanted to kill Lang Xinyu herself, so she didn't let Yun Xiao help her. After all, Lang Xinyu almost ruined Bai Ling. How could she let her get away with this? Presumptuous. Lang Xinyu snorted and jumped up. As she attacked, a powerful force fiercely struck against Yun Luofeng. A fierce gale sprang up at the same time. Under the fierce gale, Yun Luofeng's hair was wildly fluttering in the wind. In a snow-white robe, she looked like a celestial being. Boom. Just when Lang Xinyu's sword was going to hit Yun Luofeng hard. Yun Luofeng's body was suddenly surrounded by a hard dragon scale armor. With a thunk, Lang Xinyu's hand shivered, her arms went numb, and a gleam of shock appeared in her eyes. This dragon scale armor is a treasure. Noticing her greedy eyes, Yun Luofeng smiled, you want my dragon scale armor. You don't deserve to have such a treasure. In other words, only she, a monarch god level spirit cultivator, could be worthy of the dragon scale armor. If you want it, snatch it from me. Yun Luofeng cast a wicked glance at her. There are a lot of people who coveted my dragon scale armor, but they're all dead. As she spat out the last word, her aura turned more murderous and even the temperature dropped. The air was suffocating. They were stupid, but I am different. Lang Xinyu said coldly, today, I will defeat you and let you pay the price for your arrogance. However, as Lang Xinyu rushed towards Yun Luofeng, she suddenly stumbled and fell headlong in front of Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2020, Death of Lang Xinyu, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Everyone was stunned and looked shocked. No one knew what happened. 1 minute ago, Lang Xinyu was still so arrogant, but now she knelt to Yun Luofeng. Lang Xinyu was stunned, too. She was embarrassed and got up, but after she walked a few steps, her leg was numb and she fell again. The person you should feel guilty to is my mother. You don't need to kneel to me. Even if you want to apologize, you should apologize to her, said Yun Luofeng with a faint smile. Lang Xinyu almost exploded with anger. She didn't kneel to apologize, but you were courting death. She gnashed her teeth and angrily got up again, but just like the first 2 times, she fell again before she could touch Yun Luofeng. Her head hit on the ground, and her eyes were popping with pain. Who the HLL is it? Who sneak attacked me? Lang Xinyu roared. However, she soon froze. She was already a Monic God level spirit cultivator. The one who could launch a sneak attack on her must be stronger than her. Yun Luofeng turned his eyes to Yun Xiao. Looking at her smiling face, Yun Xiao couldn't help avoiding her eyes. I didn't get my hands dirty. Quote. He thought that Yun Luofeng didn't want him to interfere because she was afraid that he might get his hands dirty. Yun Xiao felt more and more nervous when he saw Yun Luofeng keep smiling and not saying a word. And I didn't touch her. Then why did she kneel? Yun Luofeng asked, raising her eyebrows. In an instant, all eyes had turned to Yun Xiao and stared at him with shock. Was he the one who sneak attacked Lang Xinyu? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiao answered honestly, I just moved my feet a little. Yeah, he used his feet. He just kicked a stone with his foot and hit Lang Xinyu's acupoint. He didn't move his hand from beginning to end. It was you. Lang Xinyu was almost mad with anger when she found the one who sneak attacked her was Yun Xiao. She didn't forget that he also killed leader. So she rushed towards Yun Luofeng like crazy, and the sword in her hand was shining with a chilly glint. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. A powerful aura surged out of his body and turned the whole world dim. Get lost. Boom. With that, a powerful wave of light seemed to gather in front of him, and struck Lang Xinyu hard on the chest, sending her flying. Under the sky, the man was standing still, with both hands clasped on his back and his black eyes were filled with killing intent. If Yun Luofeng hadn't said that she wanted to revenge his mother-in-law herself, he would have killed her. Lang Xinyu fell to the ground and blood was pouring out from her mouth. Her eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. Are you also a Monic God level spirit cultivator? No. It's impossible. I remember you were still a Reverend God level spirit cultivator half a month ago. Why had he become a Monic God level spirit cultivator only half a month later? Bai Ling also looked at Yun Xiao curiously. How could you break through within half a month? This bland remark magically made Yun Xiao blush. How should he tell his mother-in-law that he managed to reach the Monic God level because he had dual cultivation with Yun Luofeng in the last half a month? Chapter 2021, Death of Lang Xinyu, 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yes. In the last half a month, Yun Xiao, who was going to have a breakthrough, became a Monic God level spirit cultivator. Unlike Lang Xinyu, a fake Monic God level spirit cultivator, he was a real Monic God level spirit cultivator. Lang Xinyu was simply no match for him. Seeing Yun Xiao being embarrassed, Yun Luofeng stepped forward and explained for him, Mom, Yun Xiao got an opportunity, so he made the breakthrough. Bai Ling was still puzzled. Since it was because of an opportunity, why did Yun Xiao blush? Cough. Lang Xinyu lay on the ground face down. As she coughed, a trace of power came out of her mouth. Feeling the power, Yun Luofeng frowned and said, Yun Xiao, beat her until she spits out all the power she has swallowed. Lang Xinyu, who was still thinking about how to escape, suddenly turned pale with fear when she heard this. She raised her head in surprise, only to see that the cold man in black had arrived at her eyes. With a bang, a mighty force struck her chest. Blech. Lang Xinyu vomited another mouthful of blood, and the powers she swallowed were constantly flowing out of her mouth. As the power poured out, Lang Xinyu felt the spiritual energy inside her was diminishing. It freaked her out and she looked panic-stricken. However, Yun Xiao never showed mercy to his enemy just because the enemy was a woman. His attack was even fiercer. Lang Xinyu couldn't bear it at all, and the powers, ball-shaped, kept flowing out of her mouth. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the sky. Little Bug suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. He quickly swam towards Lang Xinyu, opened his mouth and swallowed all the power flowing out of her mouth. The moment he swallowed all the powers, he grew rapidly from a bug to a giant dragon. The sky was full of clouds, and heavenly lightning rumbled and hit hard on Little Bug. Little Bug shivered in pain. The elders of the Freedom Union were all dumbfounded. Lang Xinyu didn't make the breakthrough with her own strength, so it had a negative impact on her. That was why the heavenly lightning coming for Lang Xinyu was so weak. It was because the heavenly Dao knew that Lang Xinyu could pose no threat. But now, the heavenly lightning was so fierce as if it was trying to strike the dragon dead. Yun Yi. Yun Luofeng called softly. Yun Yi's strong body suddenly appeared in front of Little Bug. He opened his arms and welcomed the striking lightning bolt. Boom. 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 As the lightning struck down fiercely, Yun Yi's body was strengthened and his silhouette became clearer. His ordinary face suddenly shone and looked so attractive and powerful. After quite a while, the lightning disappeared, and Yunyi landed from the sky and walked slowly towards Yun Luofeng. Then, Yun Luofeng heard him say the first words in his life, "Master." His pronunciation was not very standard, and his voice was a little stiff like a baby who just learned to speak, which sounded cute and innocent. A gleam of surprise flickered across Yun Luofeng's eyes. "Yunyi, can you speak?" Yunyi was a puppet who only knew to take orders and couldn't think or speak. But now, Yunyi was able to speak even though he didn't have a soul. Chapter 2022, Death of Lang Xinyu, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. All of a sudden, Yun Luofeng recalled the written record in Zhu Qian's book. A true puppet differs in no way from normal humans. When placed among crowds, no one could make out their identity. However, even Zhu Qian hadn't perfected the puppet, but right now, had she coincidentally discovered the method. Lightning. Yun Luofeng was suddenly enlightened. It was those heavenly bolts of lightning that made Yunyi complete, allowing him to have human emotions. "Yunyi, you've worked hard. Return and have a rest." Yun Luofeng did not notice the spectators' shocked expressions as she quietly commanded. "Okay." Yunyi's voice was very hoarse. As it was the first time he had consciousness, it resulted in him looking somewhat confused. However, everyone else gasped because of Yunyi's emergence. Monic god level. He's actually a Monic god. Furthermore, he even addressed Yun Luofeng as master. Oh, that's right. That huge dragon who swallowed Lang Xinyu's power had also broken through to Monic god level. In this case, who else in this Fangyun continent could contend against Yun Luofeng? Yi Yan, the daughter of Ziyu Kingdom's general, had long been shocked, and she trembled upon witnessing the strength behind Yun Luofeng. Originally, she was still secretly aiming for Yun Xiao, but at that moment, she did not even dare to have that slightest thought. That woman was too terrifying. She had a Monic god-level dragon and puppet. If she attempted to snatch her man, wouldn't she simply be seeking death? Fortunately, her father had always obstructed her, or else she would have no longer existed. After the power leaked out, Lang Xinyu's strength regressed to reverend god level. She coughed out blood once again, and her eyes filled with resentment and anger glanced towards Bai Ling, then Yun Luofeng. She wanted to say something, but was powerless to do so. Ultimately, she slowly shut her eyes and all signs of breathing ceased. After Lang Xinyu's death, the Three Kingdoms army encircled the entire Freedom Alliance. Those elders started panicking as their voices trembled. Misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. If it was a misunderstanding, would all of you have transferred your powers to Lang Xinyu? The elders' expression changed. They knew they were at fault, and when they faced Yun Luofeng's questioning, they could not utter a single word. Bai Ling sighed and said, "Forget it. On the account that they wanted to rescue me at the last moment, spare them. Dispatch some people to bury Elder Shi. No matter how many mistakes they have committed in the past, it was all because they had been deceived by Lang Xinyu." Yuqing, those elders instantly released a sigh of relief when they heard her defending them. "Now that Lang Xinyu is dead, I wonder if you're willing to inherit the Freedom Alliance and become our leader." Bai Ling turned towards the elders and slowly said, "The Freedom Alliance no longer requires a leader." Yuqing. Everyone's expression changed. Bai Ling was the Alliance's last line of hope, and how could they be willing to let go? "Yuqing, you're the only one left to lead our Freedom Alliance. Don't tell me you want a group of elders to take charge. Furthermore, we've lost our powers, and the members of the Freedom Alliance might not necessarily be willing to heed us." Bai Ling shook her head. Master's intention of establishing the Freedom Alliance was so the experts in this world wouldn't be suppressed by the Four Kingdoms. Now that the Four Kingdoms are under my daughter, we have to revise this regulation. Therefore, there's no longer any need for the Freedom Alliance to exist. Chapter 2023, Death of Lang Xinyu, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. But. No buts. Bai Ling turned to Yun Luofeng. "Feng Er, I will disband the Freedom Alliance, and there's no need for them to continue existing on this continent." She was even more unwilling to become the leader. Right now, she only wished to accompany her daughter by her side. "All right, I will pass down an order, preventing the Four Kingdoms from forcing any experts to join their kingdoms." Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. "However, I have something even more important to attend to right now." After speaking, she turned towards the Freedom Alliance. "Where's Princess Jinyang of the Jinyang Kingdom?" Princess Jinyang. Their confusion was apparent from their expressions. "We've never met Princess Jinyang." "Never met her before." Yun Luofeng furrowed her brows. Lang Xinyu took Jinyang away, and naturally she would locate her within the Freedom Alliance. "How is it possible you've never met her? Or are you still unwilling to speak of the truth at this point in time?" Her voice was filled with menace. Yun Xiao's unfeeling eyes also swept over them, and his killing intent was apparent. "Hold on." Seemingly recalling something, someone said, "Previously Lang Xinyu did bring back a woman, but she didn't mention anything about her identity. I wonder, is she the Princess Jinyang you spoke of?" "Where is she right now?" Yun Luofeng asked. "She." That person seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Lang Xinyu mentioned that she has a so-called pure yin body and can assist men in increasing their cultivation. Therefore, she was thrown into the medicine cave. Many days have passed, and I presume she would have been successfully trained. I'm afraid she might have already been. He did not complete his sentence as his meaning was very obvious. Yun Luofeng released her suppressive aura and coldly said, "Lead the way." Yes. Cold sweat trickled down due to fright as he prayed for Princess Jinyang to be completely intact. Otherwise, probably the entire Freedom Alliance would be done for, and even Yuqing wouldn't protect them. Medicine cave. A woman was curled up within, and she could feel those densely packed worms burrowing into her body. Her body trembled from the extreme pain, but she persisted on, not uttering a single sound as she bit her lips. At this moment, the door was opened and a young man entered. He pulled up Lian Yusheng, who was almost completely incapable of moving. It's about time for us brothers to enjoy the feast. Ha ha. The young man wantonly laughed. Lang Xinyu had stationed them there to safeguard Lian Yusheng some time ago. Therefore, they were unaware of what had happened in the outside world. During this period of time, Lian Yusheng suffered from both mental and bodily torture. It wasn't medicinal herbs placed within the medicine cave, but instead, some poisonous worm bred using medicine. These poisonous worms would bore into her body from time to time, leaving behind their venom. As a result, this would perfect her pure yin physique. However, Lian Yusheng lowered her eyes as a chilly glint flashed through them. She tightly clenched her fists as her heart was filled with coldness. The young man dragged Lian Yusheng out of the medicine cave to a back mountain where countless young men waited for her. There were even some who sent her a lewd smile. We've struck good fortune this time. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a pure yin physique. With her, it'll allow our strength to break through even faster. Chapter 2024, Death of Lang Xinyu, 10. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. But then again, why the need to commit such acts in the rear mountain? TSK, you're ignorant. The rear mountain of our alliance is planted with numerous spirit herbs, and with its effects, it'll allow our cultivation speed to increase. In any case, this woman can't escape and there's no need for worry. You're right, I doubt she'll have the courage to jump off the cliff. After all, there's a powerful spirit beast below and she would simply be seeking death if she were to jump. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. These young men started conversing and laughed heartily, while no one noticed Lian Yusheng's expression that darkened. Lian Yusheng abruptly laughed and her smile replaced her previous aloofness. It was beautiful to the extent of moving one's heart. Do you all wish for jewel cultivation with me so much? Her voice contained tenderness, causing them to go limp and numb. Why don't you come first? All of a sudden, Lian Yusheng pointed to a slender man while her eyes were slightly flickering. That man was instantly overjoyed as he hadn't expected the beauty to select him. He then immediately undressed and pounced towards Lian Yusheng with a hearty laugh. The others weren't anxious, as their turn would come shortly. The slender man was completely unguarded towards a beauty like Lian Yusheng. Just as he pounced on her, he suddenly saw a blade appear in her hands, which was then pressed against his neck. Don't move or I'll kill him. Lian Yusheng's smile completely disappeared as her expression turned chilly while she sternly shouted. For a moment, everyone was stunned for a moment before they revealed sneers. Do you think we'll let you off if you capture him? What a joke. Miss Lang would never let you leave and you don't even have the strength to walk out, do you? Lian Yusheng narrowed her eyes. I haven't thought about escaping. I merely didn't wish for you to approach me. While speaking, Lian Yusheng slowly retreated to the edge of the cliff. Those men burst into loud laughter. Little miss, you better not resist and you can't possibly threaten us. Killing him would make one less competitor and why would we save? Just as he spoke, he was shocked as he suddenly realized Lian Yusheng's motive. Quick, stop her. This woman is thinking of jumping the cliff. However, it was too late. Lian Yusheng held that slender man and her body leaned back, intending to fall down the cliff. At the same time, she loosened her hand and allowed that extremely frightened man to drop down while at the same time, witnessed his fall into that ferocious beast's mouth. This was a good ending too. Death was preferable to dishonor. Even if she was gobbled up by that ferocious beast, it was better than being humiliated by them. Lian Yusheng closed her eyes, while a faint smile quirked up. At that moment she felt a hand embracing her waist as her originally falling body came to a stop, causing her to tremble as she slightly opened her eyes. A devastatingly gorgeous appearance reflected in her eyes. That woman's features were exquisite, and her brows revealed aggressiveness. Her snow-white robes were similar to an immortal descending into the human world, while her hand had dragged her out of the abyss. Lian Yusheng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Her originally despairing eyes revealed a hint of hope. Why is she here? Did she come here to save me? But why? We were merely complete strangers. Chapter 2025, Crisis 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. While all sorts of feelings welled up within Lian Yusheng, Yun Luofeng had steadily landed on the ground. Her eyes swept across the numerous geniuses while revealing a cold biting gaze, causing everyone to feel chill that spread throughout their body. So the Freedom Alliance is merely so. She released Lian Yusheng as her light-hearted footsteps headed towards the group of geniuses. Who are you? How dare you intrude in our Freedom Alliance? That group of geniuses was astonished, but they still unsheathed their weapons and pointed them at Yun Luofeng. I came here to kill you, scum of the community. Yun Luofeng smirked, and upon raising her hand, a raging tempest abruptly appeared and attacked. Before they managed to react, they received a powerful blow and swiftly flew out. And they just happened to land before an elder who had led Yun Luofeng there. Elder, you're finally here. That genius felt heartened, and before he had the chance to speak, he was interrupted by the elder's unfeeling voice. We were all duped by Lang Xinyu. The old leader had passed the seal to Yu Qing long ago and left his last will. Even those words before were fabricated by the leader. This lady here is Yu Qing's daughter, and the woman who was nearly defiled by all of you is the Jinyang Kingdom's princess. The genius's expressions changed as they momentarily forgot about begging for forgiveness. You're on your own. The elder sighed with helplessness and turned to leave after casting a last glance at these geniuses that were shocked silly. Lian Yusheng stared intently at the white-robed lady before her as complicated feelings welled up her heart. Those people she regarded as her family personally pushed her out, and instead, a complete stranger had extended a helping hand. How could she not be bitterly disappointed? Miss, those group of geniuses finally understood the situation from the elder and no longer put on high airs. With a plop, they all knelt down. Please let us off, we failed to recognize the truth and fell for Lang Xinyu's lies. We request that you forgive us this time, and we won't dare to do this in the future. He fiercely kowtowed, to the extent his forehead was bruised and acted as if he felt nothing. Shortly after, fresh blood flowed out from his forehead. However, he only felt the fear present in his heart, completely not sensing the pain on his forehead. You're saying that you believed in Lang Xinyu's lies and committed such mistakes. Is that right? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a sinister glint streaked across. That person hastily nodded. That's right, this was what happened. Yun Luofeng laughed. Unfortunately, in my opinion, all of you were controlled by your bodily desires, and even without Lang Xinyu, you would still capture her after discovering Jinyang's existence. Just so that you could satisfy your desires. As Yun Luofeng approached, they all felt an oppressive aura and raised their heads in dismay. What was reflected in their eyes was the woman's devastatingly gorgeous appearance. So, Yun Luofeng stopped and coldly said, while pointing to the edge of the cliff, will you jump down on your own accord, or will I have to throw you down? All the geniuses sucked in a cold breath and met each other's gazes. Run. Instantly, they turned and escaped. However, before they got any further, they had been lifted by their lapels and then ruthlessly thrown down towards the overhanging cliff. Chapter 2026, Crisis 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The ferocious beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the food falling from the sky. Yet, its appetite still wasn't satisfied, and it started getting restless. It didn't take too long until Yun Yi had captured all the geniuses that delusionally attempted to escape, and all of them become the ferocious beast's food. Thank you. Under the azure blue skies, Lian Yusheng looked at the gorgeous woman in front and sincerely thanked her. You don't have to thank me, I am only returning a favor. Yun Luofeng slowly turned away and replied indifferently. Lian Yusheng was startled. Return a favor? When did Yun Luofeng ever owe her a favor? Hearing her question, Yun Luofeng swept her gaze to Lian Yusheng, and her tone was of absent-mindedness. You warned me previously in the Forest of Heaven's trial. Lian Yusheng was stunned. Previously in the Forest of Heaven's trial, she admired Yun Luofeng and hoped to battle her in the future, so she warned her. More importantly, as geniuses, they would naturally cherish each other, and she was unwilling to see a genius meet the death due to tragic circumstances in the Forest of Heaven's trial. However, it was because of this reminder that saved her life. Complicated feelings welled up in her heart. Human hearts are actually very simple. People would treat you the way you treated them. No matter what, I'd still like to thank you. If Yun Luofeng hadn't come to save her, she would have become food for the spirit beast. She would forever remember this favor in her heart. Jinyang Kingdom. Chen Feiyang constantly felt unease, yet wasn't able to identify the reason why. Just then, a eunuch hastily ran over. Your Majesty, something bad happened. Armies from 3 kingdoms have come, claiming they want to settle debts with your Majesty. What? Chen Feiyang stood up in shock with an anxious expression. Quick, contact the Freedom Alliance for help. Both of us are in the same boat and they wouldn't leave us in the lurch. There's no need to look for them. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded and Chen Feiyang stiffened. The instant he looked over, he saw a group of outsiders walking in. They were respectively Qi Su of the Lufeng Kingdom, Qi Ling of the Tianqi Kingdom, General Yilin of the Ziyu Kingdom, and Jinyang. Jinyang, why are you? Chen Feiyang's expression faintly changed as his voice contained disbelief. Because of your selfishness, you handed me over to Lang Xinyu. However, you never expected that the Freedom Alliance's leader had long met his end. Right now, Lang Xinyu doesn't even have her skeleton left. Lian Yusheng's voice was full of hatred and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She would never forget that it was this man who was an accomplice to her mother's murder. For the rest of her life, she would never forgive him. You said Miss Lang is dead. Chen Feiyang staggered and he nearly fell on the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. Impossible. The Freedom Alliance is very powerful, so how could she possibly die? The Freedom Alliance is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lang Xinyu was a traitor to the Freedom Alliance and that Ou Lei was merely a placeholder, Lian Yusheng said in a chilly tone. The true leader of the Freedom Alliance should be the old leader's disciple, Yun Yuqing. She is also Yun Luofeng's mother. Lang Xinyu and Lord Ou Lei are traitors. The true leader of the Freedom Alliance should be Yun Yuqing. However, when did Yun Yuqing become Yun Luofeng's mother? Chapter 2027, Crisis 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Following this, Lian Yusheng's words caused Chen Feiyang to stiffen as endless panic permeated his heart. Do you remember the man who appeared in Fengyun City back then? He is also Yun Luofeng's husband. That man has already attained Monic God level cultivation. You assumed that the Freedom Alliance could stand against her, but the actual fact was, she had 2 Monic God level experts under her wing. Boom. Her words were similar to a lightning bolt from the blue, causing Chen Feiyang to be instantly shocked silly. It wasn't until just now that he realized how huge of a mistake he committed. Jinyang, now that you've returned to the Jinyang Kingdom together with them. Don't call by that name. Lian Yusheng gnashed her teeth in anger. I am no longer the Jinyang Kingdom's princess. My name is Lian Yusheng and I no longer have any association with you. Previously when she had made up her mind, it already involved the breaking of all ties between them and what remained was merely her hatred for him. Everyone, although I was once the Jinyang Kingdom's princess, I swore an oath to leave this kingdom. As for this guy, I will not care how you decide to deal with him. Her expression was chilly as she spoke in a determined voice. I returned only to retrieve my mother's belongings and I will not speak up for him. As the traitor of 4 kingdoms, it was obvious how Chen Feiyang's would end up. Jinyang. Chen Feiyang clenched his fists. Even if Imperial Father is at fault, I am still your biological father. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning by treating me this way? Just as Lian Yusheng wanted to leave, she suddenly paused. With her back facing Chen Feiyang, Her voice was unsympathetic. I died once, and if it weren't for Miss Yoon's appearance, I'm afraid I would have become a strip beast's food. Towards someone who has died once, what else do you think I will fear? A bitter smile hung on her lips after she spoke. She did not turn around and walk towards the chambers of the Emperor's harem. After this, she would never return to this heartrending place. As for the Jinyang Kingdom, she believed that Qi Ling had the capability to manage it. Meanwhile in the Lufeng Kingdom, Qi family. Qi Ling tugged Bai Ling and Yun Luofeng's sleeve with reluctance and revealed a pitiful look. Aunt Yun, Master, are you honestly leaving? Can you bring Linger along with you? Bai Ling and Yun Luofeng met gazes and consoled the little girl before them that was filled with tears. Little Linger, Aunt Yun and your master are only leaving for a brief period of time and we'll return to visit you in the future. Furthermore, Aunt Yun has been separated from my family for a very long while and it's time to return and visit them. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Qi Ling ultimately loosened her hands even though she was reluctant. Then, you'll have to return to visit. Sure. Yun Luofeng caressed Qi Ling's head and turned towards Bai Ling and Yun Xiao. Mother, Yun Xiao, let us leave first. Upon returning this time, there will be 2 surprises for the old man. Ji Jutian had sent forth information a few days back, and he mentioned that he found the method to leave the Fangyun continent and wanted to meet in haste. Now that she could leave the Fangyun continent and reunite with her family after great difficulties, Bai Ling wasn't even willing to stay for another day. It was to the extent of pulling along Yun Luofeng to leave without waiting for Qi Su's return. 2 surprises. Bai Ling stared blankly in confusion. Wasn't there only one? There's another surprise in my tummy. Another surprise in Yun Luofeng's tummy. What did she mean? Chapter 2028, Crisis 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Bai Ling stared blankly for a long time before she recovered to her senses. As for Yun Xiao who stood on one side, he dashed towards Yun Luofeng and fiercely pulled her into his embrace. Feng you're pregnant. His expression revealed excitement, different from his usual ice-cold and expressionless face. Frankly speaking, no man could maintain being unperturbed after they encountered such news. Under both of their excited gazes, Yun Luofeng nodded. I felt some discomfort yesterday and checked my pulse. I then found out that I am pregnant. Seems like Kang Ji isn't unreliable. Yun Xiao embraced Yun Luofeng with excitement. I'm about to be a father. Feng I'm going to be a father. Yun Luofeng smiled. Despite knowing Yun Xiao for numerous years, this was their first child. In fact, she was as excited as Yun Xiao. As if something came to his mind, Yun Xiao softly caressed her lower abdomen and his tone abruptly became stern. You better be obedient inside your mother's womb. If you dare to cause trouble or let her feel the slightest pain, I won't let you off after you're born. Looking at Yun Xiao's serious expression, Bai Ling suddenly chuckled. He won't understand what you're saying. No, he understands, Yun Xiao answered in all seriousness. This answer caused Bai Ling to be shocked. How? I don't know, my gut feeling. He felt that this child would understand whatever he was saying. Protect your mother and don't allow her to suffer the slightest harm. Yun Xiao lowered his head as he warned. This is my task for you. All along, Yun Luofeng's gaze was on Yun Xiao as she felt incomparably warm deep down. Even Yun Xiao's serious appearance made her feel that he was extremely handsome. It's quite late, let's set off now. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qi Ling with a reluctant look and said, when Qi Su returns, remember to inform him that I have taken mother to return and visit our family. If he wants to find me in the future, he can come to the 7-province continent. I'll be leaving the location to leave Fangyun continent to you and don't forget to hand it to Qi Su. Yun Luofeng then gave a few more instructions and only left together with Bai Ling after Qi Ling had remembered all her instructions. At that moment, Yun Luofeng was completely unaware that what waited for her in the 7-province continent was a violent storm. After she returned and found out everything that had happened, her flames of fury were sufficient to ignite the entire continent. 7-province continent, East Province's governor estate. Within the conference room, everyone was in a constant argument, and the elders' voices were in high spirits as saliva splashed everywhere. Hearing their furious hoots while seating among the group of the crowd, she could no longer tolerate it and her fist smashed the table with a bang. Having the Yun family stay is of my own decision and any consequences will be borne by myself alone. You don't have to worry. Eldest miss, it's fine to have a good relationship with Yun Luofeng and in normal times we would not object. However, Yun Luofeng previously murdered family members of the Qin family from the Street God continent. Now that they've come looking for revenge, how can we continue sheltering her family? Furthermore, the Qin family has said that as long as we hand them over, they won't make things difficult for others. Hong Luan tightly clenched her fists. Not long after Yun Luofeng left, the Qin family of the Street God continent had suddenly appeared. Chapter 2029, Crisis 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Both the Saintly Virgin tribe and the Jun family had suffered heavy casualties under the Qin family's attack and even old man Jun was hanging at death's door. Therefore, she had made a unilateral decision to fetch the Yun family into the East Province governor's estate. Only they were capable of protecting the Yun family right now. Actually, I've been making preparations during this period of time. Hong Luan slowly stood up. Furthermore, I've left retreat route for myself. Father, I request that you take the Yun family and escape when the Qin family attacks. Luanaire, what are you thinking of doing? Hong Ling's expression sank. I will never let you take the risk. I've never requested anything from you, and with the Yun family's unyielding personality, they wouldn't possibly allow me to sacrifice myself in their place. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to think of a lie to deal with them and prevent them from noticing. Luanaire. Old man Jun is recuperating in the Saintly Virgin tribe and the others with a good relationship with Yun Luofeng are also seriously injured. Therefore, we are the only ones capable of protecting the Yun family as of now. If Yun Luofeng hadn't left behind numerous spirit medicine before leaving, Old Man Jun and the rest would have passed away due to their heavy injuries. Hong Ling glanced at Hong Luan's determined expression and said, Luanair, I'll stay and you will take the Yun family away at that time. Father, with your current strength, are you more powerful than me? Hong Luan turned back and looked at Hong Ling. Within this continent, I'm the only one who has broken through to God-level cultivation. Hong Ling trembled. Right now, his daughter's growth had been extremely fast, to the extent he can compare to her. Therefore, I'm the only one who can temporarily obstruct their advances. Even at the cost of her life, she would keep the promise she made to Yun Luofeng. There should be other methods and there are 3 days left of the time limit the Qin family gave us. Within these 3 days, we will definitely think of a method. Luanair, Hong Ling anxiously walked towards Hong Luan. Your father will never let you take the risk. He only had one daughter and how could he bear for her to suffer any harm? If something happened to his daughter, then how should he continue living? Hong Luan shook her head as her domineering phoenix eyes radiated resolution. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye and it was soon the final time limit the Qin family had given. Within these 3 days, everyone in the East Governor Estate hadn't had a wink of sleep as they were quietly waiting for today. No matter how huge the 7-province continent was, it was of no difficulty for the Qin family to locate someone. Therefore, no matter where the Yun family was hiding, they couldn't escape the eyes of the Qin family. What they could do was to stall for time. As long as they managed to wait for Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's return, all the crisis would be resolved. They're here. Seemingly sensing a powerful aura in the skies, Hong Luan's brows twitched. She slowly stood up from her seat as her red robes were as enchanting as fire, yet containing courage and resolution. Father, immediately take the Yun family to escape. I'll hold them here. Luanair. Hong Lin hastily went up and pulled Hong Luan's hand. You can't go. Hong Luan stiffened and pushed his hands away while her eyelids drooped. Please. After speaking, her determined footsteps walked out the door. Governor. All the elders had a forlorn expression. If it weren't for the Yun family, this wouldn't have happened. Let's go. Hong Ling glanced at Hong Luan's departing silhouette in sorrow. I can't let my daughter break her promise. All of you, immediately cover the Yun family's retreat. Chapter 2030, Crisis 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After speaking, Hong Ling hurriedly walked towards the Yun family. Within the courtyard, Old Man Yun was currently feeling extremely bored with Yun Qingya and Ning Xin accompanying him by his side. Xiao Ruoshui was obediently sitting on the ground looking naive with her huge innocent eyes. Those young geniuses who Yun Luofeng subdued in place of Ruoshui were all following by her side and cultivating while seated cross-legged on the ground. Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen weren't present. After Yun Luofeng departed, both of them had also left the 7-province continent, and it was unknown where they had headed towards to train. The twins Yi Exi and Yi Jun had followed Old Man Yi back to the land of no return while Yi Eximo and Yi Qi had also gone out separately to train. Therefore, all of them weren't here. At this moment, Old Man Yun noticed Hong Ling and company walking over in haste. His eyes brightened as he complained. You're finally here. Hearing his complaining tone, the East Governor Estate subordinates revealed unhappy expressions. Instead, Hong Ling spoke with a broad tone. Old Man Yun, right now, we'll be leaving this place and all of you, follow me. Leave. Everyone was dumbstruck. Yun Qingya frowned. Governor, can you tell us what exactly happened? Why are you preventing us from going to the Jun family and leaving this place? In reality, the Yun family members were still unaware of what had happened even now. After sending away Old Man Yi, they had intended to head towards the 7-province continent. Unexpectedly, they witnessed complete disorder the moment they entered the Jun family. After that, Hong Luan had brought them away before they managed to inquire about what had happened. After all, the Qin family men only knew that it was Yun Luofeng who killed Qin Luo and she belonged to the Yun family. As for the matters in Longshao continent and the land of no return, they did not investigate any further. The only thing they knew was that Yun Luofeng was also related to the Jun family. However, Yun Luofeng ultimately had the surname Yun and therefore, they were only looking for the Yun family. Yet, they did not intend to easily let the others off and had heavily injured Old Man Jun and people who were friends with Yun Luofeng. Originally, they believed that they wouldn't survive but unexpectedly, Yun Luofeng had passed them numerous strip medicines before her departure and this saved their lives. Old Man Yun, don't ask any further and leave here with me right now. Hong Ling frowned as he spoke anxiously. Old Man Yun sensed something fishy and no longer had his previous complaining tone. Governor, no matter what has happened, you should inform us of the current circumstances. Now that we're completely in the dark, how are we to leave with you? Oh right, where is Miss Hong Luan? Seemingly noticing something, Ning Xin questioned, why are you asking us to leave but Miss Hong Luan isn't here? Governor, what exactly has happened? Upon hearing Hong Luan's name, Hong Ling eventually couldn't suppress his sorrow as his heart was flooded with deep pain. My daughter has gone to hold back the enemies for you. Right now, you have to leave with me, so that my daughter won't have sacrificed for nothing. So what if Hong Luan broke through to God-level realm? Those men were even more powerful enemies. Hong Luan merely went to hold them back and how could there be any hope for her to survive? Yun Qingya's expression suddenly turned chilly. You're saying that Miss Hong Luan went to hold back a group of enemies and they're coming for our Yun family. The Jun family having an accident previously, was it also because of us? Chapter 2031, Rather Die Than Retreat 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Ling was momentarily speechless. He knew that they wouldn't leave with him if he didn't reveal the truth today. And so he no longer concealed anything and revealed everything. Upon hearing the truth, Yun Qingya's expression became increasingly chilly. Why didn't you say this earlier? Since the enemy is coming for our Yun family, we'll stand up. Why the need to sacrifice all these innocent men? Brother Hong, Ning Xin extended her hand and tightly grasped Yun Qingya's trembling hand before looking up to Hong Ling and the rest. Can I trouble you to take care of Shueisa and these children? Hong Ling widened his mouth. He knew Yun family's intentions and wanted to say something, but ultimately, he shut his mouth in helplessness. All right. Mother. Yun Ruoshui swiftly stood up and tightly grabbed Ning Xin's arm. Shueisa wants to go too. No, all of you shall stay here and leave it to the adults to deal with these matters. Ning Xin's expression was very gentle. In addition, if we don't return, immediately search for your cousin. Only by staying at her side will you be the safest. After speaking, Ning Xin looked up at Yun Qingya, while a trace of determination surfaced on her beautiful and dignified face. Brother Yun, let's go. The instant she married Yun Qingya, she was also one of the Yun family. No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, she would definitely advance and retreat together with him. No, mother. Yun Ruoshui started wailing and attempted to grab Ning Xin but was held back. Tears could be seen across her face as she outstretched her arms, wanting to grab her family that was leaving. Yet in the end, she could only look on helplessly at the departing figures. East Province Governor's Estate. The entire sky was shrouded in gloomy clouds. Under the dark clouds, the man holding onto a halberd was similar to a war god as he stood in the sky like an unmovable mountain. He appeared grave and stern as he was expressionless. Where is the Yun family? Hand them over and perhaps I might spare your life. Hong Luan sneered but her figure blocked them before the Governor Estate's gates and her bright-colored red robes were shining as bright as a red flame. If you want to enter, you'll have to step over my corpse. Her voice was very aggressive while there was determination across her face. HMPH, the man coldly gazed down at Hong Luan. Since you're intent on protecting the Yun family, then your ending won't differ from the Jun family and the Saintly Virgin tribe. Hong Luan remained unmoved as her heart only had a thought, that she couldn't betray her friend's trust. Even if she had to use her life as the price, she would not hesitate to do so. In my whole life, the only friend I have that I would give up my life for is Yun Luofeng. Her figure was faintly discernible as her bright-colored red robe seemed to have lit up the entire skies. Before she left, she once tasked me to protect her family and I will never eat my words. Hearing her words, the man cast her an admiring gaze. However, the trace of admiration was only fleeting and he recovered his initial coldness very soon. So what if Hong Luan was outstanding? The person Yun Luofeng killed was one of the Qin family, and even if she was a traitor that they expelled, they would never allow anyone to kill her. Chapter 2032, Rather Die Than Retreat 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Otherwise, wouldn't the Qin family lose all their face? Since you're determined, then don't blame my impoliteness. Men, attack and kill this woman. That man coldly waved his hand and gave his orders with indifference. He looked down at Hong Luan as if looking at a dead person. That's right. In his eyes, Hong Luan was no different than a dead person. Stop. Just then, a shout suddenly sounded from the rear courtyard. Hong Luan was momentarily distracted. Turning back, she saw the Yun family members walking over in haste as a trace of anxiousness streaked across her eyes. Why are you here? Old man Yun's crossed his hands behind his back and wore a solemn expression. His footsteps were extremely quick as he walked to Hong Luan's side. Yun Qingya and Ning Xin walked behind of old man Yun and were both silent and serious. Who are you? The man cold eyes stared at old man Yun as he expressionlessly asked. Why, didn't you come here looking for my Yun family? Now that we've appeared, why are you asking for our identity? Old man Yun's expression was cynical as a faint trace of mocking hung on his lips. The man looked up and spoke in an exuberant tone. So you're the Yun family members. I'd have to trouble you to take a trip together with me. You're thinking of capturing us to threaten my granddaughter. Old man Yun coldly spoke. The North Governor Estate and the Saintly Virgin tribe once collaborated and committed the same act. Unexpectedly, even people from the spread god continent were utilizing the same method to threaten Yun Luofeng. Unless you want everyone to be buried next to you, immediately leave with me right now. The man was disinclined to speak and straightforwardly spoke. Old man Yun's expression changed as his pair of eyes contained flames of fury. Father, Yun Qingya outstretched his hand and stopped old man Yun. Looking up at the man, he asked, if we follow you, will you honestly let the rest off? That's right. The man looked down on Yun Qingya from above as a trace of disdain flashed through his eyes. Okay, one should bear the consequences for our actions and since it was the Yun family who committed the mistake, it's unrelated to outsiders. I'll leave with you. As for my grandfather, he's old and can't bear the torment. While my wife is only a woman and this doesn't require her to partake. Quote. Yun Qingya moved his hand and gently pushed away Ning Xin's tightly gripping hand as he slowly walked towards the Qin family. Brother Yun, Ning Xin's heart tightened and hastily chased up. We're husband and wife and I won't look on helplessly at you leaving alone. I want to be together with you even in death. How could she not understand Yun Qingya's personality? He would never let himself be a burden for Yun Luofeng. Therefore, he was already prepared to meet his death. Yun Qingya's footsteps stopped but ultimately stayed silent. He held his hands behind his back and then walked quickly to the Qin family. The man sneered and reached out, wanting to grab Yun Qingya. However, a powerful force suddenly attacked from the front with a bang, causing him to take back his hand and retreat. The woman dressed in red robes seemed to be a dazzling sun in the sky, beautiful to the extent of causing one to be suffocated. I don't care what you want. I only know I've promised Yun Luofeng. One cannot renege on their promise and since I've made a promise, I'll certainly accomplish what I promised. Chapter 2033, Rather Die Than Retreat 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Luan glanced at Yun Qingya and Ning Xin before turning her sight to the enemy. I'm not dead yet, so who can take away the Yun family from my East Governor Estate? Her voice was extremely overbearing as it was powerful and resonated throughout everyone's hearts. Even the Qin family troops had somewhat respected Hong Luan. Of course, respecting her was something different altogether and they hadn't forgotten their motive for coming. Hong Luan. Looking at Hong Luan taking a lead in launching an attack from afar, Hong Ling was shocked to the extent his heart was about to leap out. However, neither one of the experts was someone he could deal with. Within the sky, dark clouds once again shrouded the sun. Hong Luan's silhouette was very nimble as she passed through the group. Among these group of experts from the Qin family, everyone was a god-level expert other than the leader. Even if Hong Luan had broken through to the god level, she was far from being their opponent. Boom. One of the experts launched an attack on Hong Luan, causing a trace of blood to overflow from her lips. Wiping the bloodstain, Hong Luan launched another attack towards that expert. Her red robes had become extremely ragged and the injuries on her body being very prominent. There was a huge bloodstain on her arm but she was still standing in the skies with determination as she used her body to block these incoming experts. Enough. Ning Xin covered her mouth. Miss Hong Luan, it's really enough. You're not their match so please stop. Enough. How could this be enough? Since she had promised Yun Luofeng, then she must protect them at the risk of her life. Hong Luan gripped the long sword in her hand, appearing like a war god as her entire body radiated a killing aura. Her body was long riddled with injuries under their attacks but no matter how serious her injuries, she had never once thought of taking a step back. You're overestimating your capabilities. The man laughed grimly upon noticing Hong Luan's willing spirit but lack of strength. Immediately after that, powerful energy gathered on his fists as he swooped down and slammed against Hong Luan's chest with a bang. Fuchi. Blood poured out incessantly from her mouth and her arm firmly grabbed on the man's arm. A trace of shock streaked across his eyes. He had long attained heavenly god level but right now, he was restrained by a god level cultivator. The corner of her lips was stained with blood as a peerless smile surfaced. Even if I am to be buried here today, I'll still drag you all down to the underworld with me. Hong Luan's sword was stained with her blood and radiated a breathtaking red light. Soon after, the longsword suddenly chopped towards the man under everyone's astonished gaze. He wanted to struggle free of Hong Luan's arm yet realized he couldn't move in the slightest. He became agitated with anger as he completely released his aura and attacked towards Hong Luan. Her body was similar to shattered glass and heavily flew out. Fresh blood flowed out incessantly, causing her expression to become extremely pale. At the same time, the longsword chopped down. If it weren't for the man's heavenly god-level strength, probably his entire arm would be separated by this attack. Despite this, his arm was still injured as blood gushed out, staining his robes red. Luanaire. Hong Ling released a heart-wrenching scream and rapidly dashed to Hong Luan's side as tears trickled down. Luanaire, let's stop fighting. I don't wish to lose you. Old Man Yun and the rest had also come to Hong Luan's side hastily and took out a stalk of strip medicine to feed her. Chapter 2034, Rather Die Than Retreat 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Luan's bleeding was stopped, yet her internal organs were still in extreme pain. Leave. While being heavily injured, Hong Luan stood up nonetheless. Retreat. Impossible. If she allowed the Qin family to bring away Old Man Yun and the rest before her, how was she to face Yun Luofeng in the future? Luanaire. Hong Ling wanted to stop her but saw his daughter appearing before the Qin family again. The man glanced at Hong Luan in shock. You're not dead after receiving such a heavy blow of mine. Hong Luan did not speak as she shut her eyes. A sudden violent storm appeared and her aura increased in this instant. Her head full of fine black hair danced within the gale. Not to mention the Qin family who was extremely close to her, even Old Man Yun and the rest noticed something amiss with her aura. Miss Yun, stop. Ning Xin's face was deathly white as she turned pale from shock. Luanaire. Hong Ling's footsteps staggered and wanted to approach Hong Luan several times. However, he was pushed out by the storm she released and could only look on helplessly at the red-robed lady's strength increasing within the violent storm. You. The man's expression was of shock. Looking at the woman standing before him, he gnashed his teeth and asked, what secret technique did you use to raise your strength? Hong Luan looked up and her phoenix eyes radiated chilliness. After the storm gradually disappeared, she slowly walked towards the Qin family. During this period, I obtained an opportunity while traveling, allowing my strength to break through to god level. Furthermore, I obtained this secret technique at that time. However, the price for using this technique was also very huge. Even so, she did not regret her actions. Looking at Hong Luan approaching, a sinister trace streaked across his eyes as he continued shouting. Attack, kill this woman. The Qin family recovered their senses and they dashed towards Hong Luan in an instant. Boom. Hong Luan's body was surrounded by a violent storm in an instant and those who wanted to approach her had been sent flying by the storm. Their figures fell back in a sorry figure, with blood flowing out continuously from their mouth. I've said this from the start. As long as I, Hong Luan aren't dead, don't even think about touching a single strand of hair of the Yun family. And I will definitely uphold what I said. Hong Luan slowly stretched out her hands. The man was stunned, not understanding her intentions. While he was puzzled and still thinking, a flame shot out from her palm. This flame burned even more violently under the wind and arrived before them in a blink of an eye. Boom. The powerful flame devoured the man's body, causing him to release heart-wrenching wails. Hong Luan's body trembled but ultimately, she collapsed as she could no longer stand up. The instant she fell, her powers also disappeared and her entire being was similar to cracked glass, seemingly extremely weak. Luanaire. Hong Ling rushed to Hong Luan and tightly held her hands as he said. You, why the need for this? Hong Luan smiled. At least I have upheld my promise, haven't I? At this moment, perhaps sensing Hong Luan's weak breathing, Old Man Yun hastily fished out all the strip medicine in his space ring as his aged face was filled with anxiousness. These are the strip medicines my granddaughter gave me, hurry and have Miss Hong Luan consume them. Chapter 2035, Rather Die Than Retreat 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Old Man Yun had always been stingy, but right now, as long as he could save Hong Luan's life, he wouldn't even frown in the slightest, even if he had to take out his stash of many years. There's no need, Hong Luan shook her head weakly. No amount of strip medicine can cure me, so why waste them? Hong Ling tightly clutched Hong Luan's hand as tear stains could be seen on his face. Yun Qingya and Ning Xin stood on one side with a grieving expression. In the end, they were of no help. Instead, they had implicated Hong Luan. Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, crazy laughter sounded from within the flame. Shortly after, the burning flame had dissipated under the wind. Hong Luan's eyes narrowed. He's not dead. Do you think you can kill me with your strength? The man's gloomy voice was of complacent emotions. Right now, due to your forceful utilization of that secret technique, you don't have much time left. I'd like to see who else can block my path. Hong Luan forcefully coughed and her matchless appearance seemed deathly white. Quick, hurry and escape. Hurry up and leave this place. Leave. A smile tugged on his lips. Do you think they can escape? No matter what Qin family sets out to do, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Of course, the first one I'm killing would be you. His clothes had been burned to the crisp by the flame and he surfaced before everyone in his birthday suit. Boom. Before anyone managed to react, the man had already appeared before Hong Luan. Releasing power from his hands, he intended to attack Hong Luan with a heavy strike. Under this man's might, the others couldn't even move the slightest, not to mention taking the attack in place of Hong Luan. However, a light breeze suddenly appeared and a man's figure descended from the skies. Reaching out his both arms, he pulled Hong Luan into his embrace before using his back to receive the other party's attack. Fuchi. Blood overflowed from his mouth, similar to a rain of blood, and scattered on Hong Luan's pale face. Hong Luan widened her eyes as she stared blankly at the man who pulled her into his embrace. Nangong, Yunyi. Why is he here? Hong Luan, I'm sorry I'm late. A weak smile quirked up his face while he spoke with great difficulty. Hong Luan's heart clenched tightly as her eyes revealed bitterness and had an urge to cry. I've already activated a secret technique and I wouldn't have much time left. Why bother blocking the attack for me? I don't wish to witness you getting injured. This and nothing more. Unfortunately, he was still late in returning. Nangong Yunyi, your strength has increased. That's good. Hong Luan smiled. Initially, Nangong Yunyi did not hesitate to go on a journey and train, so that he could increase his strength and match up with her. Unexpectedly, he had a great harvest and also attained god-level cultivation. Of course, even if one had cultivated thousands over years in this continent, they might not even possibly break through if not incidentally obtaining an opportunity, similar to Hong Luan and Nangong Yunyi. Working hard was because I wished to stand by your side. Without you, what use do I have with my strength? Nangong Yunyi gazed at Hong Luan, whose complexion became paler, and his pain and suffering were hard to conceal. Therefore, you have to persist on until Yun Luofeng's return. She'll have a way to save you. Nangong Yunyi was acquainted with Yun Luofeng for 2 lifetimes, and in his heart, that white-robed lady was omnipotent. Nothing in this world was impossible for her. Chapter 2036, Rather Die Than Retreat 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Regrettably, Hong Luan bitterly smiled. I'm sorry, I can no longer hang on. I assumed that I could defeat them by using this secret technique, but unfortunately, I underestimated them. Since you've returned, then I'll hand the responsibility of protecting the Yun family to you. There was still a smile on Hong Luan's face, but her breathing gradually weakened, to the point. Her breathing ceased as she laid in Nangong Yunyi's embrace. No, Nangong Yunyi tightly hugged Hong Luan and released a heart-wrenching cry. Hong Ling and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Hong Luan. Governor, not knowing who released a cry of surprise, everyone discovered that Hong Ling fainted upon looking over. Immediately after, 2 elders went up to support him. Brother Yun. Ning Xin's eyes were filled with grief. We implicated Miss Hong Luan. Everything is all our fault. If they were sufficiently strong, wouldn't today's events have been avoided? If they hadn't followed Hong Luan to the East Province, Hong Luan wouldn't have sacrificed herself. Therefore, everything was all their fault. It was them who had harmed Hong Luan. Nangong Yunyi tightly held Hong Luan and stood up. His eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the gloomy man while radiating killing aura. You caused the death of Hong Luan. Those who harm her should die. While speaking, Nangong Yunyi was trembling. At this very moment, there was only a single thought in his mind, to kill these people and avenge Hong Luan. The man sneered, both you and the girl are only god-level cultivators. With your strength, do you think you're capable of threatening me? Nangong Yunyi stayed silent as he slowly released Hong Luan from his embrace. While looking down, his eyes were filled with gentleness. Wait for me, after killing these people I'll go to the other end of the world with you and be with you forever. The way they met wasn't desirable and he was even miserably chased down by her as he had peeped on her while she bathed. However, within the process of getting chased down, he had fallen deeply for her. After placing her down, a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. With his figure similar to wind, he had dashed to his front. The man hastily took out his weapon and a powerful force spread out from their collision, causing the entire sky to appear dark. Between both of them, one was a heavenly god-level cultivator while the other was only a god-level cultivator. However, Hong Luan's flames had resulted in an internal injury and when he faced the aggressive Nangong Yunyi, he actually had difficulty defending against his attacks. Of course, if it weren't for this, it was impossible for Nangong Yunyi to prevail over this man. As for the other god-level experts of the Qin family, they had been burnt to ashes within Hong Luan's flames earlier on. Under the elder's shout, Hong Ling slowly awakened. Looking towards Hong Luan, his eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. In his entire life, he only had this daughter and he even gave her all his care and concern. Now that he witnessed his child dying before himself, how could he bear the setback? Old Man Yun walked to Hong Ling and took a deep bow. His aged face was filled with guilt. Governor Hong Ling, everything that happened is because of our Yun family. Hong Luan had also sacrificed for us, and it's the Yun family who let you down. Chapter 2037, Wrath 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Ling closed his eyes, with pain and suffering across his face. Slowly opening his eyes after a long time, his eyes that contained sorrow glanced at Hong Luan. He slowly walked to her side and knelt down, while gently caressing her pale face. This isn't your fault. It's the fault of the Qin family, these people who are devoid of conscience. No matter how grieved he was, Hong Ling's mind was still clear. He knew that it wasn't the Yun family's fault. Luanair, don't be afraid. Your father won't let you be too lonely. Hong Ling carried Hong Luan's body and unhurriedly walked to the East Governor estate with difficult steps. His footsteps were very steady, but his body seemed as if he was about to fall at any time. Governor, the East Governor estate's elders were all afraid that Hong Ling would take things too hard. Hearing the voices behind him, Hong Ling stopped. Lowering his eyes, he gazed at the woman quietly lying in his embrace. He restrained his internal sorrows and said, I only wish to quietly accompany her for a moment. Rest assured, I won't take things too far. After speaking, Hong Luan gradually disappeared from their view. At the same time, Nangong Yunyi transformed his sorrows to strength and fought with the man before him without caring for his life. Under Nangong Yunyi's relentless attacks, he ultimately yielded as Nangong Yunyi's fist landed on his chest. Instantly, he was sent crashing from the skies and heavily slammed on the ground. On the ground, a huge pit was formed due to the force of his crash. However, Nangong Yunyi did not stop. Waving his fists, a powerful force suddenly attacked and struck the man within the huge pit. Blood poured out continuously from his mouth and even his skin had burst apart. Lying within the huge pit, he couldn't even lift a single finger as he was only capable of using his gloomy eyes to stare at Nangong Yunyi. I am the Qin family's. Regrettably, before he managed to finish his sentence, he had been interrupted by Nangong Yunyi's attack. Even Nangong Yunyi wasn't aware how many times he attacked him. His mind was filled with the scene of Hong Luan toppling over. He attacked until he was out of energy and the man in the pit had also ceased breathing. Afterward, Nangong Yunyi staggered and nearly crashed down, but he ultimately propped up his battered and exhausted body. Hong Luan. Nangong Yunyi no longer paid attention to those corpses that littered the ground as he dashed towards the governor estate's rear garden in a stagger. Upon looking at Hong Luan laid on the bed by Hong Ling, tears flowed out like a broken dam as his fists heavily smashed against the ground. If I had arrived earlier, Hong Luan wouldn't have left. At this very moment, Nangong Yunyi pushed all the responsibility on himself, thinking that it was due to his late arrival that caused Hong Luan's death. He slowly stood up from the ground and tightly clenched his fist. With a turn, he walked out of the room. Where are you going? Hong Lin, who was submerged in sorrow, saw Nangong Yunyi's actions and unconsciously asked. Nangong Yunyi's footsteps stopped. Taking revenge for her. Even if you killed that heavenly god expert today, you're not the Qin family's opponent. You'll only be seeking death by looking for them. His daughter was dead and he wasn't willing for anyone else to sacrifice themselves. Nangong Yunyi's previous gentle demeanor disappeared as was replaced by eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. If I lack strength, then I'll fight with my life. I won't let Hong Luan die in vain. I will let every single one of them involved in this pay the price. Chapter 2038, Wrath 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. After speaking, Nangong Yunyi walked out as his elegant form disappeared from the courtyard. Hong Luan, wait for me. After I've avenged you, I'll accompany you even to the ends of the earth, heaven or hell and forever and ever. Hong Ling opened his mouth but ultimately didn't ask Nangong Yunyi to stay. Once again, he turned and looked at Hong Luan's serene appearance while gently grabbing her ice-cold hands. Luanair, Nangong Yunyi is a good kid. Regrettably, the both of you are not fated. I wonder if you could locate your mother in the underworld. If fated, both of you will meet. But then, how could you be so heartless to leave me here alone in this world? Nonetheless, I won't blame you. You kept your promise and I am proud of you. Hong Luan wasn't able to hear Hong Ling as her appearance looked serene, without pain nor suffering as she quietly laid on the bed, seemingly fallen asleep. Others wouldn't be able to notice that she had lost her life. Within the East Province. Perhaps sensing the odd atmosphere, Yun Luofeng stopped and frowned. Yun Xiao, do you sense anything amiss? Standing on one side, Yun Xiao was still expressionless and unfeeling. His black long robes fluttered among the light breeze and attracted no lack of women's attention. Not sure. Ever since entering the East Province, she noticed that it wasn't as bustling with activity as before. Instead, it was too quiet. Not knowing why, Yun Luofeng felt unease. Looking up towards the East Governor's estate, she said, Yun Xiao, mother, let's head towards the Governor's estate and take a look. After leaving the Fangyun continent, where she arrived was outside the East Province. Therefore, if she wanted to know what happened, the fastest way was to find Hong Luan. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng quickened her footsteps and hastily rushed towards the East Governor estate. The Governor estate was decorated with white silk and everyone who entered and exited had a sad expression. Instantly, Yun Luofeng's heart clenched tight. Could it be that someone passed away in the East Governor's estate? Second uncle. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng saw a familiar figure and hastily called out. Hearing her voice, Yun Qing's body stiffened and turned his head with disbelief. In that instant, the lady's gorgeous appearance reflected in his clear eyes. Feng you've returned. Yun Qing's lips quivered. However, upon recalling Hong Luan's death, guilt and sorrow overshadowed his happiness. But in the next instant, his face froze. Sister-in-law. His eyes stared unwaveringly at Bai Ling standing beside Yun Luofeng. Astonishment could be seen across his handsome face. Feng who is this lady here? Why is she so similar looking to sister-in-law? Second brother. Bai Ling glanced at Yun Qingya's expression and faintly smiled. Why aren't you happy that I've returned? The woman's voice was very familiar, to the extent of causing Yun Qingya to freeze up, while tears gradually surfaced from his eyes. You're really sister-in-law. You're not dead. Sister-in-law is still alive. She's actually still alive. Yun Qingya was conflicted about his current emotions. If it weren't for Hong Luan's death, perhaps he would be jumping from excitement. Unfortunately, Hong Luan's death caused him to be extremely sad and unable to feel happy. Chapter 2039, Wrath 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Second uncle, this is a long story. Oh right, what happened in the East Governor Estate? Did someone pass away? Yun Qingya lowered his head. It's Hong Luan. Hong Luan, she's dead. Boom. Yun Qingya's words were similar to a sudden clap of thunder, as it caused Yun Luofeng to be dumbstruck. Second uncle, this joke isn't funny. Can you refrain from teasing me this way? Feng I'm speaking the truth. Hong Luan is dead. In order to protect us, she died in the hands of the Qin family from the Spirit God continent. Yun Luofeng started to walk forward out of instinct, but for some reason her legs trembled violently. Before she managed to take a step, she nearly fell on the ground. Luckily, Yun Xiao had supported her in time. Feng Yun Xiao hugged Yun Luofeng while feeling heartache, with a worried look on his face. Yun Luofeng tightly clenched her fists. I don't believe it. Yun Xiao, bring me to the funeral hall. I don't believe Hong Luan is dead. She didn't even have the strength to lift her foot and was incapable of walking to the hall on her own. All right. Yun Xiao carried Yun Luofeng in princess style and walked towards the funeral hall. Bai Ling's expression was also somewhat unsightly, and in a gloomy voice, she said, Second brother, recount the whole incident to me. Seeing her own daughter's reaction, the Lady Hong Luan must have an extremely good relationship with her, and thus, couldn't accept the news. Since that was the case, then there's no need for the Spirit God Continent's Qin family to continue existing. Sister-in-law, let's head in first. I'll tell you what happened later on. The entire East Governor Estate was submerged in sorrow and didn't even notice Yun Luofeng entering. Old Man Yun was the first to notice his own granddaughter, and just as he wanted to speak to her, he suddenly saw Bai Ling, who entered shortly after. He was stunned on the spot. Soon after, Yun Qingya informed him that this lady was really Bai Ling. If it was before, the old man would definitely be jumping from joy. Right now, even when he saw Bai Ling, he couldn't get happy in the slightest, as his aged face was filled with sadness. Hong Luan's death had caused a huge influence on everyone. No matter the Yun family or the Governor Estate, everyone was incapable of walking out from the sadness. Yun Luofeng got down from Yun Xiao's embrace and reached out her shivering hand to uncover the cloth. In an instant, a deathly white face with matchless appearance reflected in eyes. The woman's expression was very serene as she quietly laid on the bed. Her face looked vivid and familiar, that caused Yun Luofeng's heart to clench tight. Her hands tightly covered her chest as she shut her eyes, seemingly wanting to dull the pain. However, the pain did not ease but instead, intensified. Tears flowed down like a broken dam and covered her whole face. Hong Luan, Yun Luofeng opened her eyes and her hand was trembling violently. She attempted to hold on Hong Luan's hand several times but lacked the strength to lift up hers. I'm sorry I returned too late. I'm sorry that I wasn't by your side when you needed me the most. In addition, you threw away your life for the Yun family. Hong Luan, do you remember the first time we met? At that time, you insisted on fighting with me and ultimately, we were evenly matched. Perhaps from that point, due to our understanding of each other, it had resulted in our future friendship. Recalling that woman in red robes with an unusually domineering aura, Yun Luofeng's face softened. Chapter 2040, Wrath 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Right now, since your death was caused by the Qin family, then I'll flatten the entire Spirit God continent and use their blood to nourish your soul. At that very moment, her white robes fluttered without wind as she radiated a killing aura, causing the bystanders to feel as if trapped in hell. It had been a while since Bai Ling returned to Yun Luofeng's side, but in her heart, Yun Luofeng had always been calm and collected no matter what she experienced. Never once had she witnessed her acting violent, and right now, she finally understood how terrifying her daughter was when she got angry. It was just like her surroundings had become hell and corpses were stacked up under her feet. Besides that, I'll be taking away Hong Luan's corpse. Yun Luofeng wasn't negotiating with them but instead, made a forceful decision, not even giving him a chance to reject. However, not only wasn't Hong Ling angry, his eyes brightened upon hearing her words. He did not inquire for the reason and merely nodded. All right, you can take her away. Why did Yun Luofeng bring away Hong Luan's corpse? Could it be, she has a method to revive her? Since she didn't explain her actions, it meant that Hong Luan's chance of resurrection wasn't high. However, he would not give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Yun Luofeng did not say anything and waved her hand. In that instant, the corpse laying on the bed had disappeared. In the face of this situation, she no longer concealed her abilities. Clearly, her actions completely frightened everyone present. Old man, mother, uncle, let's leave. I have something else to do. All right. Old man Yun glanced at Yun Luofeng and gently sighed. Hong Luan's death dealt a huge blow to his own granddaughter, and even so, she couldn't become despondent and had to prepare everything to revenge Hong Luan. Yun Yi, Yun Luofeng ordered, head to the Fangyun continent and pass on some words to Qi Su and Qi Ling. Have them bring over all the experts in the Fangyun continent. Feng what are you thinking of doing? Finally, old man Yun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. A grim smile quirked on her face. Of course, it's to go to war with the Qin family. Since they delusionally wanted to deal with the Yun family and even caused Hong Luan's death, then she could only bury them next to Hong Luan. If she didn't exterminate the entire Qin family, how could she account for Hong Luan? Yun Yi answered apathetically, yes, master. To travel to the Fangyun continent via the West Province Academy would normally require numerous experts working together to accomplish the feat. However, the elders who previously activated the space were still currently recuperating. Fortunately, there was another path to the Fangyun continent, and before she left she had specially arranged for someone to provide support on the other side. With both sides connected, they could open the spatial gate using the simplest method. Feng, I doubt we can head to the Jun family right now, Old Man Yun sighed. I heard from the governor that Old Man Jun is seriously injured and is currently recuperating in the Saintly Virgin tribe. Both the Dragon and Phoenix tribe have left to seek for you, while experts of the Witchcraft clan along with the Central Province people are all on their way. However, they hadn't managed to arrive due to the long journey. Those few elders of the Western Province Academy were previously seriously injured and have yet to recover. As for the South Province's governor, they rejected the governor's request for assistance and chased him out. Chapter 2041, Wrath 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was aware of the situation of the Seven Province Academy. The first opening of the spatial wormhole relied on Jijian's soul abilities, but a few elders secretly learned the method. The second opening required a few elders to collaborate to open the path towards the Fangyun continent. However, upon activating the spatial wormhole, it exhausted a huge portion of their strength, and even though Yun Luofeng had left behind a large amount of spirit medicine, it was impossible to recover so soon. I understand. Yun Luofeng turned and glanced at the East Province governor. This time, you've helped us with a huge favor, and Hong Luan even sacrificed herself. Upon mentioning Hong Luan's death, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but tremble. Therefore, I will never forget your favor in my entire life. Other than the South Province, everyone else has done a favor for our Yun family. I've always been someone who repaid my debt of gratitude and revenge. Since the South Province remained indifferent, then I will not take notice of whatever happens to them in the future. After speaking, she weakly leaned against Yun Xiao's chest and closed her eyes, to conceal the sorrow within. Yun Xiao, bring me to the Saintly Virgin tribe. I have to treat Old Man Jun's injuries. Right now, her body was completely powerless and even standing proved to be difficult. No matter what powerful opponent she encountered in the past, she had never been so weak like today. Killing intent surged forth from Yun Xiao as he tightly hugged the woman leaning on his chest. Of course, his fury wasn't because of Hong Luan's death, but instead, those people from the Qin family caused Yun Luofeng to cry. Those who cause her to cry can only use their lives to compensate. Miss Yun, seeing Yun Luofeng about to leave, Hong Ling stood up. Is there any way to resurrect Hong Luan? As long as she can continue living, I'm willing to use my life in exchange for hers. Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused but ultimately left without turning back. She did not provide Hong Ling a definite answer. She was also uncertain whether Hong Luan could be resurrected. Saintly Virgin tribe. Jun Lingshan laid on the bed with his eyes closed while Jun Linger and Jun Xuan quietly accompanied by his side. Xuan sir, Jun Lingshan's breathing was very feeble and his voice faint. My body is fine, bring me to the East Province. I'm still worried about the Yun family. Otherwise, head over and fetch the Yun family here. Master, you can't even lift yourself up, so how can you possibly help the Yun family? Jun Xuan helplessly sighed. As long as I'm still breathing, I can help them. Jun Xuan stared at him as he realized that his master's feeble voice lacked the authoritative aura of the past. Your own body is riddled with problems, so stop acting strong. Jun Xuan's eyes were filled with worry. Fine, even if I'm of no help, then why are you two staying here for? Why aren't you there to protect them? The old man's breathing became hurried. If something happened to the Yun family, how was he supposed to account to Yun Luofeng? I've already discussed this with Hong Luan. I'll be staying here to watch over you and the other injured men, and she'll protect the Yun family. Furthermore, Hong Luan has broken through to God-level cultivation and we should believe in her abilities. Although he said that, there was still unconcealable worry within Jun Xuan's eyes. He started doubting if it was a correct choice to let Hong Luan bring away the Yun family. Chapter 2042, Wrath 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I don't need anyone's protection. Get lost and scram to the East Governor Estate.